face. Came through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Valorant Challengers North America Stage 1. Starting off great, but hey, we gotta start somewhere, right? We have such a great split ahead of us. I cannot wait to get started as hopeful teams, hopeful players are going to be proving they have what it takes to potentially be that next team called up to the big leagues. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host this week, and joining me on the desk, we have two of our very best here. We have Uber and we have Wyatt. I'm so excited to get into today's matches. I'm so excited, honestly, Wyatt, to be getting started with challengers. I've long awaited. It's going to be a great split.
Yeah, the teams this year look sick. A lot of upcoming teams, but also the teams that we're seeing returning, the two that we're going to see at the beginning of the day that were just shy of actually qualifying, making it to the partnership last year. Both are looking sick. Cores have stuck together. So a lot of top competition.
I'm loving that, especially like the stability we've seen in what is a pretty long off season for a lot of the teams competing in the Challenger circuit, them coming back, right? You have all your household names, your turtle troops of the world, right? Together we are terrific, have that roster together. We've just recently seen TSM form up for Challengers as well. So a lot of new faces and a lot of the old guard that you expect to see from North America, of course, all on the line for a crack at Ascension later on.
It is really exciting because even if a couple of the team names aren't quite familiar, if you were following Challengers last year, there's definitely a lot of players that you'll then be like, oh, wait a second, I know them. And of course, some of these teams, some of these rosters that we get to see try and continue on that story that they start building upon last year, Wyatt. Of course, we had teams like M80 that were step in step with the guard to try and be that team moved up. They fell just a little bit short, but they're one of the teams back here to try and prove this time around is their go.
The guard proved a formula that several of these teams have now taken into this year, which is the commitment to staying together as a team, despite individual players having opportunities to actually move up to the partnership league had they taken them. And with M80, with Moist Shopify, with Oxygen, you're seeing players refusing those opportunities, taking a chance, staying together to actually ascend as a team together, like the guard proved you absolutely can do.
I mean, we heard from Valen about that, I think, in some like recent interview content, saying like, we missed out. We were so close on so many opportunities to sort of play on different teams and, you know, maybe even have a chance to be part of the VCT sort of off the rip. But despite that disappointment, we just kept going. We knew we could sort of make it. So I would like to see, I mean, that attitude, and we are seeing it emulated a little bit here in North America. I think that's kind of what makes this exciting. Like, Together We Are Terrific have been revived from the dead. That was the original team name of that roster that Mummy put together before they were even picked up by Envy to start that entire sort of, dominance era in North America, back when Victor was called Food. So it's fun to see some of these old names come up. Obviously, it wouldn't be Challengers without the Glazers in the mix. Gold mate Zachary, they're still making it happen. So again, a lot of teams with a lot of promise here. We are going to be looking at players in this region that are easily like at the top of their field in America. Some of them just aren't old enough to play in VCT, and some of them are and deserve that recognition, just quite haven't got there yet. So expect some really high quality stuff over this season.
Some high quality storylines coming out of this for sure when you're looking at all of the teams. Of course, some of the teams you mentioned, we won't quite get to see them today. Peeping at our schedule, we will get a couple of exciting other teams to be kind of checking out first here. I think most notably, we are starting with the match. Looking at two of the top teams coming out of Challengers last year, of course, with new looks. And of course, we have 3 exciting days of Challengers up ahead for you. So make sure to be tuning into all your matches, follow your favorite teams. And if you need a little refresher on what matches to catch out where, you can of course look at the Knights Arena Twitter. I'm also keeping an eye, honestly, with that new signing of the TSM. The TSM versus M80. Why it's also going to be amazing.
Yeah, that's going to be a sick game tomorrow. It's only right that it starts with Oxygen, Moist Shopify. These teams have played each other 5 times in the off-season. It's just been a back and forth for anyone that's been interested in watching any of the NA tournaments outside of the VCT circuit. And we've got them, again, 2 of the teams that everybody would put in their top 3 heading into this season, without a doubt. Arguably, a lot of people would say that Oxygen are the favorites to take this season if, we're just making our early predictions.
I mean, what do we have in the offseason? We had like the Sentinels Invitational. We had, for those who dare, we had the Sean Gares Invitational, I think, as well. And of course, the Ludwig versus Tarek Invitational. So, you know, we talk about this a fair bit, like the teams that maybe play less in the offseason, some of them forming up just for this sort of tournament. But yeah, again, our first two teams in this matchup, I feel like it's a bit of a tier 2 El Clasico between Oxygen and MXS. And it's always close. It is always close. These guys understand each other quite well, so the map veto is always interesting and worth looking at here. But every time they played, it's been a 1-2. Most of the time, though, Oxygen have had that edge. So MXS, obviously, with some changes most recently, have a lot to prove, I think.
Well, let's pull up the roster and start talking about a couple of the looks for this team, because one definitely has a couple of changes heading into the season, and one not really the most changed when you're looking at the roster, which I think is really, really exciting when you're looking at these teams, because there can be a lot of shuffle in this tier 2. So seeing a team like Oxygen that, for the most part, Wyatt, has been sticking together with a brand new pickup here, I'd love to see them continue on that base they were building last year.
Bringing in Dapper was a great move. Obviously, mega experienced player, has won an international trophy. Bringing that to a team of mostly young guys. Mitch, a very experienced player in his own right, but obviously you're looking at Redux and Verno. These are two young players that partnership teams are chomping at the bit to be able to pick up in a year or two when they're actually eligible to play. Both have been fantastic last year and in the offseason. And the story for Moist Shopify is Odor is coming in to replace Thief. This is the first time they're going to be debuting with him, and that was an unexpected move for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks around that. You know, Odorous hasn't played an official since early last year. Obviously, he goes way, way, way back in Valorant, right? Had a stint on Dignitas on version 1. They played in the LCQ on that roster. He was on Anbox, and you know, prior to this, he was on the coaching staff. It's actually the opposite change to what Oxygen had. Rustin moved back to the coaching role to let Dapper in. Odorous moved in from that assistant coach role here to cover, obviously, the departure of Thief, which I think you can probably agree, Wyatt, that's some big shoes to fill on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. It would make sense, or more sense as well, looking at it from the outside, if Odorous were coming into IGL, as he's previously done, but Flya, from all accounts, is retaining the IGL role, so he's coming in just to replace Thief, who, at least, again, from the eye test, from watching from the outside, he's been sick mechanically for years, always has been, and that's, you know, not where you're looking at the strongest points of Odorous to come in and be on that level as Thief. So it's raised eyebrows, a lot of question marks for viewers of Challengers throughout the offseason. And you know, again, this is their debut. Last we saw them was at Ludwig Tarek, where they did take a series off of Oxygen. And, you know, they lost the grand finals, but still, it's just, is this the move? We'll find out. They have a lot to prove.
They do. They really, really do. There's a lot of question marks when we're looking at that team, but I want to go back to a couple of the known quantities here, which is Oxygen Esports, and especially looking at these younger players that they have in Redox and Verno, because looking at Oxygen Esports, they had some standout moments last year, and they actually did such a good run here in the playoffs to Uber, falling a little bit short. We had such powerhouse teams, but this team definitely built out with some powerhouse players.
Absolutely. I mean, Redux is so oppressive. This is actually a great map for Redux and a good example of just how annoying he is to deal with. He'll take mid, he'll take audacious peaks, and even when he's forced off by utility, he'll still come back, find a frag, and be able to get out. You know, combine that with, you know, Verno, who's like extremely strong anchor player, individually completely cracked. On maps who's playing Killjoy, you still see him towards the top of the scoreboard. So really, really impactful combo. And when you have someone like Dapper that has that experience to help bring this team together a little bit more, it's a frightening prospect to be sure.
Yeah.
100%. I'm curious, Wyatt, how Dapper's going to be slotting in, because we got to see him last year in Challengers in Tier 2, but now what about into this new roster?
He's shown over the offseason that he's fit in very well. He's just picked up the Sentinel role, as he has essentially always done in his career, bar a few moments where he's flexed about. But he's, again, brought in the stability of someone who has played at the highest level for as long as he has. And truly, I think from that, departing from that era of Sentinels, you know, with that roster being the top roster in, at a time, the world, at a time, NA, he's a player that I think has retained a ton of skill. He didn't really, at any point for me, fall off. It just never really found a home that made sense for him. I think even on G2, when they were struggling, when they were doing okay last year, he was still a bright spot on that team. And it seems like this is the first time he's actually found something of a home post that Sentinels era in early Valorant, where he can prove that he still has it, because he very much does so.
I mean, Dapper I don't think necessarily has to prove that he still has it, but when we're looking at this Moist Shopify roster, we have to go back to talking about Odorous, and Matt has tweeted it, so I know this one's a little bit of a joke, a little bit of a meme, but I mean, Odorous did actually have his time competing as well, so I'm excited to see then going from competing to coaching, coming back into play, and how it'll go. Mata tweeting out Uber. Can't wait to watch the world watch him play. 10 kills a scrim. Amazing.
My homie sandbagging. I don't believe that for a second. He's definitely trying to lull their opponents into a false sense of security. I do think it's interesting. Like, Odorous's IGLing, I remember, was pretty notable back in the day. So, you know, it's worth bearing in mind now he is sort of relieved of that responsibility. Maybe he's involved in the mid rounds, maybe like a secondary caller, which is really common for you know, a lot of players to pick that up and weigh in on some of those mid round decisions here. But again, like going up against a team that they are so familiar with, yeah, I mean, Moist X Shopify definitely have to show us something special. I'm glad we're showing Brock here. I don't know how we had this entire conversation without bringing this guy up. Absolutely dirty Sova player, ridiculously
Perfectly
good.
timed.
I mean, yeah, he's such a good initiator. Again, like anytime, I'm using Ascent as a classic example here. Like the guy is such a solid anchor, really hard to shift. They do play a lot of like sometimes double Odin setups and try and crunch on that map, for example. And Brock's a huge component of that. So, I mean, I'm excited. Yeah, hopefully the Brocknagon doors get flung open wide today.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly expect that. I mean, typically he was going, I mean, he would always go crazy when he was on Sova, and, you know, we're not seeing as much of the Sova right now. So we'll see how that adjusts to some of the other initiator agents that are a bit more common, like with Gecko seeing so much playtime at the moment. I don't really think he's played much of that. So it'll be interesting to see if he, you know, how he slots into some of those agents that are more potent in the current meta.
I'm just excited for this matchup in general because, of course, coming into Challengers for the 2024 season, it's been a little bit since we've seen these teams in Challengers, but of course with different looks and being able to keep up with what they've been up to in the off season, I think is actually really exciting, Uber, because we have so much on paper about these two teams already, and it's just what form they're going to be showing once we get into our Series 2. And with our maps too, this is something that we do even already have a little bit of an indication, a little bit of a peep into what these teams are thinking. Yeah,
I mean, you have enough time to work on a lot of stuff here, but okay, I'm not surprised to see Sunset banned out. I mean, Moist X Shopify got absolutely shellacked on that map, you know, going back to the Ludwig Tarek Invitational. In fact, both these teams banning out the maps that are problematic for them in their last series they played together. Ascent for Oxygen, they sort of get rid of that one, despite Redux being an absolute pain. They fell apart a little bit on that sort of attacking side here. So Lotus comes up first, Split, and then Bind is what is left available here. Split, that's an interesting one. These guys had a really compelling back and forth on that map in their last sort of head-to-head. Ended up being a 13-8 favoring Oxygen. I'm glad to see MXS are happy to run it back. And why, great point. You know, we are starting to see a little bit of a shift in how initiators are being used. Obviously, the changes to Sky, let's call them nerfs because that's what they are, haven't forced her out of the meta. But we're seeing a lot more Gecko. We're even seeing a bit more Fade, especially on maps like Lotus, right? Where Gecko can so easily throw Dizzy up on defense side straight towards C-Long, get a ton of information there. There's a ton of ways defensively you can take control of that space and scale into it if you choose to, or just withhold information from attackers.
Yeah, previously both these teams on Lotus, they were running the Sky, but the Sky is really not as common on the map right now. It's, you know, it's still being played here and there, but the value has certainly diminished also along with the changes that came to the map. The flashes just aren't finding as much value as they used to, given a lot of the geometry, how C is laid out. It's just tough to actually connect big flashes onto players. Brock was playing that previously on the map. So that's, you know, a question mark. I would be surprised if we saw the exact same Lotus comps that we saw however many months ago that was, a month and a half in Ludwig Tarek, but we'll see.
I mean, knowing what we know of these teams and these players and kind of how the meta is developing with the Sky being pushed out just a little bit, what are we kind of expecting from these teams when we get to Lotus? Any thoughts in that big brain of yours?
That's definitely not a question for me. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, which big
no way
brain?
it could be.
You're
the one with the big brain, brother.
Is there someone else in the call?
It's not him,
Well,
so
the brain extends into his jawline. You know what I mean?
Wait,
just like really. really gets it out there. I mean, no, look, I have liked the Fade Raze Gecko comps that we've seen from quite a few teams at sort of tier 1 lately. Obviously, like, Fade Raze gives you some cute little combos you can do, like C's paint shells is extremely troll. And obviously we talked a lot about how Gecko is very powerful, right? The ability to re-clear a lot of this stuff late in the round because your util is able to be refreshed. That's really important, especially when you're not trying to extend, you know, too aggressively as defenders. Viper's probably going to be involved, right? That lurk wall over towards the A side of the map, a lot of teams are making distinct use of. Vic used to do this nice little Viper wall sort of on defense from Hobbit that would sort of cut off C-Long, and he would snakebite that position so attackers couldn't actually rush in and take that space and overwhelm defenders. So that was one thing I really enjoyed watching from them back at the For Those Who Dare tournament. So that's kind of where I'm heading here. I don't know if we get the classic sort of Sky plus Raze sort of setup here. Expect a little bit more, and there's some Astra mixed in, right? You know, Scuba's an Astra player, has shown us that a few times on Lotus too.
Yeah, they did like running that Astra previously, which leads me to believe that at this point, given the standing of the meta, they'll probably lean into a Fade if they want to keep the Astra on that side. But you know, we shall see. A lot of this map, as you're saying, also always comes down to the Viper head-to-head, which Viper is going to be more effective at controlling a rubble, finding timings to create space for the team when they're working another side of the map to come back and you know, re-hit A potentially. Moments like that where, you know, you have a nice head-to-head in Dapper versus Flya. Flya, a player that is proven his worth as a top contender to the extent that there were many reports of him being scouted, looked at, wanting to be picked up, you know, teams in partnership wanting to pick him up this past season because he's proved all facets of his game are high quality enough that he deserves a spot there. And so certainly, you know, he also as the IGL is just such a crucial element to the success of Moist Shopify.
What does that speak to just like the confidence level with the team where, because the whole goal is to make it to Americas, make it to this tier 1. So if you have someone who's getting scouted and still sticking with this roster, that just makes me even more excited to see this team of 5 and what they're capable of this season. And we know we've gotten to see a bit, but what they're kind of cooking up over, like, I think that just sets such an exciting precedent.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's opportunity cost involved in, you know, turning down some of these scouts from these big teams, but there's also a sense of having to start over again, you know, really build up something new with a completely new team. And chemistry is a really ethereal aspect of this game, and sometimes it's hard to capture, and there's no guarantee you're going to find that if you get picked up by a franchise team. So you might spend some time in franchising, but what if that team doesn't work out? You know, maybe you feel like you have a better chance staying together, playing for Ascension, and leveraging the chemistry you've actually worked on and invested in, much like G2 has as they've gone all the way through this process, this path to pro.
Well, especially too, because we got to see G2 previously, the guard, they worked as that core to make it through. But when we're looking at Moist Shopify, it is still like this merger of these two teams. It is still kind of these pieces coming together. It wasn't a team that's been long standing like the guard. So I feel like that's even more than why it just wow, like there is actually something special here. If players that haven't necessarily been playing the longest together, like, nope, this is the group. Like, I believe this is going to be as good as the guard. This is going to slaughter M80. Like, this is the Challengers winning team.
For sure. I think, again, this is going to go back to the narrative we were talking about earlier with Odors coming into the team and that late replacement of Thief after having stuck together all throughout the Challenger season, all the way through the off-season to the very last off-season event at Ludwig Tarek, and then making that roster move after is very significant. And it's
wild.
Going to be, I mean, that is the biggest question
today. They said
today.
they wanted someone with a different skill set too than Thief, which is, what does that even mean? What does that mean? That to me is like a kind of a mind blogger. Again, might be a bit of a PR answer, Wyatt, but when I saw that, I was like, yo,
yeah,
that doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, I mean,
like, what different skill set?
You'd have to, yeah, at that point, right, you're just taking guesses as to what then that means in terms of the skills that we aren't seeing with our eyeballs in the server, because it's clearly not aim. it's not mechanics like that. You know, that's Thief is extremely good in those departments. So I suppose then, you know, maybe we're looking at communication. Maybe he's not the best with the comms. I don't know. You know, there's no point in really speculating, but it has to be something that we can't see just from watching, you know.
Hopefully we'll figure that out in the first series. There has to be something, right, Uber? But we're gonna peep at the players too going into this as they're all getting queued up. I know when we're looking, Uber, at kind of the history between these two teams playing in the off season, that it has been Oxygen Esports coming out on top. But do we think that's going to be kind of the way that it's going to fall in today's match with how much work they've both been putting in?
I don't think. Look, I'd be remiss if I felt that, like, you know, MXS were favored today. And that change, I think, of Thief out and Odorous in is a huge part of that, right? It doesn't mean Odorous can't hit the ground running, is very familiar with the protocols of this team, but I'm sure understands how to fill that position. But on paper, I don't think you can logically suggest that they're advantaged here, especially when they've been unfavored in the head-to-head a fair bit in the past. Whereas their opponents, yeah, okay. So even before they officially announced MXS they were coming together, they mixed a bunch. They played together as well on a bunch of like Knights Gauntlets under the name Lobster Fishers. So they were, you know, even before this team came together, they were already putting in that time in and rotating, you know, a few players like Big Dog. You know, they always sort of knock around with that same kind of crew here. So, you know, and Dapper coming into a team, and Odorous to some degree, but Dapper obviously understands how to fit in to a very rigid environment, playing on some of these, you know, top tier teams in the past. Players like that tend to hit the ground running much quicker because they really understand sort of what it takes to create a team dynamic and accelerate the build up of that chemistry. And they're grinding in the off season, right? Much like we saw from a lot of our T1 teams, like your Cloud9s of the world, right? That pays off. It genuinely pays off. You show a little bit of info about your team, but you get those very, very important reps.
I'm excited to see how that pays off. And we have our agent select ready, so we can start getting into our first match here, our very first best of 3 of challengers. It's over to Lotus, and I'm going to toss this one back over to you guys. Have fun.
Thank you very much. We hope for a fade, and we get it. Wyatt Flyer going to be locking that one away. We have, crucially, no fade on the side of Oxygen here. Verno on that Killjoy, as we sort of discussed. And yeah, that Viper matchup. Why Otoshima? Odorous, can you just be serious? Just one time.
This is a new Odorous. This is not the Odorous that we've been speculating has joined this roster. It is a new man reborn. I'm surprised to see this Oxygen comp be so, you know, 2023. It's not. It is not giving the current meta. On the other hand, this Moist Shopify comp is very much so the standard sort of meta comp that we've, you know, been seeing over the past week or so at Madrid. Even, you know, we've watched like KC Sentinels both running that, and so that's very much the comp of the moment.
And again, you know, KC abused that a bunch against Fnatic in their matchup, where they, you know, were able to light up a lot of the players coming out of A on attack and just smash them with an Odin from inside, inside to the door room. So keep an eye on that one here. But again, our El Clasico, everybody. That's right. 2 of arguably our best 3 teams in Challengers Americas now going head-to-head to start us off. You can thank the script writers for that one. There is no way this is random. Make no mistake. This is meant to happen.
You're absolutely correct. Let's see how Oxygen are going to begin to approach this attack here on the pistol. Last time these teams met up on this map, it was them who took an OT loss, actually, one of the close losses that they had in that offseason to Moist Shopify. And right now, it looks like they just want to go for some early C control, and they're watching for that A push on the opposite side.
Early paranoia from Vic on the A side here, trying to stop like a fast push. And even back that up with a cheeky little one-way here. So it's feeling like less and less of a great option for Oxygen. Flyer playing up close here. So again, this little cheeky combo, it's going to be the C's paint shells potentially if Oxygen walk into this wire.
Yeah, Vic ready to swing off that as well. Dog is going to trigger this utility. There's the C's, and it is going to catch 2. Oh, is the nade enough to get a kill, though? It won't be. Vic going to try and pick this angle back up now as they create this crossfire.
We knocked up on Rubble here. This could get nasty. Vic with a swing. 2 comfortable ones now. Just to reload, and the spike is already torn out of the hands of Oxygen. The setup wasn't perfect. Sees paint shells, but you can see the idea. The paint shells just a little too deep, but hey, think of what they came for here in this first round.
It was nicely done by Moist Shopify, that little setup. There was counter utility as well from Oxygen that came out to push Vic off of that angle, which you saw, but able to pick it back up. The delay from those players just getting seized allowed him time to wait out that molly, get back in the crossfire position. Moist were just so ready for that. I mean, they had A control right off the jump. There was no pressure from the Oxygen side there.
Same again. Open up the fast push. This time without the paranoia thrown in there by Vic. Lean towards B here. Rook going to announce it comfortably behind this wall. Doors open. Over towards C, where much of Brook's utility has already been put in place here. And looks like Odorous is happy to give it a bit of space.
More Shopify going to control the A side yet again. That deep positioning. And as is the standard in this current meta on round 2, you're just not going to be buying a damn thing because if the other team has an outlaw, you are just ruined for round 3.
Balls up. Vic finds one. Might have to abscond here. 9 HP decayed to 1, so he'll give this a little bit of room now. Some of this U2 coming out to try and force Martyr away. He acquiesces. Here comes that lurk. Wall thrown up. And Oxygen are on the push in towards Tree here. Fly able to catch one though very quickly. And Vic is holding his ground here. 40 HP and a dream. That's all he needs for 4. And a flawless round here for MXS. Oxygen again tried that A push, albeit a little bit later, and come up empty-handed.
And I shut down from more Shopify up 2-0 on one of the only couple maps that they've ever managed to beat Oxygen on in this past 7-8 months or so. 3 of the times they won, it was on Ascent, which is banned out. And so this is their real opportunity here to get a map on the board, and a series that usually ends in a 2-1 with their side with the 1.
2 rounds in a row, Wyatt, where Oxygen have been forced to push into one-ways. Both times over on the A side. Vic, it's all too easy, sat there in Tree to take his brace of kills.
And they've lost that A control immediately again. They're just not fighting for it at all.
Double satchel. Redux using it to unseat the player. Sat by Waterfall. Access to the site now gained. Smoke there on Waterfall to spam through. Redux is able to find 1 for free. The alarm bot and some of this KJ utility deployed by the attackers on the site. We have a plant down.
We'll see now if Oxygen opt to actually try and take any space on the site. Not super necessary in the 5-on-4 when you have this massive gun advantage, though.
Pitch here. Spots player out, but they're out to take it. Scuba waiting. Paranoia now going to come through. Maybe a re-smoke there on towards Waterfall. Dapper holding the long angle and some stall here because of some of that KJ util. Boom buddy in, and now MXS starting to scale in. Smoke up on the site. This is going to create a heck of a lot of space for them to move in. Dapper would love to slow this up a little bit further. Redux using a shift. He knows Vic is probably in the smoke, and the spray is good for 2. It's Redux. 4 on the round, and Oxygen win that buy and keep 3 of those rifles into the next.
Nicely done from Oxygen. Getting into that C site, getting the spike down, easy. Winning post plants there, very difficult usually, but with that gun advantage, the way they played it was pretty nice. I'm concerned in the future. Well, not so much concerned, but I will be waiting to see in the future if they're going to press up and try to take more space the next time they plant on C when it is a full gun round, because that is crucial. Playing passive on that site makes it way too easy for retakers.
Maybe the reluctance because of the multiple players, playing Waterfall on the defender side. Oxygen worried about getting spammed down as they tried to scale properly into C. Poison Orb here towards Rubble. Oh, Redux catching Vic on that swing here. And now it's just Marta forcing to tuck a little bit here, especially as Showstopper is employed. We'll be far enough away to avoid this now, and nobody from MXS wants to look in.
This was the first time Oxygen really fought for that A control, and they got it with relative ease. Going to get all the way into the site, plant down on the default box. Verto set up to watch the flank, but everybody is really going to be coming from heaven here. All 4 players on more Shopify ready to spill out of there.
Oxygen again prevented to some degree from scaling as far as they'd like. Redux got stymied by the Prowler that was sent into the smoke. Another Prowler here. Redux hit by that one now. Here's the trades. Marta trying to play from that high ground. Mitch down to 21. Up the ladder we go. Ill-advised, perhaps, as Odorous is able to shut him down. Or even Stevens on numbers. And at some point, MXS have to run the gauntlet. Odorous here, eyes on stairs, but the action's in Tree. It's easy. Now the 1 versus 1. Give it a bit of a tickle, maybe take it to half. Scuba is on the push. Oh dear, what timing from Odorous. Filthy stuff. And a timely defuse here to take MXS to 3.
I suppose he's earned his keep on the team. Is it too early to dead the narrative, Mitch? I mean, that was a hell of a clutch. Time was so low, that didn't seem possible. I mean, Scuba could have wrapped around the site either way, but took that 50-50 clean shot to win it out. Oh my God, early on. All right, the doubters, mouths are silent right now.
The only purpose of the narrative is to buy time while we're getting the players into the game, so forget about it.
Right.
It's all good.
True.
Paranoia here, which obviously with those Seekers now coming online. Redux obviously with the satchels can make something of this Bucky play. Maybe clear this left corner. They opt not to, in fact, so Brock's going to stay tucked as that defensive Viper wall obscures Oxygen's path.
That C's timing was perfect. Shut the push down completely. Door open, which is going to force Odorous back. But at this point, I mean, look at the map. No control here for Oxygen, realistically. They've got some players over at C Mound, but look at the setup there. If they try to push into Odorous, they're going to get mollied off. The KJ util is there as well. Really tough start here for Oxygen. Dog expended as well. They're going to try and go into this C hit. Odorous backside. Oh my God. The flying Bucky. I've seen all too much of that in Valorant recently. Omen get a TP in as well to claim some space. Wow, fast TP from Vic backside. Instant trade out from Verno. Nicely done. The frags are coming in quickly. The Fade ult expended as well for Brock to try and get some space. Overextends himself. Moist may have thrown a little bit too much into that pre-take. This allowed Mitch a timing on the flank as well. Gets it with the stinger.
30 seconds left.
I cannot believe Oxygen have brought this one back.
Actually, why'd they get away with this? Mitch here going to run straight into Flyer and take that last gun away. That's filthy. Dapper comes into that round with nothing but a classic, if I'm not mistaken. Overheat there as well from Brock. Playing over on that seaside, hoping for some more, some more of that judge action. Great moment there from Redux as well, able to find some value with the Bucky. And have a look at this. OXG quickly snap back on a bit of a weak buy. And they're looking to extend that lead.
That was full on, 700-degree overheat. The Vic TP in back was crazy. The fact that he even got one was crazy. That was Moist doing way too much, and it breaks their economy completely.
There is paint chills come in. C's was there, but Redux is well ahead of it. Rubble revealing Flyer somehow. Mitch able to find that timing. That's a little bit of an odd one, to be sure. Again, the weapon really not favoring MXS in those face-offs. This Viper wall, of course, means there's little info to be garnered here as Vic tucks in by it, thinking he's at least good for one. We'll have a slowdown here.
They've got that turret watching the flank. They've got that early pick. They know the Moist players are going to be rotating over here, so they're just going to wait things out, play the range with their superior guns, hope to bait out a peek as they have, and just slowly dwindle those numbers down until they get that round win.
Pulled in for that need. They know. Going to play a tuck there. That was Odorous. Redux. Here's that flash go off, so it's an easy pickup. And here it is. We are now with an even game after Oxygen with a ridiculous prior round. Able to take all those weapons in the next. Redux able to trade up that Stinger. And now they're at full power. Yeah, justifiably timeout here for MXS because the start of this map, right? They're playing forward on A. They're getting a lot of value here. Those util combinations. They're struggling here with some of these swings off of Rubble, though, as a lot of value rather is being found early by Oxygen.
Oxygen have been doing a great job exposing A. Those first few rounds, they were just giving it up entirely, but Moist's setup there hasn't actually been particularly effective outside of the pistol where they had that seasonade combo. A combo they've been going for now a couple times, but you saw even on the previous, Vic wasn't able to get into a crossfire position off of that utility, so it's been a bit of a mess there. That wall drop at the beginning of the round, that was really off as well. That timing that just had Flya totally exposed. So they need a nice little adjustment there as far as the A side. I mean, also just funny to see Moist taking a timeout, speaking to their coach, who's not Odorous, who's now playing. They have their other coach, Mac, taking the timeout. Yeah. It is just it's a bit of a silly situation, but hopefully it'll work out for them on this round. We'll see how they actually approach A here. It is going to be the Fade and Raise again.
Operator in the hands of Mata. Hoping to handle some of the contact plays on that A side. The Odorous a ode to Kiyoshima now. I appreciate that, as I've just recalled. That CP. That is dirty. Scooby gets in behind. Flash as well. That's going to create some space for him. Brock's in trouble. Overrun by Redux instantly. Oxygen all over this C site. And we said before, their issue was in the past not being able to scale into the site. Well, they have C and much more.
Explosive hit with that TP from Scuba just breaks Brock in half. He doesn't know where to look. He can't watch both places at once. Gets taken out. And I like that they've pushed up here. They've taken control of Waterfall. That's what you need to do in these post plants.
Little stagger there on the Trailblazer for Minch. Sufficient information gained, though, again, playing from behind these one-ways. Prowler. I mean, Boom Buddy. Rio's going to give a bit of space here. Buys that time with the Pate Shells. And much of this utility is here to keep MXS at arm's length. Marto is starting to find some value with that operator, but it's a tough angle to play from here at Waterfall. Mitch is not inclined to peek into this. The onus on MXS to get in, and it looks like they're giving it up. A 3-gun save for the defenders.
My ult's ready.
Really flawless round from Oxygen from top to bottom. That exec was really cool with the Omen TP.
It was a
into
ranked
halls.
Omen TP.
I mean, absolutely. It just ruined Brock on the site. And then from there, post plant. That's exactly what I want to see from teams on a C post plant. You have to push up. They got an alarm bot deep in Waterfall, and then it was in Halls where Redux actually pushed up after getting this kills, through that nade for further delay. That's what you need to do. Take that space, make them have to fight to get that space back before they're even to the site. It was really well played from them.
Oxygen timeout here. Maybe some discussion about how to play around A, the remaining operator, B, the Viper's Pit. Those two things definitely going to be a factor here. Previously, we saw that operator drag over towards A, but as we knew, there was no action there. Marta still able to find his first couple of kills for the map with that weapon and maintained it into this round.
Marta was a player that, for a long time, I felt was lacking the consistency to his game. The explosivity, the mechanics, no doubt. You could never disparage those points on this game, but I don't think he was offering the consistency that a top-level duelist needed to, and I think he found that in this past year. So I'm going to be looking to him to, step it up here as he's got the op. He's always been just excellent on the Raze and the Jet, which is something you just need from every duelist at this stage in the game. They've got to be able to play both at a top level, and that is what he does. So, I mean, on the opposite end of Redux, obviously the exact same story.
All right, early util potential for Marta. Otherwise, one way indicating that you maybe play back on C, but Marta instead goes for it. Showstoppers out here as well. Flash comes in, no connection though with the rocket. But again, this creates so much pressure here over towards B. Now, Oxygen really trying to take it. Vic able to trade. Vic standing inside, and Nano Swarm though, and that's not what you want to see. The setup's good for Verno. Mitch forced away by the Prowler, though. MXS converging on this B site. An awkward post plant, to be sure. But crucially, Dapper wide out towards spawn here. May not be there in time if there comes a retake attempt.
He is going so slow, but as are moist. If Brock wins this duel, all right, that should seal the deal. They need to get into the site now. They were waiting for that Haunt to get back up, but Dapper winning that duel actually in position. Could clutch this out. A late peek from Scuba. He was biding his time. It's dwindled so low, they haven't even gotten the spike to half. There's another Molly down. It's just over. They can't defuse. They took way too much time. They were trying to cycle for the Fade Haunt to come through, but guys, you're in a 4v3. You gotta just get in there and make some space.
It's so awkward. I mean, Odorous is trying to tickle the spike. He's holding on to an operator. He's not in a great position there to use the other player as bait. So he has to give it a tickle and hope to make something happen. And Dapper, yeah, sure, it was a slower rotate wire, but he gets there when it matters and also has that snakebite util to delay the spike defuse even further. Oxygen getting away with absolute bloody murder.
Vic getting those 2 kills as well was just so silly. I mean, just the run and gun, 1 HP, dying in the molly, and look at the economy now for more Shopify. It is not great. Sheriffs, Judge, 1 hero Vandal on Flya. This could be a point where Oxygen begin to run away with this game.
Oh, that's not
God.
ideal at all. Odorous hoping for something. A little bit of action there as he then heads towards the mound. Verno, though, great little spray control. Still, Oxygen not trying to get ahead of themselves, though. They start to clear back of sight. When do they begin to scale here? Because always Vic is waiting for them in spawn.
I mean, just some more random spam kills through the wall. Sure, we'll take it. 5v3. they can just back up and chill. They really don't have to do anything extra here. I mean, if for some reason things get close, they have a lockdown, they have the Viper's Pit. They're just holding their positions, and it's just a wrap. Oxygen are looking really, really strong right now.
Yeah, Vic thinks twice about it here. No surprise. Takes Verno down to a paltry 4 points of health and plenty of util expended by MXS, but eventually they had to start to find some of these kills. And I mean, Redux just decided to spam through smoke and then spam when fully flashed by their paranoia, able to find kills on both occasions.
Playing Lotus C in the current state of the map post the changes to that site is just riddled with landmines that I see teams walk into, and Oxygen have danced around them on all of these rounds perfectly. One of the crucial reasons that they're at 6 rounds at this point.
Operator again to hand for Mata. Has to hope to do a little bit more with it. But again, if Oxygen really don't put any pressure down on A, the whole value proposition of that pickup is nullified. It's a slower start for Oxygen because their Viper's Pit beckons here at C.
They're going to try to dog Odorous out of this pit. He's playing all the way on the edge, and it's going to be followed up by the showstopper as well. I mean, Odorous, he is all the way out of there. The site is going to be theirs. Paranoia coming through as well. Everything cleared out. How are they going to set up his post plant, though? Are they going to try to fight for some forward space? They are with the Viper's Pit. I love this decision.
They've scaled far more into this C side than they had prior, Wyatt. Redux, absolutely zero self-preservation instinct. Going to be a lockdown, though, from the defenders. This will require some converging to the edges. Both teams going to throw them down. This is about to get hairy. Mitchell gets detained. Redux, they better find Brock. Paint shells find their mark here. And again, that smoke to keep the defenders back off the site. With 4 players, MXS have to make it happen. Mamata still carrying, lugging that operator into the fray here. It is a bloodbath. And not a good one if you're an MXS fan. Scuba comfortably sat here on the side, and Flyer says, yo, I am out. I'm so out.
This is just this is an absolute C-site masterclass right now. Genuinely. They have played all of these post plants beyond perfectly. That Viper's Pit to take all of that control into Waterfall and then getting their lockdown after, you know, placed after the retake lockdown, playing around the edges of the site to avoid the retake lockdown, and then getting set up on the crossfires for everyone. Oh my God, it's just immaculate gameplay right now from Oxygen. Genuinely so impressive on that round.
And have a look at this, right? So much of that action happening through smokes, but it's the little things, Wyatt, like you mentioned, maintaining that lockdown until later in the day. Verno, composure well beyond his years in that moment. Once again, just some lurk action for Dapper. More than happy to pull some defenders here to A-Log, except this might actually be the real deal from Oxygen.
Oof. Oh, what a tap from Mata. Just going to fall off of that as well. Vic playing up top. This is a good crossfire setup. They have 3 players here. Spam is almost good for another. Those are some weak players. Vic with the drop down. Not much damage needed to be done to clean up Redux. Just gonna swing for more. Go down to Verno. Guys, they're still fighting. Oh no, players are dropping. We're down into a 2-on-2. That could have been a serious advantage situation for Moist Shopify.
And there's no way for Moist to get any information about what's happening at A here. So they've managed to pull Odorous back in the direction of spawn at the very least. Brock has really not moved from this position for the entire half, whether it's a judge in hand or an actual weapon. This time a Bulldog. Tara does his job. Spots the interlopers trying to come through B main, and Verno wants to waste no time in setting up here. Nano swarm up towards heaven. Scuba expecting this smoke to drop here and some action to come. Not quite at the same time though. Now the 1v1 and Odorous can't hang. Scuba finds another. And Oxygen actually almost trade down in that gunfight over at A. But a nice rotation. Both individuals holding it down.
Oh, this guy, Scuba, is just outrageous. He's another player, Mitch, who's been on the radar of Tier 1 teams for a long time. There's been reports of teams trying to sign him at various points, and things just didn't work out, and proving why. I mean, he's proved it a million times over, but this guy is just the real deal.
3-8 here. Still at least a cobbling together of weaponry for MXS, but it's been a soft half, that's for sure. Vic there tries to open the door and get the drop on Redux, but he was ready. Scuba again. A deep TP this time gets sniffed out, and so he is snuffed out. 4 versus 3, and Oxygen have the numbers here. Boom Buddy to check towards the bottom of pit there, and Redux is more than happy to clear that with the paint shells.
Dog going to re-clear as well. Mitch going to have to get out of the way. Most of these players are going to be off-site here for Oxygen. Not a lot of post-plant utility, but with that man advantage, it's just about playing proper crossfires here and trading out.
Awkward for Marta, the double swing, but Brook's at least able there to trade it. 2 players here for MXS. Sat together on this side. Odorous! A quick double, that's crucial. Now it's up to Dapper. Old hands, steady hands, they say. Not too shabby. Odorous falls. Brook knows exactly where he's saying it would be. The Dapper is in no hurry. Does he know he's on the spike? Okay, sees a glimpse of him for the right-hand side, realizes it might be half, and will have to go for it, but Brook! That's it. It's a round 1 knockout here, and now Brook to go. Oh my God, 4 rounds at least for MXS. Get themselves a bit of something after a bit of a soft half.
Switching sides.
I mean, those are the situations that you want Brock in. That man is a known clutcher, always has been for years now. I mean, all the way back to through the days on Ghost to Boy Shopify now. Those are the situations where that man will thrive. A round saved at the end. And Oxygen, really impressive half though overall. Some of those, you know, late rounds, specifically that second to last one, bringing things back in that fight on Rubble, really nice. But again, I'm just going back to the C play here. What I was seeing there from Oxygen, their site execs and then namely their post plants, so well thought out, so well drilled.
Huge component of their success on the attacking side, to be sure. Let's see early paranoia here. Okay, Dapper trying to slow things down, but that's going to be a satchel that gets Redux past the snake bite. Marta's found one though, Redux. Cut down. And here they come. MXS, full cohort of 5 to make their way over towards tree here. Should be a smoke towards stairs to usher them forward, and a ghost to hand for Vic, but the swing is too quick for him. At least Odorous and Marta are there to trade it back, and it's just Verno. It's never just Verno. Now the 1 versus 3. Big ask for the youngster.
Spike planted.
Gonna slowly make his way through Rubble. The setup right now gonna be very hard to crack as long as these players from Shopify play together, which is what they are doing. They're double stacked in tree, and you have Mata for that late pinch, if necessary, to come down the rope as the attention is drawn by the jump spot, just to avert his eyes to tree. I mean, this one's a wrap. They've just set this up too nicely. It's a 3v1. I mean, what more can you say?
There's more chalk than the barber of the Olympia, mate. Forget about it.
Imagine if I died.
Give it a tickle, Verno, and be done with it. Okay, it's a great start here. Again, MXS know they have to play ahead of some of that early round util at A-Long, right? The satchel gets Marta ahead of that, allows him to sort of trade up on his opposite number Redux. Great opening, and then from there, it's pretty straightforward, right? Smoke towards stairs, get in, hit that side hard.
The only real you know, wrench that could have been thrown in the works from the Oxygen side on defense was when they went for that triple swing to try and recover the round, with the Scuba popping out of that stairs smoke, and then, you know, you had Mitch and Dapper, I believe, swinging as well from sight, and that just got cleaned up. That was well traded out from Shopify. Great A-take.
Where are you?
Punch in, punch out. It's honest work over towards A again for MXS. This time, though, not looking to push that util and hope to draw some action. Beautiful line up there for Marta. It's 2. Verno almost offering a 3rd, and Marta will probably take that by force at this point. And again, you better believe they're going to follow up this. Rest of MXS smoothly in behind Marta. Vic having to have the off angle here, and it's all just Scuba all alone again.
At least he'll get 1 for his TP. God knows he wants to use it. we all know he's gonna TP into spawn or something. So he's a little bit closer to that one.
He's been watching tens lately, like, okay, hold my beer. This guy's making me look bad.
All right, no damage done. So we've got a pretty solid chance here for Shopify to go for an actual bonus round win. We'll see if they have some kind of nice, you know, little maybe strat cooked up, maybe some kind of fast A hit on a crucial round like this to break the economy, get back in the game. The last time these two teams played on this map, it was a Moist Shopify win in OT 15-13. So wouldn't be surprised to see it go the distance again.
Scuba was set up there for a paranoia off the contact of his teammates over at A-Long. Instead, over towards waterfall here, be very lightly held. Odorous, okay. Finding some success here. Aware now of Dapper being there, and my guy Okay, still crisp as you like after these years. Dapper falls to him. A is open, but that's not where the action's going to be. Only 2 here for Oxygen, and that lead very quickly starting to dwindle.
Oxygen players at this point just already have to save. Odorous already straight up won them around by clutching earlier, and I mean essentially straight up wins them around here again. Takes 2 1v1s on the Viper Lurk A, wins them both. The second one especially, that little jiggle with the tap onto Dapper, it doesn't get cleaner than that. I mean, you know, you're hoping maybe your Viper gets one nice little kill on the A watch there, trying to apply some pressure, but again, the doubters, Mitch. I don't hear them. I can't hear their voices. Where are they?
To be fair, that's like kind of what you expect, right? You expect maybe the 2 Vipers trying to both gain a bit of an info or an edge on each other on A. In a 1v2, you really don't expect Odorous to find any sort of success there. Just want to point out, Marta, who is at 10 kills for this scrim right now, more than happy to let everyone know that Odorous is, that's his sort of summon total at those 10 frags. Odorous has been really delivering here. That is just such huge value to find 2 kills on that little A-side lurk.
And risking it all on this round are Oxygen, as the game could be headed to a tie. Their entire economy is going to be on the line here. Mata has an ult to play with in this round as well, off all those eco kills earlier.
Big TP, standard stuff. Oh my goodness, Redux. I was really hoping to try and make something of that, but he's utterly shut down. On a man of the moment, it seems. Odorous adds yet another one to the tally. The rest of MXS, though, really compact here. Prowler into C.
I'm somewhat in a state of shock as to what we witnessed over at A. I'm trying to... It seemed like there was a piece of utility missing, perhaps, or I'm not sure entirely what was intended there. That was a bit strange. Might have to watch that one back. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but I like what Moist have done here in the mid-round. They get that early pick A, they continue to watch it as they pressure over to C, keep those defenders spread, and now they're gonna go retake A right now. Alt pop from Mata, is he gonna spot out Mitch? No, Mitch gets that first. Really nice kill. My God, almost lined a couple up as well, but options now for Moist. They could go for this A to B or just hit the A site straight up where Dapper has it all to do.
Dapper, though, blinded for the time being.
30 seconds left.
Notice that MXS did not use that Viper wall on their push in, so it wasn't nearly as telegraphed. Born did not spot the player tucked, but they found that kill anyway with the C's. All right, post plant now is MXS trying to filter back out through tree. This could be dangerous, but Verno's only good for 1. And now it's up to Scuba and Dapper to somehow clear tree and the rest. We have a double face here for MXS, but all the angle isn't there for Odorous. Still, again, good for that trade. Can he find more? You had better believe it. It's a 3K for Odorous.
He just swings it.
We are rolling back the years, baby.
He just swings it. Okay. All right. I mean, that is the confidence right there. That is confident energy when you're in the 2v1 post plant and you're swinging the guy. I mean, he's looking crisp though. These taps, oh my God.
Just been informed we must call him Otoshima. Nothing else will be sufficient.
Yeah, this is not Odorous. This is a new man.
That's right.
This is a new man reborn.
It's a reinvention. All right, again, that early util. This time we see that early paranoia from Scuba. Tucked into Hobbit there. MXS happy to give that ground up. It's a lot of util to draw out of the defenders already.
Yeah, they make that bait play onto A, and look at the speed with which they're going to hit this C site now. Paranoia in, the Satchel, the Omen TP, all quite standard for this exec. But they're going to have these fast flankers to deal with through door, and I mean, who else would deal with it but the GOAT Otoshima?
Such a level of confidence here from Otoshima.
Planted. My ult is ready.
And again, now MXS are looking pretty comfortable here. They will get ahead in round tally as Oxygen have had a disastrous defending side. A couple of gun rounds in there, they've all fallen apart quite often. Over on the A side, MXS showing us how they want to do this C-side post plant. Viper wall expires, but Vic is there. Dapper ripped to pieces, and now it's just a double face back towards spawn, and Redux has got nowhere to go. A clean round indeed for MXS, dismantling that eco from Oxygen.
Flyer cleans up those last couple kills at the end, and it's him, the IGL, that has been calling these really nice attack side rotates for Moist right now. They have been keeping this Oxygen defensive side quite spread, making some hasty moves like that push through the door, which, listen, they're on an eco, they're going for an aggressive play. I'm not mad at it, but regardless, it is Moist who are just dragging them around the map, keeping, you know, them away from their intended site hit at the end. This has just been a really nicely called attack half from Flya so far. Both teams' attack, at least at the moment, looking significantly better than their defense.
And it seems as if for MXS, they're pretty comfortable like showing up on A long early, dealing with that util. No one's getting trapped. In fairness, like there isn't the fade to pair with the Ray, so Oxygen don't have a true trap play to put together on A. It's like, you know, dissuade them with the paranoia Scuba throws in from Hobbit. Paint shells, of course, going to be there. You'll flash. Seems to take a little bit more than that. So MXS always come out of that early probe, you know, without losing a player, without taking a whole lot of damage, and still have the entire round before them to decide on where they hit. But again, pretty good fundamentals there. Just hit that seaside harp. That was, of course, an anti-eco. Let's see how it stacks up against another gun round attempt for Oxygen. I mean, this is an important round. Look at the money that MXS have built up. Oxygen have to start eating into this.
They're going to go for a big fight here with the Viper, the Rays. I mean, you're going to see a Viper Molly combo with paint shells more than likely. The nade back rubble in case of the someone TP'd or jumped across, which they did. All popped by Redux as well. Lovely satchel up. Great kill. 5v3 and retaining control of that A side. Should be wraps for this. I mean, it took them 4 players to do so. You can't really do that every round, but they picked their opportune moment for sure.
And again, Vic always trying to assume these off angles off the rip, right? Another TP to rubble there just to hope to at least have an edge. But as soon as he's spotted, the showstopper does its work. Oh, that's awkward. Scuba though. Yeah, getting tickled by that a little bit. Force the TP out. That's information for MXS. Down 2 players needing to make it work. Mitch for a bit of a top up, but the Sky herself still down to 35. A very beaten and broken MXS here.
If I'm on MXS right now, at the very least, let's go get some kills. I mean, their economy is terrible. There's no reason for them to save. They gotta. I mean, they have to go for it. At the very least, look, you know, Mitch is kind of weak. Maybe Brock takes him out here. This is going to matter. This damage is going to matter. I mean, it also matters at this point because they can still win the damn round. Not to get too ahead of myself.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. I mean, interesting there wasn't any trade architecture around that swing on B. As that was picked up for free, but still, Oxygen only lose Mitch in the end, despite their reluctance to trade for them. And that's crucial. An opportunity here to stabilize. And again, an opportunity to start to tax that economy of MXS, because a lot of flawless rounds, a lot of, you know, rounds where they've only lost that one gun. I like the Odin pick up here. Again, you can do a lot, of course, with that fade information. Can they make use of it?
Yeah, the Odin is absolutely busted on this map, and they're going to do it again. They have all 4 players on Oxygen ready to fight for Rubble, and there will be a clash here once again. We'll see if maybe Fly ends up popping this Fatal to counter it.
Okay. Broke with the spam. Not using a haunt or anything to try and give that extra info. Redux forced back here. So already MXS showing a little bit more poise as they head towards A, and Vic, of course, he gets ahead of the game as usual. Gets that door open. Prowler makes the space. Dog euthanized. And Vic here still has that paranoia to lean on. And again, this is map control being taken.
And because there wasn't a scrappy, close fight from Oxygen, they actually gave up the space. There was no reason for Flya to pop that Fade ultimate, so it is going to be saved here for the actual site exec. I like this space being taken from Oxygen, though. They are well aware that this entirety of Moist Shopify is over on the A side of the map. Interesting TP from Scuba to go all the way back and spawn.
He's trying to
get set up just in case. This is just in case someone works through B, I believe. Redux fighting on the flank though. Gonna get traded out. Weary of another player, and because of that though, Redux going down, things are going to get scrappy for Oxygen. You can see them rotating all around the defensive side now, not set up for this hit.
Vic is not really in a great spot to give Mitch a ton of info. They were going to run down A either way, but it confirms at least that MXS have doubled back here. Now instead might consider going towards B. Opening door just to obscure their real movements. A Viper's Pit post-plant set up here on B. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Vic needs to hope not to get sprayed down, but about 10 seconds left in the round. We'll have a spike planted in a 3 versus 3.
Mitch, no dog, nothing to clear out this Viper's pit.
Hey, I got the dog in me.
Mitch, please. I'm talking. That is a Van Silly casting moment right there. As the Oxygen Mitch actually does clean up that one kill.
As opposed to the Oxygen
position from Vic.
Standing.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Just seeing what he can handle. Trying to throw you off a little bit there, baby. Oh, Verno, though, able to recover. For those that missed that post plant from their eyes rolling so far back in their head, they saw their skull.
Inventions.
Nicely done here for Oxygen making their way through. I'd tell you how it went down, but I was too busy trying to troll Wyatt.
Oh God! And I was too busy. I needed to take a sip of water after that and get my bearings. All right. Oh, and Moist have given me opportunity. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you, Coach Mac. much appreciated.
Yeah, we can go back over this here, Wyatt. Of course, that transition to be the post plant Viper split didn't play out.
No, and it was that moment from Redux going down there. That seemed like it was going to be the pivotal moment for Moist Shopify to win that round out. It was a good effort, but it was really just, I mean, Mitch being able to get that first spam kill into B to get into that 3v2 when they're in the pit. They weren't really able to claim any great space off that. I mean, it was nice that Vic went heaven, but at that point, it was a little bit too much. They're going to get pinched in from all sides.
Yeah, that's the risk, right? If you're all playing from inside the pit, you cannot scale further than that pit if you don't have information about what surrounds you. We know just B having 4 lanes of entry into seems awful risky to ever leave that zone. Leave you pretty spammable as it's a very tight area to play from. Still, it was like no time left in the round. It was definitely a plan B from MXS, but all the same, it doesn't pay off. And Oxygen now starting to build a bit of bank of their own here. Pretty crucial, finally getting themselves 2 rounds in a row for this half.
Redux has picked up that operator on defense, which he is lethal with, and more than that, fearless with. He will re-peek any angle, doesn't matter the utility, he will risk it, and he is lightning fast. So that is going to be a major worry here for Moist Shopify, and they're certainly not expecting it. Brock might just be caught here on the walk-up. Nope, Turret is going to come to that angle. Oh, but he still peeks it as well. Lovely opening.
Ultimately, yeah, he looks to take contact there. Great idea to get an operator in that position. Marta here. Satchel thrown. It's called a warning shot. As MXS by no means are committed here towards this seaside, and it has drawn the Viper's pit out of Dapper at the least.
That is a very far back pit. So it's going to make Redux have to stay here in case of the walk-up, which is happening right now. They certainly are ready for the potential of this walk-up, though.
That Flyer's trained on that corner of the pit. Dapper obviously trying to play just at the corner of sight here. MXS rather, going to poke and prod, but none of that fade util really used to try and
30 seconds left.
garner info.
Satchel out.
Maybe planting a smoke here. Oh, interesting. Okay. Marta trying to make their way through. Some of that KJ util is set up on B here. MXS somehow going to make another play for B, but Verno's going to catch them here by a waterfall, and this is dangerous. You walk into the mid-grinder now. MXS, even after a timeout, seem like they're struggling to come up the answer. Vic can only drag himself away. Hoping for a freebie, but worried about the potential for that wrap around. Wants to stay alive and maintain some weaponry. And looks like Oxygen will let him have it.
That was a crumbling of the game plan for Moist Shopify. Whatever they wanted to do out of that timeout got blown up by Dapper putting that pit down deep on C, which had them thinking, should we go for this walk-up and get into the pit? But they didn't commit to it. And then you could see what they were trying to do with Mata satcheling through Waterfall, trying to split some attention. But then it just puts him in a position where it's like, oh my God, am I going to get shot from the front or the back? And it was tough for the rest of the team to get a timing into B then, having to rotate off. The plan just went up in smoke completely.
And sometimes you want to bounce between the extremities, right? From C to A, but they didn't have enough time. MXS just overheating a little bit. On the macro side of things, being forced to get into a really suboptimal play on B. Prowler goes forward. All the buddies deployed now as there's a very lightly held side. It's just Dapper playing here from heaven. And very quickly, MXS can swarm.
Yeah, they've gotten that site for absolute free. We're going to see a massive retake from Oxygen. Key piece of utility is going to be Verno having that Killjoy ultimate. Going to back off and play his life just a little bit to make sure that they can get that down. Turret spotted and broken.
Brock might be set up here to try and spam down the lockdown. Yep. Oh, okay. Nicely done. Veto expects it. So he trades a lockdown for Brock at the very least. But that means now that flank pressure, that pincer pressure from A-Long isn't there. It's time to hit the side. Redux in, spamming through, and he finds one with the shorty. It's Victor fallen. Dapper and far behind. They trade the odorous kill. And Oxygen have done it yet again. A full retake on A. Love the little bait and switch with the lockdown. Verno happy to lose it for a free kill.
That was an explosive retake. That little lockdown bait was absolutely perfect. You called it. I mean, Brock was set up for that with the Odin, but they were, you know, thinking ahead of Brock and you in that moment and me. I mean, they were so ready for that. That was really nicely done. And Redux, how does he get this kill with the one shot with the shorty getting in and he's down to 1 HP? I mean, that is essential Redux magic if I've ever seen it.
Already. Looking pretty sharp, Redux here. Only just sort of picking up the operator and able to make it work when he needs to get up close and personal. Redux, wow, wide swing over towards Mound. Takes a licking there, able just to get away. 10 health. But the Scalpel Martyr has to make him feel like it's worth it.
Again, just such... Okay, well, he gets caught eventually. He gets caught eventually. But still, that kind of peak, going that far up, going down to 10 HP, getting the kill, satcheling out, it's just so Redux. Good positioning from Odorous to pick up the flank.
No way!
Oh my God, he's able to get a second. These are the situations he's thriving in, just these little jiggle peaks, taking heads.
Fundamentals looking absolutely cracked right now. Like he never missed a beat. 2 up here for Oxygen. Dapper playing back towards spawn, and Scuba sat here on B, neither in great positions to mount a retake attempt. But again, it's not a stable economy for MXS. They can start to force them to part with some of this weaponry. They'll be happy with it. Dapper keeps coming forward. Plenty of money to play with. He's more than happy to trade his life out for another.
Last player standing.
Flyer, though, will shut that down. It's up to Scuba here with the paranoia, and we're out of there.
I'm chalking that up as a third round that Odorous straight up wins, by the way.
I'm cool with that.
If there is one big takeaway for me so far from this game, it's that he's definitely good. So far, so good for Odashima. Another flank 2K, just straight up winning back-to-back duels. You said that 1v2 clutch, 2 of those moments now. Topping the scoreboard for his team. Really great performance. And you can't ask for anything more than a Viper on Lotus. It's such an important role on this map, and he is playing it to a T.
Is it bro science to suggest that, again, with less pressure to call, Odorous is, or Odashima rather, as we have to call him that, has been unleashed?
Right. I don't think that's bro. I think that's real science.
Okay.
I think that's just true science. No bro science involved.
There's the one way here on SaD long, and behind it, Oxygen have scaled. And they will leave the loose end of Redux behind to man the mound, as it were. And again, really light lurk here from Odashima on A side, hoping to drag some attention from Oxygen there.
And it looks like with Shopify, I don't know what they're going to try to do at this point. I'm going to be honest. So watching for these deep pushes, they have no control of the map right now. They are going to wait out that one-way smoke. All right, they're going to go for a bit of a re-clear on A with that Fade utility to try and drag a little bit of attention. But these C players haven't had to give up the positioning at all. A satchel up top from Mata. This looks like some serious indecision here from Moist Shopify.
It's a problem too. The defenders were playing ahead of that one-way on C long. Able to catch MXS unaware. That's because there's not a lot of info for the attackers. Still able to trade pretty well in that situation now. It's just Vic here at B, or at least in the immediate vicinity.
30 seconds left.
Mitch moves up to the side. TP's out of line of sight. And they're headed towards A. I like this. Bounce between those extremities. Dapper's able to find Flyer at the very least here, but Oxygen a little bit late on catching the memo here. They even up the numbers, but they're a long way away from the action, and Brock, he's broken.
Brock and Odashima in some cheeky kind of solo positions. Actually, they've got a bit of a crossfire here now for each other. This is a really nice setup. And lined up in the back, and even if somehow one of them traded, Odorous would have been on that swing, getting that trade. It's going to be Mitch in the 1v2. He's going to commit the Seekers to try and end this game.
Mitch has to go for it here. Vic sidesteps the spray. Mitch dives in. 7 bullets in a dream. He's got no choice but to try and go for it here. The money's good enough for a buy next round anyway, so in for a penny, in for a pound. Give it a tickle. Vic swings out and shuts that down awful quick. And yeah, MXS, a little slow. Not getting a ton of info on some of these extremities, but still making the correct decisions late in the round. The mid-rounding, albeit slow, has been effective.
Yeah, it was nicely done after that initial minute or so into the round. Things were getting worrying for me when they tried to go for that C reclear with just Mata satcheling up top. Felt a bit haphazard for sure, but a really nice recovery.
I'm feeling this. Our first game of Challenges Week 1, and we get this. A banger on Lotus. MXS 2 rounds in a row, just as Oxygen found their feet. Here's again that play towards A-Long.
Yeah.
Haunt catches nothing. But again, 3 defenders on this part of the map very quickly as Redux hastily wants to head elsewhere.
That dog is going to re-clear all the way down towards A. Give Dapper that space. And you can see as well, Mitch is going to rotate off now. Go into B, into that link. As was Shopify. They're going to have to fight for some of this map control here. It looks like they want to do it towards C. Some Fade Util going to come out to re-clear.
Bring them down.
Smoked off here. This smoke, though, really indicates a deeper presence on the C side for Oxygen, as opposed to like the one-way on top of where MXS are playing from. But again, it denies them info. They'll have to scale up and get it the old-fashioned way. 50 seconds in the round.
And at this point, Dapper has been steadfast, watching the door over on A. And look at this right now. You can see on the mini-map, Fly is going to rotate over towards A, throw a piece of utility, make a little bit of noise. Oh, wow, actually, the side hit is just going to come in, and he's watching that flank straight up. Scuba is going to be able to take down Mata right away, and they're stuck outside of the site with 30 seconds remaining.
The timing's so good. Mata gets hit with a paranoia as he tries to come in with a showstopper there. And that's a freebie. Dapper. Slow play really pays off now. And once more, MXS, they have to commit to the Crucible. There's no other choice. To the B side again. They shoulder the pickaxes and realize this is going to be the workday from hell. Veto brings them down from behind the wall, and that'll be that. Oxygen get away with it there. 13-11. A lot of pressure on them, though, in that second half wide. A very slow start for Oxygen, but they figure it out.
For me, the 2 big takeaways from total, 1 from each team, are as follows. Oxygen, I was really impressed with their macro play, especially on their attack side, and then late on defense, but really for me was on their attack. That is the biggest positive for me. And the biggest positive for Moist Shopify is that Odorous is definitely good. He is so far showed up, straight up won them 3 crucial rounds. One of them was that 1v2 clutch. Top fragged, I think, at the end of it all for his team. Definitely showing why he is on the starting roster at this point. So for me, 2 big positives from either side, and in classic Oxygen Moist fashion, it is a 13-11 or an OT. It is just as close as it can get. That's how it is 90% of these of the time when these teams face off. So
2-1, and it's like an overtime potentially, or like, no worse than like a 13-9. Odorous, so unwashed, you can smell him for miles. He's looking extremely clean. I've got to say, though, providing a ton of value on those lurks, right? Dapper not taking a ton of risks. I guess the macro play is very tight for Oxygen. We often saw that. Or he really wouldn't push off that A-long, wouldn't push too deep at all there. But again, this has a choking effect for the defenders, right? They kind of end up funneling MXS to go for that B side over and over again. And neither team is going to have great success there. It's hard. It also was very hard for MXS to get information, or actually to really establish good map control in the second half of that attacker side.
At the end of that second half on attack, Moist definitely looked like they were struggling with their indecisiveness. There were several rounds there where things were taking way too long. On that last round, I was quite confused when I saw Flya, the Fade, before the site exec, running through spawn to A. And then as he was doing that, the exec came in, and I that was a little bit jarring, and then they had to fall off after like there were moments like that towards the end where it felt to me like there was indecision and or miscommunication in what the idea with some of these site execs and the ways they were taking map control were going. It just seemed to, at the very end, devolve a little bit. But overall, it was still a strong showing from both sides, but Oxygen edged them out in the macro game.
Still, great start here for Oxygen. Still seeing MXS don't look like they've really skipped too much of a beat, right? So much of the narrative was how they would go with that roster change so recently. So stick around, everybody. Got much more coming from this series. Map number 2, Split, is on the other side of this break, so don't go too far.
I feel like we're more in shape here coming into this season compared to like off-season Oxygen. I mean, we were just trying out a whole bunch of things. We were getting Dapper into the system. We were just, you know, going with the flow, trying to gain more experience. And I mean, winning all the tournaments that we won along the way is a nice bonus and nice reassurance. Our success is just keep moving forward. After every tournament, Bonk says the same thing the next day is, all right, guys, the win is nice, but we just got to keep moving forward. Yeah, a long time in esports, right? A year. So it's been great leading them and seeing them grow as a player and as a person. It's been fun, like watching them improve and getting to be a part of that. I'm pretty lucky, I feel like.
We did like pretty well in the Sentinels invitation. We did have a good chance of just winning the whole thing, but obviously we choked against Sentinels. It is what it is, but I feel like that definitely showed we have the ability to be tier 1. MXS, I mean, we've shown time and time again when it matters, we beat them. And we're over here sipping our coffee and we're chilling. Their coach can keep screaming at us from across the room and ruining his vocal cords. I'm sure that's fun when he wakes up in the morning and it's sore as in the Sentinels offseason, we would fall out of our like flow state mode and we would not be trusting strats, we would not be trusting ideas, we would not be committing. We know the game plan, we know everything we need to do. As long as we can do it and we do it very well, we'll be perfectly fine. I think we'll play completely flawless as long as we're in our flow state mode. I feel like we've had most potential. Me, Verno, Scuba. Scuba's like 20, Verno's 17, I'm 16. Dude, we all have pretty insane aim. And then we have the veterans. We have Dapper and Mitch. They know how it feels to compete and they have the experience and that's what they're bringing to us. That combination could have like some really deadly outputs. Rustin also is like extremely smart and he works with Bonker very well. And we have Coach Bonker. I've never seen someone more 500 IQ in my life. This guy actually thinks about the game. He's not a water boy coach. He's super grateful for that because I would not be the player I am today without him. Last year we were pretty garbage. Can't lie, we were pretty bad. Bro, we've been together for like a year. The core has been together for a year. I've been with them for like 9-10 months. And then Dapper's been with us 5 months now. Literally all it takes is time and effective practice and we will always just get better. But a lot of teams, they don't really have effective practice. But I think that's one edge we have where we have really good effective practice.
I think people should be noticing us by now that we're beating basically everybody we play against. This is the season that Oxygen is going to rise to the top.
It's going to be as close as it can get between Oxygen Esports and Moist Shopify to be kicking off Challenger Split 1. Absolutely amazing series, 13-11. Wyatt, I mean, of course, these two teams have tangled through this offseason. They've played up against each other so many times. It's so interesting to see that back and forth after a couple of months now to get prepared for Challengers.
When teams play each other so many times like these two have in a pretty short period of time, all things considered, or like 7 months, they played 5 VO3s against each other. There is a situation where the game develops. There's a meta singular to these two teams that can be created, which I think we saw in the map picks and bans, considering they essentially were just banning maps they lost to each other, picking maps that they beat each other on. But that being the case, Lotus was a map that Moist had beaten Oxygen on last time in overtime during the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, and this time Oxygen, they send the receipt. They get that win 13-11. It was well played.
I've got to say, like, you know, a lot of the talk was sort of around Otoshima and what he was able to provide. Vic also having some pretty key moments here for MXS. You can see like these post-plant setups here. Not a lot of like, you know, deep penetration onto that C side sometimes from MXS, but they're still able to have a successful go of it. The defensive protocols though are rock solid for Oxygen. It was very, very hard for MXS to get into a site early, to get information early, to be able to have like a comfortable post-plant setup to scale into a site properly. They were always sort of fighting on the fringes here because again, they couldn't, I mean, this is a great example. They get funneled here on towards the B site in one of those rounds. You know, MXS are very deliberate, but they're not able to get the information they need to make an informed decision about some of these sites that they're hitting. Overall though, you know, the individual level from Redux looked excellent. He found a great way to get that operator involved in, you know, some really tight situations, especially that big kill on Brock on that B site defense.
I don't know about you two, but I'd like to accredit that second half, a good chunk of that comeback that Oxygen was going to be able to get to Redux, because going into that half, that was Oxygen in the lead, and Moist Shopify started stringing rounds together. They managed to get 5 in a row before all of a sudden Oxygen were able to stop that bleeding. And I think just playing so aggressive, especially with that operator coming out from Redux, was so well done. And just that back and forth between them, how Oxygen was able to kind of adjust after that, Wyatt. I mean, it looked like for a second that they're in a little bit of danger, but they stopped that bleeding.
That 16-8 first kill stat is pretty crazy, and it does come down to Redux, who you just mentioned. He had 10 first kills in that game. That is crazy.
Tamada's 3 and 6 first kill, first death.
You simply cannot ignore that there was a duelist diff in that game. Redux went crazy. 23 and 17, 10 first kills. That is pretty ridiculous. And I mean, an MVP performance for sure.
Yeah, a big difference maker. We saw Mata struggling a little bit at the start of the map on the defense side. Only a couple of frags, and then sort of picks up the operator and says, "All right, I'm going to A long here. I'm going to really just try and hold it down," but never really got a lot of opportunities. Like, there's nothing worse than having to lug a freaking operator to a post plant or to a retake every round, and like multiple rounds. Like, Mata has to go and do that. Try to find some value with it on, you know, when it comes to heading over to that C site for a defensive retake. It's really hard to get value out of it, but generally kept out of the game. And then some very interesting, like, aggressive raise plays over towards C long that didn't really pan out as well. Hurt Mata at times a little bit. So MXS still making a very close game of it despite that. Winning both pistols though will do that for you.
I want to shoot Modest and Bale though, for sure, because that 10 and 20 isn't reflective entirely of how he played. It's reflective of how the team was using him. And towards the end of that game, he was getting put in some really bad situations. There was that round where they tried to re-clear C Mound, and they sent in, I want to say, like one piece of utility, had him satchel up top onto that little ledge, and was facing 2 players, and they had no info there because they were going for this late weird re-clear, and he dies. On the final round, he has to satchel into C alone while the rest of his team is dying, or the second last round. There were just some situations where he was really being hung out to dry because the game plan devolved. And when you're a Raze satcheling in alone into the world, and the rest of your team is cut off, and it's like, it's just, yeah, it's not entirely Mata's fault, you know.
Right. it's
team crumble.
It's not being made much better because we're like trying to give Mata credit and then we're throwing his opposite number on screen with some really, really flattering stats.
We'll go back to giving Riddick some credit here because, of course, I think it's safe to say big reason why Oxygen were able to keep alive in that series and stuff. And you're talking too about the fact that there was a couple incidents where Mata was left out on dry. Redux got to put himself in some of those positions sometimes and was able to thrive off of that, which I think was really, really excited to see coming from this young rookie, 16 years old, even just near the ending of that game, opting out near that mound and then double satchel to get back to safety Uber. I mean, he was playing incredible, and I think that's going to be huge for not just the series, but even going along this year as Oxygen have their sights set on like that tier 1, that higher opportunity.
Absolutely. You need a player like Redux, right? I think I mentioned it earlier in the game. He has zero self-preservation instinct. There's like an A hit, when they head over towards the site, and Redux has an operator, right? So he just double satchels with the shorty and still finds a free kill regardless. Eventually gets traded out, but he knows he's done his job. That's exactly sort of what you're looking for from this kind of player. And then there are rounds if they want to play it slower, and they are. Redux, like that kill on Brook, over on that B side defensively, like Brook puts a turret down, he doesn't spot anything. And Brook still contacts the corner because he's not sure. And that's when he gets caught out. Redux has the presence of mind to hold the turret angle and wait for him to come out. This is like years of experience playing it out in like one of our youngest players here. So, I mean, the sky ain't the limit for this guy. And he's in a great spot to show off what he's capable of this year.
100%. And I think that's safe to say for a lot of the players overall in this series. I'm actually just really thrilled with how everyone's been stepping up here. But specifically, we have to be talking about Oxygen in that. Of course, that's just the first map in the series. And looking ahead, I mean, Wyatt, you kind of touched on it. The fact that we've seen these two teams be facing off quite a bit, we know what the history likes when we're looking at map 2 in series and split. And it definitely is Oxygen favored, though it's not 100%.
Oxygen have beaten Moist on this map, I want to say like 2 times in the off season. They definitely beat them on this map at the Ludwig Tarek Invitational. It's one where they looked really, really strong. This is also a map where for Moist Shopify to get Mata's head back in the game, for me, this is a map where I've always seen him excel. I think it's definitely one of his better in the pool. So if we could see a resurgence from him here to get, back to the top of the scoreboard, get some of that confidence going again, that would be really good. Very possible it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, Mata had a great game last time they played Split, right? But it was actually 2-5 in first kill, first death, despite having like a comfortable 24-17 kill line, whereas Redux was 10-1 in first kill, first death. So that's something I really like to keep an eye out for. Also, I think it illustrates maybe a difference in play style here, but Redux often is set up for success with those aggressive pops early on in these rounds. And on Split, if it's over B main, for example, or even out of mid, that can be very, very hard to deal with if you're going up against Redux, something well worth keeping an eye on.
I'm excited with just how close that last series was. And with Mata not being able to have the same type of performance as Redux, if we can see the team set Mata up for success a little bit more this time around, how Split can be shaking up. But the agent select is ready, so I'm going to send you two off to be finding that one out.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yeah, looking forward to jumping into this one now. Split again, a map with a bunch of data on 2 teams that have had their fair share of matches up against each other. This time, we'll actually have both teams bringing in that Astra. And that might have something to do with Thief no longer being on the roster for MXS. But either way, Fly are going to be operating that one. We will have the Sky for both sides here. And of course, Verno, KJ never wants to leave the comfort of that agent on this map.
It's interesting to note so far that Oxygen haven't changed their comp on either map within the past 2 months, despite not the craziest, most earth-shaking meta shifts we've ever seen in the game. But the meta has certainly changed a little bit. But so it's interesting to see they've changed absolutely nothing. Not that there's anything wrong with either of these comps on Split. I mean, I suppose it's not one of the maps where there's been too much change anyhow, unless you want to try something new. These are essentially the standard agents you're going to see. I'm always partial to a nice cipher here on Split. Just allows you to set up some really nice trap plays when you have either an Astra or a Breach with that raise, where you can set up a stun or a Gravwell off of a ping from the cam, off a trip going off. Yes. And then you can trigger a raise nade off of that, something along those lines. So I'm a cipher enjoyer personally on this map, but both compositions are extremely valid choices on all agents here from top to bottom.
It's something we get from Loud a lot, right? That breach inclusion on this particular map. And Cummins in, of course, incredible player, really able to make it look good. But it illustrates also the value proposition of him set up with the Rays on that particular map. It will be MXS starting on defense here as Oxygen would love to close out the series and make a strong statement to kick off Challenges Week 1. An already standard A Viper wall for both sides, in fact. And that's where we'll be headed early.
Yeah, there's going to be a big clash here. You can certainly expect Mitch to send a flash up ramp for Redux, maybe dog through as well. They're actually going to take it slow. It's not going to be that explosive play that you'll see on many rounds after this, with the Sky Rays taking up ramp right here quickly.
Brook took damage. Okay, no. That was a bug. Like that on the... Yeah, he actually... Someone take a bit of a hit here. Standard Cypher cam set up. Redux trying to spam the location. Doesn't hit it. Now he'll find it easily enough with the Viper wall down.
Interesting little double setup in vents. Things are still oh so silent. Finally, one player spotted out because of that dropped alarm bot. Oh, Molly nade combo. Look at this utility backside to set up Redux. And I like this patience, just waiting for his teammates, waiting for another flash to double swing. A player that we see get mentally aggressive all the time, but knows when to pump the brakes a little bit, allow his teammates to come in and trade that out, even if he went down. Really just nice, slow, good decision making.
Nothing Odorous could have done about that one. Far too much util leveled at him. Here's a Monastra. Suck going down. Mitch controlling Heaven. Vic would love to try and regain this position here, but they're running out of time. Marta's already able to find Dapper here, so the util on the retake getting some results. In a 3 versus 3 Redux challenges.
Player standing.
He'd love a bit of Marta. But now it's going to be up to Scuba with only 13 points of health in the retake, despite MXS giving up Heaven entirely and losing Otoshima right at the start of that hit. Able to come back.
Those players from Oxygen just got so split apart. I mean, you could just see on the map there, the little X's where they went down. It was just all over the place. Those players in Heaven were struggling, trying to get a foothold there when the retake came in. And those were just some nice, clean trades through Elba. I mean, when you're fighting in that position, it's always scary to be the first guy running in and you're just praying your teammate's going to get the trade for you while you're running through that tight little corridor. And Moist did a good job of that. A nice start on the defense.
Great looks from Marta. Some big paint shell value. Now holding onto the Judge. We posted up on me. There's Oxygen. Ooh, okay. Otoshima taking a fair bit of damage there with that shoulder pick. Able to avoid the flash, but there's Marta the pizza. It's hard.
One enemy remaining.
And as the poison orb dissipates, Marta is able to clean up Scuba comfortably. Verno, last one up.
Can't ask for a better round than that. Going to be able to save all of these weapons into the bonus, which I believe they were able to convert on that last map in the second half, which had them on a nice run. We'll see if they can do the same here. Whenever you have a Judge on defense on split, you know, you're just sweating bullets as the attacking side. That is the scariest sight imagined. I'd rather fight any weapon in the game. I'd rather fight a Raze with an ult than a Raze with a Judge on this map, I swear to God.
100%. That is absolutely filthy, and you don't know where Marta is going to turn up. More of a default setup here for Oxygen now with some of those guns to hand properly. And again, that attention mid will just be Otoshima receiving. Of course, that poison orb customarily will be set up here with the backup, of course, of the Astra smoke if needed.
Just fighting for mid-controller Oxygen, trying to expend some of that utility from the Viper. Odorous, the new addition to the team.
There.
Gonna wait out these smokes. Boombot to re-clear. You can see the turret is just watching for anyone to pressure B main. No one has. Dapper on that line A. Just gonna take things nice and slow here.
Again, just rotating the poison orb in with the star. A lot of value, but Otoshima gets caught. That's gonna sting. Now Dog to try and clear the smoke. And on the other side of it, Flyer spotted in Heaven. Redux and Verno now realizing they've got a whole map to play for here, maybe even take extra control, but instead, Oxygen entirely pull out of mid. To what degree does Flyer know that they've done this and not taken any presence in Heaven at all?
This is methodical
30
from
seconds
Oxygen.
left.
They could have gone A with Dapper waiting over there, but they decide to go for this late B hit. He rejoins up with the team in main.
No trips.
All of the util going to be expended. Redux gets past the grab well. Oh, lovely first shot. And the satchel pass
He gets
to
one.
be able to get an easy trade on Vic. Rada
Player
flinging quickly,
standing.
picks up the Bulldog. Verno, nice
10
swing.
seconds left.
10 seconds.
Shut that down. They're going to get the spike down, no problem.
Spike
Brock in the clutch
planted.
is pretty good, but he's not winning this one.
I mean,
Surely.
it's gonna have to be something special.
Surely.
No trips over on that B side for Vic, worth bearing in mind. So no time to adapt to that aggressive push out B main. It's so interesting, right? You take map control, you cut noise, you optionally give it up, and then force all of your team to funnel in through B. Completely take Oxygen, rather MXS by surprise. Nice moves here for Oxygen, getting themselves now in a position to equalize.
Going to be the full buy from Moist Shopify. Light armors all around. And it looks like this might be the first round where we get a bit of that classic A take, A map control take, rather, from the Sky Raze comp here. As there we go, that flash up ramp, Satchel just behind it to take that space.
Yeah, you've got to respect the spam through that wall. One Satchel charge used. Boombot now is going to be checking ropes here. Redux has all the information that they need, and Vic comes off second best in the spam trade in heaven. All trying to play safe here.
They've gotten info on 3 now, Oxygen. They heard bullets coming from 2 different places, and they saw the dog coming from sight. So they know there's a lot of presence here from Moist Shopify.
Scuba not pushing too far for info on the other extremity. Just holding for a potential push out of B main. And now we rotate to mid. Under a minute left in the round here. All of Oxygen, but they leave Verno behind ramp. Maybe a cam to contend with for Verno there, care of the Cypher, but again, they activate the Astra, then turn off Verno, have him sat there. Now here comes the ropes push.
I love this decision from Oxygen. Reclearing all of mid, left Verno to control that space on A.
They get it for free.
Now they're about to have an
30 seconds
explosive
left.
hit into the site. Cooling out of heaven, so much on Vic.
I'm going to clear here. Vic in a great spot to
down
disrupt.
A.
Gets his one, but Mitch finds 2 from rafters and will have the drop down. Not only did Oxygen literally get heaven for free, it can explode now onto the A side and have some decent post-palm positions, but to what degree can they hold heaven? Dapper's not going to take too many risks in staking his claim to this part of the map. Dropped. Bloody Scuba spotted. Spam comes out utterly unscathed. What are the odds? Still not a whole lot for MXS information-wise. Dapper opts to give heaven up entirely, but Flyer has not seen a damn thing. Verno's tucked here on the other side. More than happy to play.
Just too much time has been wasted anyhow. Maybe they get some kills here, but that's going to be it.
MXS, yeah, just completely forced off. And you have to wonder, right, like the decision to voluntarily just seed heaven here by the defenders. Must be regretting that one now. Vic ends up playing from below rafters, which is a hard angle to clear, right, Wyatt? But they have really no ability to retake that space.
Moist gave up so much of the map after that Oxygen fall off on A. They were really expecting that Oxygen, knowing that 3 Moist players were there, would rotate to B and go for that hit. But they left Verno ramp, love that decision, and then they just re-clear mid, walk all the way through for that hit. It was great macro decision making from Oxygen, and Moist were not expecting that re-hit at all. They really thought they were just going to go for the B play.
Anticipation of a fast A here for Oxygen as MXS gets some of these trips set up. Mitch again gets to clear heaven. It's lightly held once more, but there's a player embedded here in ropes, and Marta's able to find 2. What timing? Make it another, perhaps? No, the showstopper's going to go awry, but Marta's still able to find 3. And that'll cut Oxygen down to size. Still no spike plant. That's to hand for Mitch. They're going to salvage a round now, but Vic has all the info.
That satchel to dodge the rocket. That's one of the coolest things you can do in Valorant. Whenever you see that, it's so pretty. And if they get the kill after, the shades of Nookie on that bind clip from a year ago or so. Just one of the flashiest plays you can make.
And even I remember that.
Pretty mad on A. Those are some interesting trips to denies some satcheling raises, but
Yeah.
things have slowed down here. Oxygen, they have a lot of space they can work with, and Moist know they don't really need to do much here at all.
30 seconds left.
Hiroshima, also known as Ratatouille, out at the bottom of mid here. This is easy pickings, the one and the spike going loose. Tells him all he needs to know. Scuba will be allowed a reprieve of sorts, planting under cover of smoke. But slowly, MXS will converge upon this position. Here with the concussion. Vulnerable, this Scuba. As a matter of time before the carrion crows come.
That flash not going to ping him. It's really all about this player in B main. If he can get that kill, maybe he has a chance.
Brock had his back turned, but Otoshima is set up there. Love that sort of late round post up in mid, but again, it's the Marta play, right? Because the round prior, there's some conditioning here. MXS completely give up ropes. There's a boom bot thrown in there by Redux that forces them out, in fairness. They clear that and they just opt to give it up. This round, though, they keep the raise in there. They hold it down for 3. Beautiful stuff.
And that is the motto that you want to see on this map. Starting off strong, 8-2-2. Split has always been a home ground for this guy. He's always just put up big numbers on Raze. And that's exactly what you need from your star player. You need the confidence to be coming back early here into this map after struggles on map 1. He went 10 for 20 in a 24-round game. Starting off really hot here, though.
Absolutely. Showstopper now for Redux to accompany that stinger. Through mid, the presence is there, but they contacted and Marta just says, I'll have 2. Thank you very much. How about a quick correction to make it 3? And Veto absolutely shut it.
One enemy
Another
remaining.
3K here for Marta, albeit a different part of the map. Takes the wind out of Oxygen's sails. Can they survive on CO2? We're about to find out.
That's the kind of snappy aim that just puts a smile on my face. I love watching players that have that kind of like a mouse mechanics in specific. It's just my favorite. That was absolutely nasty. At this point, if you're Redux, you just want to try and save, but I mean it's gonna be a long time. You're gonna be staring at the clock for a while.
Why is it that Oxygen want to contact play up mid there, especially with their money sort of being what it is?
Go get him.
Previous rounds, Moist just haven't really done much there. They've been able to walk up and get a lot of that
30
space
seconds
for
left.
free. I think it's a case of testing their luck, you know, and feeling presence on other parts of the map too, of course, earlier on A. So they feel like they can have an opportunity to just go for a bit of a walk up, and I'm in. Listen, usually you're not going to get double collapse headshotted
10
and
seconds
snapped
left.
And then a
on
flick
for the
heady,
third.
yeah.
I mean, that was just
That is picante.
ridiculous. We're just talking about him. We were saying on the desk before, this guy needs to have a strong start, get the confidence back. He was getting diffed by Redux on Lotus. And he has done more than just get his confidence back. He's got his team in the lead. He's winning them outright rounds.
11 and 2.
Nasty play. Nasty play. Oh my God. That third flick is just robotic.
Yeah, that correction warrants the body spray after the fact. I'd be extremely pleased about that, because I'm sure Marta sat there stewing in frustration about how that previous map was going. So here we have it. Obviously, that one hero rifle maintained for the prior round for Oxygen. Still sitting on a showstopper is Redux.
And he's got that hero Vandal as well.
This time, we have an orb. And it looks as if Oxygen, yeah, sneak Verno across there on the cover of Poison Orb. Converging upon A. Peek from Borg.
Try and walk in off this smoke down, but Vic has that angle from heaven. Getting smoked off just a bit late, drops in. Chaotic for Mitch.
Spike down A.
A bit of damage done, but nothing of significance. Moist are up 5-2, and this is a map that the last 2 times these teams met on it, Oxygen won both of them. This is a stronger start than they've had either time previous.
The best you can hope for in a round like that is Oxygen is to try and keep a lid on MXS's economy, if you can. 5 ults now. You've got to make a play, play happen here somewhere, and that's likely why we have that timeout for Oxygen. How do we put this together now and guarantee ourselves a round? We need to stop this. Vic here allowed to roam freely. There's no ramp pressure. They just straight up run through A here. So Vic really gets his pick of the litter when it comes to those kills. And still Marta continuing to go from strength to strength here. Yeah, Vic having a really good game as well. Sometimes setting up those trips so deep, expecting like a double satchel push in for Redux, but we haven't seen a lot of it. Most of that early attention's been towards Heaven, which of course is where Marta was able to shut them down those few rounds ago.
I've liked the round so far where Oxygen have been able to take a little bit of that early control, leave a player on A, try and work mid a little bit, get some of the utility out. That one round, they were able to just walk up entirely for free. When they've stacked up too many players early towards A and have put too much emphasis on that area of the map is where things have began to fall apart a little bit. But also the reason they're taking a timeout at this juncture is the fact that they have 5 ultimates. They're just discussing, hey, how do we lock up a free round right now with all of these ults?
Not only a free round, right, but a round in which they can keep as many of those guns to hand as possible. They need to mount a comeback here. Which fancies a bit of early info, gets very little. Look at this 4 stack for MXS on that A side. They are sat deep. And there's no Heaven, no ramp control for them whatsoever. And also this Viper Pit mid to try and funnel them in that direction. And the B side is held only by inanimate objects presently. All that util. And that stall for the Astra is set up here.
Yeah, we might be going for the classic Astra ult B hit where you cut the site in half, get in, put the Viper's pit down after.
You are divided.
Certainly looking to be that exactly, and there is the wall. They only, I mean, they have nothing to deal with. Oh no, we got tripped, and no one can shoot them, who cares?
I've got your trail.
They're getting this spike down for the absolute freeze. Actually, look at mid though. Mitch popped his ult in the pit to force these players back.
Could be good now. Again, that dog's going to re-clear Heaven into mid though, so MXS can rescale back into that part of the map here and at least have 2 lanes, 2 axes to pressure the B side from. But you're right, Doctor. Viper's pit deployed here. Mitch passively holding this angle, and again, it's going to be Odashima asking the question, can I wrap around? Redux, big spam on him. Marta going to take him down eventually with the paint shells now. 3 left for Oxygen here in this post plant. They've got the Viper's pit still to depend on, and they're going to try and double it up here. That is beautiful stuff. Scuba caught out. Dapper swings, so he's going to be able to trade that instantly now. A 2v4. Lockdown, about to hit. Can Dapper stop this? Brock can't get the defuse. They halved it though. Is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. Anything but a free round here for Oxygen, but it's a round all the same.
And it only took 14 ultimates, but we got there. I mean, they used 4 of them. Oh my god. Hey, listen. You got to get the round on the board, though. That's why you save up your little orbs, so you can get your ultimates and redeem your free Valorant round win voucher. They used all 4 of them on the B side. That is a wild ending to it. And frankly, I think things could have been a bit cleaner if one of those Oxygen players had gone for a mid-wrap at some point there. They were all playing B main, but they got the job done. Let's keep it moving.
I guess, yeah, Mitch got forced off of it by the dog re-clear from MXS, and then took a passive angle later on in the day. Very messy, of course, when there's a Viper's pit involved. Good moments from Marta. Not enough to get them the round win, but hey, keeping pressure on that Oxygen money. Plenty to work with here for MXS. A lot of info gained by Trailblazer straight down mid. That's been left open. That's the conditioning that Oxygen tried to play into when Marta thrashed them as they contacted up there those rounds ago. Trip, now going to catch Redux, trying to make the best of it, but Vic's going to catch him out. He still gets the trade across the map. Vic spewing about that one. Can't be pleased at all, and here's the transition towards Heaven, but this is going to be spotted out potentially. No, Lassie goes by them.
Getting that dog out in the mid round is nice. They're in this 1-2-1. Dapper puts up his wall to cross with his teammates.
Dangerous.
Well punished.
Scuba. Make sure, yep, screen smoked off. A site completely open. MXS, there's a lot to put together here. I'm going to be honest with you. Got Astral for the post situation. The money's not looking great for MXS. And I don't know to what degree they're really going to want a bar of this, Wyatt.
I mean, it looks like they have no desire to go for this. I suppose they could have tried something with the Astra wall, but the economy going to be more important than that, and you want to save that for a round that's, you know, more winnable or will turn the tides, rather not just like make a round that is absolutely gone to hell when they're like, maybe we can win. So they're going to go ahead and save onto that, which is fine. And again, this is the kind of round that I like from Oxygen, though, Mitch. This is what I was saying, that slow it down, control the extremities, get some space in mid, get some util out. They pressured towards B Heaven, which was nice. Then they reconvene with Dapper on A. This is what I like to see.
They made the right call about moving up into mid this time and weren't punished for it. Not the first time MXS have really just left that part of the map on its own. And again, bit of a pretty pivotal round here for Vic especially. And yeah, Moist X Shopify going to call a timeout. Scrabbling together what bite they can. And you see the tripwire catch and Vic, oh man, does complete the kill, but not quite in time to shut that ultimate down.
Seconds left.
Yeah, nicely done, Rox, to make the great mid-round call to head to A.
By the way, I just want to be a nerd about something for a second. Did you see at the very end there, Mata's paint shells were falling onto that save spot? He went for the Doja grenade at the very end. I've never seen someone throw a paint shell from, I don't even know where he was, that lands in that little save spot. That was so cheeky. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I didn't do anything, but it would have been cool if it did.
Yeah, he's feeling himself a little bit. I'm going to be honest. Mata and Vic having a good time. We have numbers in front of us, so let's talk about them here. Roxton really, many of these rounds have been a grind, right? Not a lot of flawless play. Really having to sort of push the limits on their economy. And that's why you see we have a patchwork of armor, especially for both these sides. Light armor on 5 players on the map right now. And Vic, I saw, looked like he was considering an outlaw here and thinks against it.
It's going to be a standard setup here from Moist Shopify. This has been their go-to, as really just is with this comp. You want to get that Viper's Orb down in mid, which it is, and then, you know, you leave your rays to apply that pressure in that area of the map. They have the cam set up for A. Check for any crosses. Brock watching that as well. And what? I mean, just pure spam through. They get 2. Was there shots fired back? I mean, there must have been one bullet. I mean, not one. I mean, surely there was one Vandal bullet that like alerted them to something. I
feel like Mata just sat there and watched his team get mowed down. Couldn't do a darn thing about it. I mean, look what the kills happened, right? They are sat. They're not even sat out in mid. They are sat in vents. That is absurd. Oxygen now. Impish grin on every face, I'm sure. Will again make a slow, noiseless move to an extremity. Perhaps look to cancel that. Look at Flyer. He will hear if there's any running in sewers. There isn't. It's all walking. Look at this discipline. Oh!
30 seconds left.
A little bit of noise. I think he caught it, yeah, just at the very end, but too little, too late. They're going to get that B-side for free.
Oh,
and
what a call!
Bomb buddy out.
They're going to be back to saving.
That is mental. What a call. Heading straight to B, knowing they've drawn a lot of action over. The cancel late in the round. They don't give themselves that much time to spare, but there's nothing to mess them up. There's no player anchoring that site. There's no util. Fly going to go for it though. Maybe just says it's time to party. 2 and that's it. We've got 2 players now from Heaven. Mata and Brook have to make their way through the poison orb now. Flash paint shell's going to force Dapper off the angle for the time being. Redux going to receive. Eat Smarter for breakfast, and it's all up to Brook, who's had a quiet map indeed. Has to go massive. Double face could be a problem. He's down to 3 now. Paint shells would end him if he doesn't step now into CT, and yeah, he's done. His goose is cooked, and he's headed for the hills.
Again, this round started with just 2 Moist Shopify players getting shot through smoke. And it devolves into the 5v3. Oxygen just take their time. They work the map. That's something that I've really liked from them generally so far on this split attack. Both, I'm seeing it from individual players and at the team in a moment like that, where they get an advantage, they know they're in a good position, they're not forcing things. They're slowing it down, playing properly, and it's why they're converting those advantages into round wins.
Started off as such a great run for MXS. I mean, that's...
Oh my God.
They do get an indication, right? There's definitely some spam going on. There's some tomfoolery.
Just a little bit.
Oh, man. These guns are kind of doo-doo. Dual theft to work with at the very least here. for Vic. And again, we have a stack. There's 3 players to A right now, and we see MXS trying to get some early info towards ramp. They've even thrown a cam there, really investing in making sure they can head away from A with peace of mind.
Moist really haven't been doing much in the way of taking some of this B main control. There have been a number of rounds now where Verno has been able to just place this turret and it has just stayed up, which is going to be the case again here. And that's left them comfortable to work mid with the brunt of their forces. Gonna get that trade.
This is really characteristic of Oxygen. They've been doing this since the off season. Heavy mid presence. Make it really hard for the defenders to get any information, and often they choose to give it up. Or every now and then Marta might swing and find 3 very unlikely kills. And then you can transition wherever you like. And again, they've made the correct call. Over to A. This will be spotted out, of course, by that cam, but again, to what degree can the defenders actually get decent post-plant positions with Heaven so tightly held? Brock hopes to spam through, gets a lot of damage on Dapper, but here come the players crossing through the cover of smoke slowly. Vic now going to head over towards Heaven, but there's a turret to spot him out as he tries to make his way in. Brock, though, prevails.
Coming back.
Able to find Dapper and give MXS that numbers advantage.
Good retake utility. They have the dog to re-clear all of Heaven. They're going to know that these players are stuck in sight. They're going to have a flash for it as well. Flya has this Astra ult. This should be a retake for Moist Shopify. They have a big advantage.
Trips there. Mitch can't push ahead of it. The flash is good, and Vic is able to take the frag. Verno spotted out now. Neural Theft doing a heck of a lot of heavy lifting, and it's Verno in a 1 versus 3. Tickle on the spike. Heaven's the first issue, but Odashima shuts it down. And bear in mind, that's a save round for MXS. They are working with very little. Couple rifles. And the retake util, like you mentioned, was good enough to give them all the info they needed.
Last round
Really well
in the
salvaged.
half.
It was that Cypher ultimate coming in at the very end as well. I thought Flya would have popped his, but it was just not necessary. The info that Vic gathered for the team there, crucial. Able to pick up a couple of those rifles as well. And it's in these situations where I'm impressed with the trading from this team. I mean, both teams have very strong fundamentals, but shown on display there from Moist Shopify for sure.
MXS finally break that little streak from Oxygen. Last round and a half coming up here. Cosmic Divide for both sides and Seekers available. Dapper's able to cross the wall here with nothing fancy. Avoid that spam as Brock's been a little bit hard to shoot from this spot, finding a freebie last round. Here's Cosmic Divide. Gonna really cut Heaven in half, but they're gonna hit that low ground straight towards the side, but Vic is there. He is staunch. What an anchor. The flash was good on Dapper. Beautiful guiding light there from Brock to set that up. And now Verno has to do it again. 1 versus 3. Still has the spike and a minute to work with, but that's about all of the good news I've got.
The anchoring from Vic, just fantastic. A player who, frankly, haven't been speaking about all too much, but is another guy that I know for a fact is on the radar of some of these partnership teams. Was at various points, and I remember speaking to Stellar when he was on 100 Thieves and how highly he regarded Vic as a prospect for the partnership league, showing why they're on that defense. A really nice job anchoring the site, finding that perfect swing timing
30 seconds
off
left.
of his own utility, popping the cage.
Vic's been a menace. Make no mistake. Last round, he couldn't anchor the side. He had to play from screens there with like just a sheriff, I think. Combining really nicely with Brock. They are very hard to handle. There's the trip. Verno probably expecting that at this point. This will give Flyer enough time
10
here.
seconds left.
Push out of alley. Throw the util down and interrupt this entirely. Verno's going to be affected by that, and Flyer swoops in to clean it up. So that's your halftime score, folks. 7 of 5. MXS get off to a roaring start. Marta is all over it. 15 frags for him for the half, but Vic really shows his value later on. Once Oxygen get running, needs to be slowed down a touch.
Something certainly of note as we head into the second half. Moist Shopify have won every pistol round so far. They have, which is pretty wild. It's the reason Lotus was kept so close despite how good Oxygen looked on the map, and right now it's the reason they're in this 7-5 lead. We'll see if Oxygen can finally take one down here.
That is wild. And then that is, yeah, exactly. That's why so that last map maybe got as close as it did, because eventually Oxygen stabilized as they tend to, and they ran away with Lotus in the same fashion. Similar to what we saw on their attacking side on this very map too.
Going up.
Poison orb there. That's going to just eat up that heaven entrance. Because the Viper wall is actually over on B. It's a little different one. It's going to cut that B heaven in half.
That cage is popped just to obstruct the view. Allow Moist Shopify to cross into a ramp. Oxygen, of course, weary about this now. The flash out was going to be fast pressure into the vent, but that nade cuts the team in half. So Redux is able to take a clean fight and try and slip his way out of there. Barely going to survive, but survive nonetheless.
Satchel denies the trade there. Vic opts not to pursue. So MXS come out of that. A player down. He'll be attended to though. Healed back up. Redux can't boast the same. It is going to be coming in to a range of that in just a moment. 42 seconds to play. Spike though is in such an interesting spot. That Viper wall kind of indicates you don't really want to pressure mid that heavily. But it's going to be an option here to MXS.
30 seconds
Now
left.
short-handed. Scuba does well to win that one out. Now there's time. The rotate's getting pulled over, but it's a commitment from MXS with 20 seconds left in the round. Redux taken down. Vic's a robot. He's absolutely inhuman. What an important 3K, and there's more to come as Marta waits for Mitch to show the back of his head. Puts a board hole through it. Unreal.
Ooh, lest for some magic, this is about to be the 4-0 pistol round sweep for Moist Shopify. Vic has just been electric the last couple rounds.
You had better get a map for it at the very least, MXS. We need more of this. Vic low, just a body shot will do it. Veto able to triumph here. Brock, he actually crouches into it. Veto with 18 HP.
He heard the drop. He must have heard the drop.
No,
surely.
Looking towards the high. Still, he actually tries to put an alarm bot up there. Something obscured that sound. So Marta gets a bit of a freebie.
You say something? Sorry.
I'll have to double check in the replay, but I swear he dropped from height enough to hear that. Might have been listed. Could be Meyer on the visual, but damn nice try.
This is
Vic though. Oh my
the flash.
god, that is clean.
The flash equity was
That
absolutely
is so
mental
clean.
there from MXS. Brock again, really only showing up on the assist side of the kill feed in moments like that. But it once again sets Vic up. 10 assists for only 1 kill for Brock. Really in a strong supporting role on that B side.
And we're gonna get that standard A ramp take. The satchel, the sky flash, Cypher cage for the cross. Dapper gonna try to pick up that angle behind the wall, try and just get any amount of damage done. They've actually bought a couple sheriffs here on the defensive side, which you don't see as much now with the outlaw in the game. Teams opting to full save, but you know, the outlaw on attack split would be very rare. That's a bold choice if someone made it. So.
Otoshima, now on your screen, he's going to be working from behind that Viper's pit. It's a lot of damage. Hoping to receive Scuba. The timing, not good enough. They do get some site presence here, MXS. Still 4 players from Oxygen, though, now. 3 of them grouped here towards ramp, and they've recovered a Vandal. It's all starting to come together. Got some util to work with after the fact. First, it's going to be Mitch up. Nothing spotted here as most of MXS deep on the site. Guiding Light. Gotta get some information. Brock flashed up by that one. The Flyer's going to be there. Now we're even. A lot to work with though. Verno at least able to make the trade happen, but the Bulldog is hungry. Rabbit as he is. And Scuba's pretty much out of options here. Hoping for some magic, but Flyer ain't about that life. It's going to be 9 here for MXS. Converting on yet another pistol round.
Scary for Shopify at the end. No map control, fighting off the Oxygen hordes, but luckily for them, the HP on those remaining Oxygen players was very weak, able to strike them down with just a couple bullets each. A nice recovery from them. And at this point, kind of funny to note, but the last time these teams played, Moist Shopify only got 8 rounds. The time previous to that on Split, they only got 4. So, listen, they're not off to a bad start and middle of this game. Then 9-5 lead.
It's a training arc if I've ever seen one. These two teams are really familiar with one another. Can't be overstated, and we've tried. Okay, towards mid now, MXS. Well, a couple players back. They're not looking to exploit. Again, Oxygen really prefer to have more presence there. It's in ropes. That's where the action's going to be. Dapper drops into the paint shell. Okay. A 1-for-1. Dapper not credited for that kill, but that's going to have to be enough. Does Oxygen still have a reason to linger at A? It's going to be a lot on Scuba's plate here in just a moment. Get a bonus here for MXS. Plenty of utility to work with though. Flash Scuba turns it, looks down. Odoshima's there! What a shot!
I know exactly.
That ain't going to be good now. Neural theft. All the information flowing to the neurons of MXS. And they'll get themselves the plant.
Rifle recovered as well. Only one flash on the side of Oxygen for this retake. Great opening from Redux, though. The kind of shot you expect from him, no doubt.
Rogue wants to push the poison orb here. Risky business, Otoshima and Vic combine for the remainders. And MXS look hot on this attacking side. Oxygen again struggle to stabilize after a lost pistol. That was their buy. Getting crushed by the bonus. That is a bad, bad omen.
Heads up from Odorous to clear that corner. The sky ping, I wish I saw exactly where that flash went off. I'm going to assume it wrapped around pillar, which is why. But just heads up, knowing that a player could be in that corner despite the flash going off. I think he was the second to run through. That is the pivotal kill. And again, the Odorous impact being felt massively.
And it's
in addition to this roster has been so far so good. It's undeniable.
It's not even macro related. It's legitimately like on an individual level. Odorous is having an outsized impact for his team. Not just this map, but also Lotus prior. Even if that didn't go the way MXS would have liked. So here now, Oxygen, a broken buy to say the least. Bucky to hand for Dapper. Well, again, just try and be that nuisance in mid. As 3 players for Oxygen here, hoping to lure MXS in.
Boombot and Flash up mid. Timing. A little bit off, but that's all good. Oh my god, Verno takes that peek in B main where Oxygen pressing up for some control, gonna get the man advantage. How are Moy Shopify gonna react to this? It looks like they want to go into the A split because they left their Cypher working there, but Dapper with the Bucky, 1 and massive damage as well. Healed up luckily.
It's good for 1. And that's all he needs there. It's definitely given MXS pause for thought with 30 seconds left in the round. And look at this, Oxygen not fully rotating out. They have opted to give up B. I have to say, Vic's done a damn good job of selling this, and he's entrenched. He gets himself into screens. He's about to get busy. Oh, fine, Scuba doesn't need a whole lot to tip him off to that one. Somehow finds the kill, but is traded.
10 seconds
MXS
left.
with 2 players left to work with now will eventually, finally, get a spike down.
Crucially, if Bruno lives, he has his ultimate. If Brock can find this kill, that would have surely locked the round up, but
This is important.
Fly as well forward. It's all about this lockdown.
A wind up there for the turret, giving Flyer enough time to reposition. Here's the lockdown though. 10 seconds to play with Brock and Flyer now need to double up. Flyer forced well back by that turret though. Can't be in a very aggressive spot. Even checking the more defense, it's all going to be up to Brock in that case. And now with the lockdown ticking, Flyer can go for it. Not long left. A shoulder peek here to try and interrupt Redux now. I think he's just going to stick that right on down, and Verno will do his job. Held the line, and finally, Oxygen get a round back.
It starts with Verno's headshot and B main as well, but note the defensive setup of Oxygen. I love how they pushed B main with multiple players, and in the case that they do run into someone there that gives Moy Shopify the info, oh, they're stacked up, they're pushing out, that's going to mean that they're going to go to A, which they did. And who do they walk into? Dapper chilling with a shotgun close up when they're trying to get back into that position. It's just it's a nice setup from them that allows them to get those kills. But also crucially, I mean, none of that works if Verno doesn't just rip someone's head off right away with his sheriff. So also individually, what do you know? Verno and Redux, they're cracked as hell. What a shocking reveal.
That lockdown's so big, Flyer couldn't really help Brock at all there. Very fast A hit. And the ground was fertile for just this kind of play with Oxygen really just spreading into heaven. Still, there's going to be some action on ramps. Vic's always good for one at the least, and Redux expends the showstopper for more, but goes down to 2. Brock turns the flash bomb buddy in and still finds the kill after the fact. Your boy's back. That's right. It's got 8 sides. It's the shape. You know what it is. Scuba, last standing in that 1 versus 4. And MXS quickly keep Oxygen quiet. This is getting out of hand.
How the hell does he get 3 when he's getting boom-botted, flashed? What was going on? Every utility piece was being sent at
So
him,
dependable.
and he was still able to get 3. That was crazy. Also, crucial play late in the game to get them to 11 for Brock, who frankly has just had an absolutely dead, quiet crickets map up until this point, if we're keeping it real. I mean, there was a while where he was just sitting on a goose egg, but listen, it doesn't matter when your team is winning, and when you're called upon to deliver, you exceed what the requested delivery from your side. That getting 3 there is so mental.
And we've seen Brock obviously have to be that role player for this entire series so far. I think Lotus defense sat there with a Judge or a Phantom just waiting for a push on towards B. Other maps, he gets to showcase what he's made of a little bit more, maybe when he's able to place over. Here, though, delivering in a crucial moment despite basically the kitchen sink being yeeted at him. And yeah, it's about time for Oxygen here to slow things down once more. Interesting how they sort of really don't have anyone embedded on the site there, right? They just want to play from heaven. Hope to, use their util in the post plant. Kind of exactly what MXS wanted with a fast A hit, double satchel in, smoke cover. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, the game has certainly become very retake focused. We're gonna have more Shopify here going for that fast B control, throwing down the Viper's Orb, getting the space, maybe pick that back up later. We'll see what Oxygen are gonna do here though. That's the real story of this round, I suppose, post timeout, how they're gonna make an adjustment.
Astra of Scuba never really getting aggressive on this defense side. Never really fighting for B-man control. Might work against them now as Marta is in. Trying to stay clear of the snake bite. Oh, that's what you're going to wish you had back, my friend. Marta, uncharacteristically, no connection there on the slow showstopper. And MXS pre-plant down to 2. It's up to Redux to clean up and finally come alive. Dapper will swing it with him. Give the kill over to the young fragger as Redux for 3 and Oxygen. Well-timed timeout to get them back in the game.
Really nice flood from them. That was just swinging together, fighting together. Those mollies down from Dapper, getting that vulnerability online. Really nice from them. That just comes down to some honest, fundamental team play.
That's beautiful stuff. Lightning quick as well for MXS as they made their way in. Realizing, of course, that we wouldn't see Scuba fight for that B-man control. That's just not what he set up to do. Again, buying enough time for the reinforcements of Oxygen to arrive. Now towards mid we go. Neural theft is a factor in this round, Vic, with that available. Dapper. Too canny to fully swing that. Knows what's awaiting him down at the bottom of mid as MXS slowly try and get up this part of the map.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Oxygen winning this round would be very influential on the economy. If you note that Moi Shopify have 3 players with an effective 0, this could begin the comeback if there were to be one.
Timing here for Redux. Everything playing off Dapper. There comes the orb. Of course, the vulnerable going to help a heck of a lot. And they crunch MXS as they were adamant about continuing to scale their presence up in mid. Despite it being given away very early, care of the shoulder peaks of Dapper. Now again, a player disadvantage to fight from. Dapper still frustratingly shoulder peeking every angle, but there's an opening. There's an opening! Mitch and Verno get plucked out of the mix in that A side. He's open for MXS to get in.
Scuba is going to have the ult for the retake, but the crucial player here is absolutely Odorous, who's really been the man of the hour for Moist, but he's going to be too late because they're going to hit the gas right now to take out this spike planter. Dapper's going to be able to get on this, and now Odorous going to have to rush back. They're at least going to get this to happen. Oh. The molly doesn't even connect. Just going to stick it. That is tough.
Well, while we were due for a mid to late half comeback from Oxygen, this one has been absolutely terrifying, though, for an MXS fan. These last couple of rounds, extremely impactful. Even though MXS found a way through the trades, were very, very good on the Oxygen side. Redux already starting to get involved in the game, and Verno, no surprises from either of them. No one on Oxygen really having a great first half. Everybody pretty quiet. This time, though, a very different story.
Yeah, that plant, at the very least, though, is going to allow Moi Shopify to have a reasonable buy here while waiting to get a full buy on the next round. So still very winnable. They have the 2 Stingers, a Sheriff, but they have 2 Vandals as well. Not the worst arsenal you could see.
Fly is testing this in mid. But 3 players to ramp.
Out.
Anything but a one and done for Mitch. He's got backup. Seekers also confirms extra presence around that corner. The flash. And still disciplined enough not to try and chase that kill on Vic as the counter flash came in from Brock. Here's the side hit though. MXS do have the ability to scale up and they have sent Vic on quite the mission. Already into screens, but Redux and Scuba are wise to this. They know they've given a lot of space on that part of the map. Don't even need to trade it. Redux is there. Really coming alive now as we've not even had a spike plant yet.
Scout destroyed.
And that Trailblazer gets all the info they need. That little one and done spot there for Brock is completely unraveled. He has to pull out towards A main now. 4 in heaven. And a transition surely to screens for much of this Oxygen cohort. Here's the Astra Util. Smoking off A main. It's going to get them in here. Oh, Brock took a hit there. Dapper has that control of heaven. It's all coming together now for the defenders. But time is of the essence, and Brock just walks straight into the crosshair of Redux. Flyer at least able to find something with a stinger, but it's 3 versus 1, and he is overwhelmed. All up to Otoshima. And the clock doesn't run back that far, my friend. Oxygen get a 3rd in a row. Now they're starting to take control.
Vic saw an opening and took it, and I respect that. He was the linchpin of that round's success. That was a total ad-lib A-take. He just realized, oh, hold up, I can go through the entire site for free right now and get into screens. You saw the spike was all the way still back, damn near in the attacker's spawn. So it ended up allowing ample time for Oxygen to fully set up for that retake with maxed out clock on the spike getting planted for them to be able to actually execute the retake. Still though, it was heads up from Vic. If he had gotten that kill early on in screens when he peaked, then all of a sudden things could have spiraled out of control. But at the end of the day, it was not the best buy for Moist Shopify.
Yeah.
And a respectable effort. Could certainly see what they were trying to do.
And again, a very quick rotate from Scuba and Verno there. I don't know if, Vic might have been able to get a lot more done, or at least post himself up on an angle outside of screens. Were they a little slower? It's a very responsive play here from Oxygen. The now MXS have to figure it out. Okay. They had a fast hit towards B, but got stalled out by that Astra Util, eventually got crunched. They didn't take mid control there. They try and take mid control. They force the issue. They lose a round, and then it gets Vipers pitted the next round.
Placing alarm bot.
Viper wall once more.
Here.
Might be like a B biased. A little bit of a default.
Moist have their Astra ult online. So you could certainly see a big execute with that in tandem with the Seekers going off into this round. No real early pressure from Oxygen. They're just jiggling on A. Mitch just seeing if anyone is pushing up there. They've totally given up mid right now. And Moist are going to find that out with the dog, and if they follow up, take the space after it.
Time to hunt.
This is something we've more commonly seen from MXS on defense. Most of the time, at least Dapper is shoulder peeking this mid. Okay, they get a bit of enough at least to give them reason to move up further. That's that defensive poison orb now thrown up. It's going to slow them. But elsewhere on the extremities, the defenders aren't getting a ton of info. See, just tentatively, Mitch is trying to see what's happening towards A main. Scuba really just holding here, expecting the attackers to be funneled here into ropes. He's going to be right. About to see some action.
Got your trail.
Flyer makes the right step. He gets away. Seek is now going to confirm that Scuba is lying in wait at the top of ropes. 3 Seekers head that way. The best plants to pop, though, the best place to pop those, rather, to get the information you need. And here's that great divide.
30 seconds left.
Got to cut off the back of the B site now. As eventually MXS are getting there, but it's not a fast hit.
Not by any means. 20 seconds on the clock. Brock is going to get a crucial kill, though, shutting down all of that KJ utility. Dapper could go mental in the back site, though, to win this out.
Marta down. Showstopper gets some value. Douglas Appa refuses to be shifted. Vic's going to have to give him something here. The spike does go down, but Dapper is entrenched. But he's on his own. 1 versus 2. Mitch just could not get there in time. With the money he has, he's bound to go for it. 2 flashes still take so much free damage as Brock makes it for 3. And MXS take us to map point.
Well executed round from Moist Shopify. Working up mid, they get the info. Okay, it's pretty open. They pressure a little bit towards A, leaving 1 player in B main with their intention to always be, all right, let's draw a little pressure let's pressure A, excuse me, draw the rotators a little bit, and then they go for that Aster Wall that cuts off the B spawn angle and the B Heaven stairs angle, so they're able to just rotate back, not have to worry about all that. It allows them to get there with some pace. And then that first shot from Brock to take Verno out of the site, shut down the KJ utility is huge. So top to bottom, good round from Moist Shopify, great game plan.
This time Oxygen say, don't feel great about sitting A Heaven watching ropes and allowing MXS to make their way up mid. That'll be the Redux Dapper duo holding it down for the time being. And Vic has been so slow. Glacial here, trying to make sure he doesn't give any info to the ramp player, keeping that cam up. We actually see him link up with Brock over there, so he might be able to set something in motion in the mid to late round. There's a lot of defensive util on that side, though.
It looks like they want to dog here, cage the cross, get some of this space late into the round to create some pressure. Get Vic entrenched. Gonna get that heal onto him as well.
It's all about the anchors.
Dog re-clear, and you can see his spawn. That's drawn Dapper's attention. He worked over towards that A site with 40 seconds on the clock now. And this is gonna have to be where they're gonna end this exec. A lot of it gonna come down to Mata, who's gonna be popping up through the vents.
2 flashes from Mitch for Verno to play off here. It's going to be all about the anchors on this A site. Eventually, that's where the Crow's going to come home to roost. Nanoswarm slows things down. Mata also gives his position away in Heaven. Here comes the satchel over to the point with the Cosmic Divide in play. Mata sees very little. Swings it. There's a player on the other side. Mata's having to win it out, but it's going to be Redux and Verno finding theirs. So in the post plan, it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Scuba a little slower to the rescue. But Dapper has already got himself outside of screens. Bomb buddy. Cosmic Divide is about to come down. Keep that in mind. Paint shells deployed, and Dapper has to split away from Redux for now. Mata takes a bit of damage. Takes damage from his own paint shells to come off a weird timing, but again, fails to hit the showstopper. Brock is here, but there's a double face from Scuba and Redux about to happen, and it's a trade. 1 versus 1, and Redux for 3. What a round to win out. What a round to keep Oxygen in this game.
Redux is just so reliable in these situations where you're in the scrappy post plant. He's just going to step up. These young players on the Oxygen side topping the scoreboard, and for damn good reason. They are 2 of the stars of NA Challengers, without a doubt. Nobody would dispute that. Highly desired players in the partnership league when they're actually eligible to play, excuse me. So much attention been on them in the off season. We've watched these 2 destroy Challengers teams, partnerships teams alike. They are just an incredible duo.
I love that from Mata, though. Again, stepping over his own paint shells, going to 3 just to have a weird timing. See that more and more often, right? Especially also over the KJ util at times. So no A wall here for MXS. Again, it's that one over towards B.
Here.
They can set up a poison orb to Heaven, though.
Yeah, just a little bit of mid pressure can work all the way back here. They've been using that cage to take ramp control quite often. They pop it again, but this time it's going to be the full execute coming in straight off the back of it, not just that cycle planning space.
Mitch forced off the angle there at Rafters. Snakebite's hitting both defensive plays. Beautiful setups here for Otoshima. And MXS capitalize on that, but Dapper comes in, 2 players vulnerable. That's 2 judge kills to his name. No spike down yet. Dapper falls.
Oh no!
And it's just
Redux.
Scuba.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide now. For the attackers, Scuba already ahead of it though. There's just so much to work through. A tripwire in his way.
Obscuring vision.
Throw down some smokes and try and make something happen here.
Concealment.
Tripwire is the first order of business. Scooby gets through. He's through screens.
I need us pulling them in.
Is he running out of time though? Really needs to make the play. Throws a pull out there towards A main and receives Mata, but now he's given up his position. Towards side player behind him. They're behind that screen. Scuba trying to avoid it, but I don't know if they've not read that at all. Flyer closes the map out here. And MXS take a very competitive win on Split.
That was just, first of all, fantastic game from Mata. He was a highlighted player when we were discussing the game on the desk before we got into it, that he was a guy who needed to step up. He had a very poor performance on Lotus. partially due to him, partially due to some sloppiness from the team, but he totally turned it around. Star performance on split, tons of crucial, multi-kills that were just straight up winning rounds. So first to note, that is fantastic. Also, the fact that that Moi Shopify are now 4-0 on pistol rounds. It's tough to win maps, let alone a series, when you never win pistol rounds. So listen, if you're an Oxygen enjoyer, you're going to be looking out for, rounds 1 and 13 as we go on to the final map here for sure. But map 1, to me, more than anything, came down to the macro game, in which Oxygen were simply better on Lotus. On this map, that was the case for Moist Shopify. They were playing a better macro game.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, having Marta come online, I think, is a huge boon to them, but we'd be remiss if we didn't sort of talk about the overarching strategy that they were able to employ, right? It's slow play for MXS. Like, it really does take them a while to commit to these sites, but so often making some great decisions here and having a great sort of first half really sets them up for that pistols. Yeah, they're great to have. But I just want to get to 12 rounds before Oxygen get to start to make that run at all. Great showing here from MXS to even up the series. It's one apiece here, and what is basically going to be our Challengers El Clasico for the rest of the season, I think. And we'll have, of course, our decider map Bind on the other side of the break, so don't go anywhere. This is your first game of Challengers Week 1. MXS and Oxygen, one apiece.
It's official, friends. We have a series on our hand. MXS, that was a fantastic run to be bringing it back over on Split and take us to a map 3 between these two teams. Uber, I think you said it was an El Clasico, something that we might see quite a bit during the split, and I hope so. This has been awesome so far.
I mean, we got it served up to us multiple times in the offseason. It was always the kind of match where you really couldn't pick an outright winner. The big deal here is that not only, I think, Wyatt brought this up, MXS have been improving on this map, but haven't really won it sort of in recency against Oxygen. So that's a great sign. Not only they improved, they managed to turn that into a dub, make this series just that little bit more interesting. And boy, some individual moments, fantastic. And again, Wyatt pointed out the macro play was really crisp here on Split.
Significantly better than on Lotus. That was definitely the most impressive part of it all for me. And taking it individually as well, two of the guys who were a little bit more silent on Lotus stepped up massively on this map. Mata was going crazy. Tough Lotus, insane on Split. And Vic, who didn't have a poor performance on Lotus or anything like that by any means, but he just really came into his own anchoring on moments like you're seeing right here, locking down that A site, playing around his utility, finding nice timings to swing, and then, yeah, just this round following that pistol 3K was way too crispy. So two players seriously stepping it up for the team, but overall their attack side was just way more decisive and coherent than it was on Lotus. You could see the plans they were going for and they executed them well, whereas on Lotus it felt very haphazard and like they were questioning themselves.
Also just the teamwork amongst this. I mean, I feel like you could talk about any player in a different point, but Brock's someone as well who's really just setting the team up for success over and over. And I love how they're looking so far. And as we're pulling up some of the stats too, a trend that we got to see in the first game, Uber, was Oxygen. They had more first because they were doing so great. They were able to bounce back from things. But this time, especially with the Mata step up, Moist Shopify really putting that number up.
Absolutely. Important to point out as well, Oxygen only take the 150 round, and in a match where you don't win either pistol, it's going to be very hard to come back from in general. Redux still had some great moments here, really competitive, especially up against Mata, and combining with Dapper pretty well towards mid. That was definitely like a focal point on this map on both sides, right? A couple of times, like they sort of read that MXS give up mid, or they tended to sort of give a lot of space there. They were able to exploit that to some degree, but I also got punished once or twice by it. And look, and we didn't really talk about the skies very much on that particular map, right? But Vic looks so good. Brock sets up a huge amount of those kills. At one point, yeah, Brock's only got 1 kill. He's like 10 assists, setting up the Cypher and really making it very hard to break that anchoring duo on A, which means that they can give up heaven on A. And they did multiple times on defense, able to come back in for a retake because the presence on the site was really hard to shift.
Vic just had such a series. I mean, we got to see MVP going on in that, and as you said, someone who wasn't at the first series, but someone that we didn't necessarily talk too much about headed into this series. So much focus everywhere. There's so many people to talk about, but looking at Vic, I mean, there were so many different 2Ks, 3Ks that were so instrumental. It seems only fair to highlight him after that map.
Yeah, absolutely. He also, you saw it on the previous graphic, but he had 5 first kills, and that was to 0 first deaths, and 4 of those were on defense, which again is just a testament to how good he was at anchoring, that when his site was being hit, he was constantly able to get that first kill, and the majority of the time was also surviving after that, or at least buying enough time for his teammates to come in and help. Vic is very flexible as well. He's played a number of agents for this team. He really has a lot to offer as a player to this Moist team. Certainly an unsung hero in my mind.
And again, we talk about MXS winning all these pistols. Well, Vic has to clutch one of them in a 1 versus 3 in order for that to happen. It's not as if they're just, rolling over the top of Oxygen, winning all the pistols and then converting those later on. They have to fight tooth and nail for them. Vic ends them out with 4 3Ks, which is more than anybody else. Like, that is genuinely significant. Especially on a map like Split, where sometimes like you are swinging into double covered angles, crossfires, or double swings from your opponents. So he's really on fire. He's very proactive. That's something we saw a lot on Lotus, like a lot of TPing forward, a lot of trying to get an edge, find a decent position to play from, and also to mess with timings. Sometimes he just yeah, there's that one round Wyatt where he just ran straight through the A site into screens and had a decent line set up. Unfortunately, didn't pay off because the rotate was fast. But this guy is really thinking outside the box, and it makes it very, very hard for Oxygen to get a read on exactly where he's going to be at any given moment. Even on Cypher, something that's less mobile and more likely to plant his feet and anchor his sight.
And I'm curious now with where this is going to go on in the series for map 3, because looking at this, MXS, I mean, they've been leveling up. When you're looking at the split that they played, it's just gotten a little better, a little better, a little better. Oxygen Esports is this quantity that has been ahead in the series, and they have taken down MXS the last 2 times that they've played Bind. But I mean, this is a team that after this 5 months together, they're looking so good. So Wyatt, I'm just so curious with how they've been playing in this series, with where this advantage will be taken on this final map.
So I was thinking the same thing. Again, like, well, they beat them the last 2 times on Bind, so surely it leans Oxygen
Not
favorite.
again.
Literally the same thing on Split. So at this point, it's a different roster. Both teams are looking really good. I don't know. You asked me for a prediction? I don't know. I'm stuck. Mitch, do you have a strong prediction? Do you have a strong feeling one way or another?
I do like the last time they played on this map was like a little too long ago to like really use that. But I love the transitive property, and I also love making up predictions. So I do think Oxygen can win this game. Their attack side on Bind is super good. They bring the Gecko in, obviously combine that really effectively. And instead of the Breach, right? There's a ton of stuff you can do on that attack side, like the Gecko Molly just outside of, U-Haul to make it harder for the defenders to get out of there once you pressure that down, obviously with your Viper Wall. This map to me is all about how effectively you fight for back A side. It's a huge part of it. And a lot of that rests on the Razor's ability to be supported and to make sure you scale up and clear that part of the map. So I'm really excited. I don't think either of these teams really prefer Yoru. They really do lean on their Raze play once more, which is something that, Mada should be in a great position to deliver on.
I'm okay with the Raze gameplay. We've seen some fantastic stuff coming out from Redux and from Mada here, but it's time to head into our Agent Select with our map 3 ahead of us. So have fun, you two. I'll catch you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yeah, Bind, of course, a great way to sort of cap this series off, and it is going to be Gecko for both sides this time. So that's an adaptation that MXS have picked up in recency, and it's going to give us these mirrored compositions.
Dropping previously the Breach into the Gecko, which is far more favored in the current meta. Not a whole lot of Breach being played here. Gecko, very much so. One of the strong agents on this map. We've been seeing it a lot at Madrid and throughout all of those partnership qualifiers as well. They're going to have another run back on this Raze head-to-head between 2 of clearly the top few duelists that are in the Challengers League. Both these players have put up phenomenal performances so far.
One thing I'm looking for on these like attacking rounds, right? These comps are very well set up to play the post plant, right? You really just take A short control. You can get a wingman plant, and you can opt to not even play for the back of the site, smoke it out and then have a brimstone set up. Or, as we see more commonly, that really aggressive play, especially teams that bring Harbor in, where you flash through that Harbor wall and get that back of A site control going. But again, in the former case, when we're going to see that play for post plant, the defenders on B, really, taking the risks and getting information and maybe scaling up off that site and, trying to sort of pin to the map a little bit more might be crucial. It's something we've noticed that Oxygen don't tend to do very often. And obviously on Split, because both teams are on Astra, they're not pushing off that B site. They're not getting involved in any of those first kill, first death engagements at all. So we might see a pace change from that here heading into Bind.
With no Sentinel on either side, that certainly may be the case. Those aggressive pushes down on defense, exposing holes in the attacking side. If they're not being, if they don't have that presence of mind at certain moments to be watching for someone walking down out of hookah and flanking them through market while they're going for an A exec, those are moments that we could certainly be seeing. But it looks like off the jump, Oxygen are going to be headed towards that B site. We are going to have the exchange, of Sky flashes over on the long side, and interesting little Molly lineup. It looks like it's going to land in hookah, clear out the corner there, or I believe.
Yeah.
Where's that going all the way to? Listen. Don't ask me. Oh, this is quite nice.
Okay. Flashes exchanged here early in the round. Is he getting some value? And Redux is already deep on the site, but Broken Martyr elsewhere. Find it. Dapper here has to face Marta, not expecting that angle challenge, but the spike is out in the open, and it's just Scuba. Have to ascend to the greatest of depths to come out with a W here. He'll settle for an orb for now and think of a different axis upon which to try and unravel this problem.
Quite the problem indeed. This is going to
Quite
be
a conundrum.
somewhat difficult. Modern Vic just backing up. Do you think Scuba's going to get them their first pistol round win?
Absolutely bloody
Nope.
not.
And good call.
That's 5 out of 6. For those keeping track at home, quick maths. And MXS, pleased about that one there. The fighting does get hot and heavy, and Redux does get pretty deep onto the site, but only able to come out with one is, again, that dizzy blind is going to be very, very important as these executes come in. You will see the defenders be more than happy to unleash some of that initiator util to try and even the score. And this, what did they set up here for, like a little, aggressive face down, A short here. Deny any cheeky wingman plant.
Yeah, this nice little position up top. I'm going to try and walk up off the Viper wall. That Brimstone Smoke's left a little bit of an intended gap for Verno to cross. Shoulders spotted, but Mata unable to capitalize off that. So much damage through, though, regardless.
Yeah, already, though. They're out showers. They get shut down straight away. Oxygen cannot get anything done. They buried the lead a little bit there and actually lean much heavier on the shower side of that push. Well, they come up with very, very little. Pretty clean anti-eco here for MXS. And again, some free spam through the smoke there for Mata. 6-2 after 2.
And it is a start we are oh so used to seeing in this series. The 2-0 for Moist Shopify right at the beginning. A team with a lot of question marks coming into this series around their off-season decision to bring Odorous in as a starting player. Was their coach last year, replacing Thief at really the last second, had played all their off-season tournaments with Thief. And a lot of question marks around why that was done. Will Odorous be good enough to compete after not having really played for a year? And so far, he's rose to the occasion.
Little aggressive pop there for MXS into showers. They're going to leave Vic behind. Again, that's a crucial part of the map to fight for if you're worried about those free gecko plants, but much of the focus here for Oxygen. On the B side, Flyer spots Redux, who take a quick trip through the TP. And interestingly, Vic actually opts to cede control of showers. This will still be slow going, though, for Redux as he comes through that TP.
Those Oxygen players have reconvened now. They're going to re-clear sand just close up and make sure that no one has walked down. They just want to know that Shopify hasn't pushed down there, gotten all that information, and are going to be stacking up towards A without a doubt, right? So after getting that info, now they're going to walk back and go for this execute.
Run, little man.
Here comes that util. This is the pinch from showers now behind this sky flash. Dizzy also thrown up, going to find Mitch, who just walks straight into that. Okay, paint shells getting some value there for Mata.
Spike planted.
Rourke hoping to get some value on this bonus. Maybe get himself a gun, and so he has. A Bulldog to hand now. Spike down, of course, and the post-plant positions assumed here for Oxygen. No flank pressure, no showers control for MXS. They're going to have to figure it out another way.
Early Molly sent
Very.
in. Provides a long delay.
Mosh pit
But
to
it's-
slow him up.
Yeah, that's just going to be a bit of further delay. The mosh pit not as long, and they can get on him.
Anything else?
That tap is going to force the swings, and the duels are won.
Now Oxygen happy to fight for it in the end. Dapper and Verno doubled up here. Rourke only good for the one as Verno takes 3 in the round. And there it is. Showers control, A short control into a lightly held site. The wingman plant and the mollies come flying in.
That is one of the benefits of this composition, clearly on display there. The cycling of utility that can just deny people to defuse, right? You have mollies, nades, all of that, and you can just cycle one after the other. Typically, you see that Brimstone molly come in last or quite late, right? But listen, you have the Viper molly, you have the Gecko molly, you can just fire them off in any order you want. Retaking under those conditions, just so difficult.
Yeah, this is why the defenders have to fight in positions like this. They've double stacked on top of the U-haul here. Mata. Okay, another missed rocket, but still going to follow it up with the headshot. Verno will challenge though and find the one. It's only 2 left for the attackers. The Showers is being cleared behind Mitch right now. Yeah, they're going to be on him like moss on a rock. And Brock finishes it with the Dirk.
Can't believe Vic was trying to get that spam kill. How that's crazy. You gotta let him get the kill with a knife if he's gonna use his ult into like 5v2 or whatever that was when he popped it. Come on, you gotta let him get that. That was well played from Mata. His movement is really quite nice, just weaving around with the satchels, playing up top there on truck and on the shed.
You can see just how much MXS like priced into those early defensive pops. Pings to Showers here, so 4 players from Oxygen on this eco. Stack up and likely prioritize the orb, maybe for a Brimstone ult. Yes, it gives them some tools. They can either try and clear U-Haul with that, or obviously have it in the post plant. Very potent indeed. And of course, Wingman brought up by Verno like every other round. So we'll have that somewhat easy plant. They still have to deal with Marta sat on top of the truck.
Poison orb emitting.
And the last time these two teams faced off late in the series, in the grand finals, in the Ludwig Tarek Invitational, it was Oxygen that were just absolutely running away with the game. And at the moment, it's more Shopify. Turn the tables in that regard. Vic just carrying the momentum from the last map into this one. Oh my god. Of course, they're just anti-ecos. Listen, I don't want to get too crazy, but still.
It's nice.
If he got the ace, I would have gone crazy. Now, all right. Good job, Vic. All right, cool, man.
Again, I mean, at some point, Oxygen have to figure out how to trade up into that sort of truck position. There's almost always going to be a player posted up there to get above the util and to circumvent the Viper wall led by the attackers. Hold on, some discussion here. Who's going to get a bit of it? Brock, in fact. They build up another Thresh. Almost kind of superfluous in the last time we saw that. It was like used in the 4v1, I think, and just yielded a knife kill to Brook. This is great for MXS, though. Second gun round coming up here for Oxygen. They need to make something happen. Vic again. Yeah, give him his moment. He's still clubbing out here.
The economy is looking quite great for Moist Shopify here as well. Oxygen struggling to get anything started. They're going to have a couple ults to play with in this one if they go for some, you know, big exec of some kind. You can, of course, have Redux satcheling in with the ultimate. And once you have that Brimstone ult online, just saving it to cycle with the Brim Molly in a post plant to deny the defuse is just, that is the bind classic.
Yeah, that A Viper will set up here and Dapper be big chillin'. Hoping for some aggression from Shower. It's a hot spot for defenders to try and get a foothold against the post plant style. Oxygen really taking their time with this. Still a minute to work with, and they're drifting now over towards A.
Got a good amount of utility out of Fly on this Sky exchange at B long, which is ever common on the map. Just the defensive Sky looking for information, the offensive Sky trying to either feign information or take it for real, and the execute is going to be in on A this time. Redux does pop that ult. Wingman coming through, almost gets the stun. Redux just doesn't know where to look. There's nothing coming in for backside, and that just allows the backside players to have open angles, open crossfires. The Brimstone ultimate is coming in super late. They can't actually get the spike down. It's on the ground on default because of the Wingman's unfortunate demise. Mata just swinging through with the crispiest aim. A great hold from Moist Shopify, but simply not a comprehensive hit from Oxygen.
That defensive Wingman was disgusting. Redux wants to scale into backside. He needs to get there with that showstopper. But again, who's going to win? A highly powered rocket from an absolutely rabid, agent? Or one little guy that prevents Redux from penetrating to scale into the backside with that ultimate? You can't use it on a Wingman, of course, so you have to go elsewhere. And that completely shuts down that push for Oxygen. That is, the value there is just unreal. It's disgusting. And then, of course, yeah, we see the Brim on defense. That's why they were getting that extra orb. Vic knows he can just shut down that Wingman plant and they can stay safe. Oxygen, that's devastating.
Absolutely crushing the economy in dire straits, especially so because the Wingmen died mid-plant. They didn't get the plant money. They expended both of the ultimates that they had online. Mata and Vic are still on fire. This is tough going for the Oxygen side right now. The last 5 times these two teams have played, Oxygen came out on top 4 of them. So Moist Moguls, that little off-season move, bringing in Odorous, the changes they've made since then. Listen, it's looking like it's all coming to fruition. The doubts that people had in their minds over this team, the decision that they made, certainly coming to a close. Finally gonna get a 1-up on their rival. At least it seems that way.
We're talking about a Moist Moguls team, part of this MSX squad that almost made ascension. They had to run up against M80 and at the time the Guard, right? And that's what they sort of fell away. But they really bounced back in that second half of the Challenger season. This time they're not taking any prisoners. What a beautiful way to start this campaign against one that's become a very familiar rival for them here in the Tier 2 scene. Here we go again, though. It's going to be presence towards A. Sky flash through the TP. Says no one is in the vicinity.
Hookah being controlled aggressively by Moist Shopify. Fly, of course, used that flash early down into B Fountain to try and get a ping. That Skybird sound, and it was mute. But regardless, they are retaining this space. Oh my god, what a shot from Verno that is, man. Nice little jiggle spots out Mata. The nade gonna come through. It's gonna force Mata out of the open, or it'll force him to just die, which is exactly what happens. That's a nice little clearing of Hookah. And now with a minute on the clock, Oxygen have shown that they have patience in these situations, that they don't feel the need to rush. And they're going to slow things down yet again.
This is so meticulous for Oxygen this time around. Yeah, far cry from what we saw from them in the previous rounds where it's all go in high gear and just getting caught out by a couple of contingencies they don't account for. And now, their prize. They walk right up onto the B site here. There's going to be a timing for Brock.
30 seconds left.
Mitch is going to see that. And this is going to let Redux get right into the back.
Flyer, maybe a miracle. The one in position to do it, waiting for that TP. Vic going to come in to help. Has a molly. Could fire that back site. Flush the players out.
Running low on util, the attackers. So low to that Gecko util to work with. A late Dizzy could be back-breaking. It's not needed in the end. Scuba and Verno can take their duels. And Oxygen really off the back of such a clever 2-kill clear of Hookah. They knew what they were running into. Again, that's why they're light on util for the post plant, but that's fine. They got tons of value for it. And finally get one back.
Yeah, that was quite silly. That was very silly how they, dealt with Hookah there, but listen, not much for Mata to do when you're stuck in that situation. Do you satchel across and die to bullets, or do you try and jump in the air and not die to the nade? It's not the best situation to be in. This Thrash is going to be easy for clearing out Shower as the rest of the players from Oxygen go for this fast hit. Down short, flash for back sight. They're going to fight for the control this time, and they get it.
Yeah, Thrash also gives you control of Showers. This is big. This will allow Verno to come up and have a good angle. On fence, backside, very well populated by Oxygen right now. Seekers tells you everything you need to know about where the defenders are posted, although at this point you've eliminated all the other options anyway. And now it's a waiting game. MXS have no flank presence. They need to face coming out from heaven, and Flyer and Mata have had a great start of this. There's now no presence left inside Showers. Redux sitting on a paint shell. You still have the post plant util to abuse. And Thrash is back in hands now. Verno sends it in. Not a whole lot to see. No detain. Molly on site. Redux is going to have to do a little bit more work though. Dizzy sees nothing. Mosh pit on the point. Gonna be Verno now to 1 versus 4. Who can't stop it? Brock sticks the defuse. And that's mental. Oxygen scale so deep into back A. They have site control. And they lose on the double faces from MXX, from heaven, from vents, everywhere.
Those moments of quality team fundamentals have been just abundant in this entire series from MXS. It's one thing that they have not really at any point shown weakness in. Really, really fantastic retake from them, clearing out all those positions effectively together, trading nicely.
That's a backbreaker for Oxygen just after they'd managed to get one back. So stopper here for Mata. And they are audacious on A short right now.
To poison's off.
Opting to lean away from showers for possibly that reason and embed Brock pretty deeply here towards heaven. Mara has the angle, but Mitch cannily able to sidestep that.
Some shower control taken from Oxygen, and they're just going to retreat. A dog is going to re-clear all of it, though. Giving good information to Moist Shopify, and now Oxygen thinking, oh, okay, whoops, we have to go back in the shower and show some presence again with a minute on the clock. Or they can just go for the exec, of course, because now the false info has been gained, which is
right
exactly what's going to happen. Just walk right back in. Oh, good timing. Thank you for the dog. Really appreciate that. And here's the exec.
Vic wants to slow this down, but it's not going to be quick enough. We're all going to get hit by the Trailblazer now. Sends a Dizzy out to cover him, but it's a flash that comes in. Everything in the kitchen sink being deployed to keep him in that spot. But Dapper gets to the back of the side and puts the Viper's pit down. No connection there on the rocket. Redux able to bring Marta down, but that's the Viper out of the picture. Dapper's down, and again, the defenders are coming back with more. Brock here. It's thrash time. There's a player on A short. He knows that now for a fact, and there's one inside U-Haul. Scuba's in trouble. A double face is possible here. Odashima does what needs to be done. It's just Scuba in the 1 versus 3. Vic leaps and bounds in his direction, and Brock has started the defuse. This could be big for Scuba. He can interrupt this. Brock gets it halved. It will fall. Scuba
in charge.
salvages the round for Oxygen after it all looked to be going wrong all over again.
Incredible clutch. Oh my God, Scuba is so nice. This guy has just been at that level. What you just saw, he's been doing that for years. And for years, people have wondered, why the hell is this guy not on a tier 1 team? Why is he not getting a shot? He just makes magic happen consistently. He has just always been one of the best fragging controllers at this tier of NA play, and it's always felt like he deserved a shot on one of these top teams.
What a way to show your caliber and win potentially the most important round of this game, at least the most important of the half. Giving Oxygen a staging ground to try and mount a comeback here on the attacking side. Redux, okay. Wingman's there. Brock thinks it's just the one. He tries to go for it. And now he's given up U-Haul entirely. That'll be cleared, and we'll have the Wingman plant, post-plant positions to be assumed.
Let's see how they set up this post-plant here in the 5v4. Redux does have that ultimate online. Ooh. Nice little tap from Verno, which will damn near seal the deal.
Yeah, how do you find all this util? It's so obnoxious, and it's pretty damn oppressive. First the paint shells. Comes the flash. Redux being forced away from U-Haul here, but that's that molly coming down. Flyer flashes towards it. Gonna have to eat some of that molly damage here. Very low on this swing towards A short, but Marta's gonna be there. A double face. MXS at least having a crack at this. Verno's just gonna wait for the contact from Mitch, and no, instead MXS pull the plug. They know it's done. Another one for Oxygen. After the heroics of Scuba, they're able to string a couple together, make this much more respectable.
There's so many small moments that continue to sell me on and really respect Redux and Verno. There are a lot of young, great players out there that are flashy, they're hitting crazy shots, and you can see potential in that way. But it's small moments like that from Redux that, in my mind, set him apart from other players of that same trajectory. Just heads up, using the satchels, just delaying, not taking the fights, not trying to get a flash in there so he can swing. He's just going to delay. They're in an advantage situation. He's not kill hungry. He's just making the percentage logical play. And I see that from him and Verno really, really consistently, to the point where it's just a dedicated pattern. And that is what sets apart these young star players that are going to make it from the ones who, you know, have all the talent, have all the skill, and are still trying to crack into that top echelon. It's just one of the many reasons why these two guys, they just clearly have it.
What a combo. What a couple of rounds here to pick up. Thrash up again for Verno. Again, we're seeing multiple uses from those on many of these rounds, even for attackers. So how do they look to play around this? Pings to be here. It's a free way to clear hookah, scale in behind it, pick it back up, and go again after in the post plant. They're going to open with the flash, see nothing.
Oh yeah! Monster on the
Use that dog to clear up long. Thrash to clear through Hookah. And now they just have to worry about the site. The Thrash is getting in there, as is Redux. Double satcheling through. The space is claimed. Look at this Viper's pit, though, coming up on the defensive side to try and scale into this quickly.
They still have to swing that. Mitch watching it, but we'll have to aim correct at some point. Love that Dizzy. Strain towards. Oh, that combo is good! Redux on the reduction game plan. Knocking MXS down by 2.
She's still
To make it even here in the post plant, the Viper Spit's still active though. At some point, Otoshima has to go for this. You have to swing it. Oh, that Thrash is found 2. He's eaten today. Scuba though down to 1. It's going to be Vic able to swing that and find the kill. Otoshima and Mata have got to go for it now. The double face, but the Viper pit is down. And Veto holds it. What a come up, just as you want to mention him, Wyatt. Another delivery from the young star.
Absolute class from that duo yet again, but just a comprehensive site take from Oxygen, right? Dog to clear up all of long. Thrash clears out all of Hookah, gets a little bit of info on the site, allows Redux opportunity to satchel in there. And from there, though, it's the second layer that is the most crucial. After they take the site, it's that flash from Mitch that comes through into elbow. Redux saving his ultimate for that moment, not using it on the initial site exec. So nice.
Oh, buddy. Oxygen are back in this. What? What's that? The audacity of flying a quick scope straight down B long and find a freebie. Vic also gets his. Open up the sky. Oxygen are crippled. They are reeling after that. And it gets worse. Orbital strike. Shredding the health away from Mitch. Napa fancies to hang around a little bit, but I think, yeah, Oxygen are very much disincentivized by lingering on the B side of the map now.
Defenders crossing back from that orbital strike as well. Nice little kill from Mitch is going to allow entry into this A site. You are joking. Listen, there's a lot of things that Mitch offers to the team. Usually you're not thinking entries and firepower at the top of the list, respectfully, but in moments like that, god damn, that is nice. Somehow pulling his team back into this, almost going for third because he's just feeling it like that.
Brog is getting timing so bad on this side the last few rounds. It's been rough to watch. But the defenders do have a player advantage here, and that post-plant utility is almost non-existent. The Stamper and 1 Snakebite. Flyer. Any other day you have those. He doesn't have to do the work, just posture aggressively and let Vic and Otoshima clean up. MXS take a respectable 7 rounds away from the half, just as Oxygen started to really get a sniff of it. Very back and forth game. What a way to cap off this series between these two teams, Wyatt, that know each other so well.
So well. The 6th time that these teams have played from the off-season till now. Up until this point, 4-1 in match wins to Oxygen. And every single series has gone to 3 maps. Not one of them has been a 2-0. It is absolutely wild. These teams are just neck and neck, but it's always Oxygen that majority of the time that just get over the finish line. Moist Shopify with this new roster trying to put an end to that, and that is just ridiculous. That little quick scope at the very end. Oxygen are stacked up 4 on A here.
Yep, very much playing into the Gecko game plan as Oxygen know what's coming. Marta, nice little translation there with the blast pack, but it gets caught out by the off angle of Mitch. Flash here from the sky, forcing Vic off of A short, and Oxygen really struggling. At least they doggedly defend that A short. Come out with the player advantage though. And Mitch is going to be waiting for this. She'll be able to trade this comfortably. They'll wait for Flyer and they'll nap him as the smoke drops.
Things going to reset now. I say that, and that's a damn lie. They're just going to send that wingman into plant.
False.
Straight away. Brock, the only man with some HP, has got a ghost. Listen, I do believe in Brock in a situation like this. All right, maybe not in a situation where he's getting mollied in the corner as well. That's tough.
What a pistol, Wyatt!
They've done it. Surely they win after they get the pistol win, right? Unless this is some kind of curse that's been activated by the fact they've finally won a pistol in this series. But
God, that would be rough. Again, they fight pretty doggedly for that A short control. There's no shortage of util they expend on it. MXS kind of just stack 2 players on top of Truck, right? They get Marta in position to receive. Oxygen just push down there. They even throw a defensive wingman at it. Whatever it takes to try and get an edge there and make it hard for that free, quote unquote, wingman plant. They invest.
Out of charges.
Scuba gonna get launched up into the cheeky corner spot. Redux gonna take a peek with the Marshal, try and get 1 kill, and then just run his way out of there. Bait for Scuba's position, but the actual hit is just gonna be running it down A short. Oh my god.
Enemy remaining.
That is great. You love to see the 2 kills with the Outlaw with the 1. Oh my god, Mitch, what the hell are you doing?
He just needs to pick me up, you know what I mean? A little bit of a rough first half. Get something to get him going, you know?
Jesus Christ, that gave me a jump scare.
Oh man. Now the Outlaw doing what it was designed to do. Just as Rito intended.
I mean, hey, listen, good thing in their minds, they're glad they got those classics, didn't buy anything up, even though they didn't take the Outlaw into the next round anyway. They took the Judge, but, you know, you feel good about that at least.
All right. Good start here for Oxygen.
Toxins going up.
This time more distributed across the map, but still 2 players wanting to fight for showers. Might see a sky flash here. That's maybe partially what the smoke is designed for, to deny info from that. Again, give Scuba a chance to play a bit more forward here with the Bulldog. Yeah, Lassie inbound and outbound quickly. Pre-smoked.
And in the meantime, more Shopify gonna try and work B long where Mitch is just jump spotting. Sent that early flash and gets the info now. Just gonna force that orb to come up from Dapper, expend a bit of that Viper energy. When that goes down, they're gonna actually work their way up long and go for this hit.
With for Octagon knows. Oh no, okay. On that left-hand side cubby. And we're gonna contact this one. Straight through the wall we go. Wingman though doesn't quite get there. And MXS have to back up. The firepower at least to deliver on the threat of that push.
30 seconds left.
Mana blinded briefly, and Vic now starting to edge around that corner. They tried to deny that position with the snake bites at the start, and that's a mosh pit over towards CT. It's all up to Verno now. There's MXS finally come alive on this attack.
Spike planted.
Well done. Once they get into the site, they slow things down nicely. Don't overplay their hand. They allow the Oxygen retakers to get towards the site, take peeks of their own, and get punished. Good round here for Moist Shopify. Bruno wants to see if he can just catch 1 player in that corner, find a quick kill, do some economic damage before slipping out of there with the Vandal. But it won't happen. But that is no serious worry for him. Vandal saved, and they have a hell of a lot of money for the next round.
Yeah, happy enough with that. Easy buy back in. MXS, though, don't lose too much on that. You gotta be pleased after losing the pistol. Your first buy, only dropping 1 gun. Thrash also available here for Brock. Something well worth keeping your eyes peeled for into the next round here is... Again, we see what Oxygen did in the second half of Split. They did it in the second half of Lotus as well. They really start to gain control of the game. You gotta shut them out.
Brock does have that Thrash online early into a half here. That could be the key to winning a pivotal round. And it looks like they want to go for just a big short play right now. Maybe a late watch on Shower. Shower is going to be taking control. Looks like Oxygen rather want to take control of Shower as well, which is going to be a crucial position for this hit coming in.
Saw you, Marsh. Oh yeah,
Loving these
monster on the loose.
nerdy mollies. Look at this. Ha! Denied triple. Love to see that. Look at this. Straight into the back of the site we go. Mada, a beeline. Punches a hole straight through Mitch, and now gets to post up in U-Haul. Talk about fighting for backside. We've not seen a better example of it this match so far.
And if you look at the utility as well, Vic, he has that molly ready. He's in position to throw it late. Thrash gonna come in, which is just, if not get any tags, the delay from this is just so obnoxious for Oxygen to have to retake it too.
Oh, cool. Great reaction there to clear that dizzy off. Dapper's going to struggle, but it's going to be a trade at the very least. Flyer was there, though. Where's the action going to come from now? Scuba and Verno realize they're committed, would love to slip away.
Look at Vic.
and maintain these weapons. Oh, he's going to catch him. God. Say it ain't so. Venom with 35 HP. This is about to be a disaster.
One enemy remaining.
But Verno thinks better of it. Screw this down. Well, damned if you do, damned if you don't, Verno. You're giving up that gun either way.
I love that pressure from Shopify at the very end just to try and crack the economy, which is exactly what they do. Crossing their T's and dotting their I's there after what was just a fantastic site exec. I mean, that round from second one to the final second was essentially pitch perfect. That site hit was immaculate. Mata getting that deep space, finding the kill onto Mitch, who was on the run from the Thrash, cycling the Thrash for delay. Everything there was just spot on. Oxygen, they want to go for an aggressive A short push here on this bad buy to try and even things up.
All up A short. Hiroshima won't be able to smell this out in time and gets absolutely wrecked. Not even a trade at best. Got a great start, and that will be a gun picked up by Verno. Bit of light armor as well on the side of Oxygen, so they're not completely skint. And MXS no closer to figuring out their win condition this round now as, again, a re-clear of A short. Care of the boom bot, and Redux has a sixth sense about this. Here he comes, Mata. Finds two! What? He already sees one! Verno's able to trade it back at the very least, but now we're in a 3 versus 3. Spike is headed over. It's Wingman doing the honors here.
Spike planted.
Oxygen with some weapons to work with, though, at the very least. That is beautiful. Verno delivers another one. First, shutting down the ulting raise. Now Flyers out of the picture. There's still the post plant to worry about. There's still the Brim set up here towards Showers, and Vic wins that fight out. Brock's going to be there, gets a lot of damage down at least. Forces Verno back, but a double face is going to put the pressure on the Gecko, and now it's up to Vic. It's a molly. Maybe even a little early. Dapper thinks about giving it a tickle now, has to wait it out. No, the timing's actually great. Vic may see a double face here. But in fact, Oxygen... Yeah, they're split up. Verno, that's beautiful stuff. They're going to have this. Great job by Oxygen to overcome that. A terrible start to the round for them.
Thrifty.
And Mata gets 2 with the ultimate, which is that. It's crazy that they recovered from that moment, but they do. I mean, it comes down to Verno individually showing his prowess yet again, topping the board for Oxygen, but gets the trade on Mata, and then crucially, that little jiggle into lamps to find that kill in the 3-on-3 was just so clean. I like the decision, though, also to just go for an aggressive play to begin the round off from Oxygen. Something different. You got to throw something new into the mix to catch off MXS at this point.
It feels so free as well. Back up behind that Viper wall. As soon as that drops, it's not even a trade. Verno able to trade at least that kill onto Mata. That was quite crucial. Him finding a double rocket there is something you can't always count on. And then Vic winning in Showers means that there's still the threat of that post plant util, right? But it doesn't come at the right time. Ultimately, it maybe was a little bit too early, but he was going to struggle to win out there. Great round by Verno. My God, this has been an absolute showing now as Oxygen have finally started to cobble a few key rounds back.
I'd like to continue to see some of that pressure on A, not necessarily towards short, but on a lot of these rounds, they've just been giving up Shower in almost its entirety, which had, you know, bit them in the behind, especially on that round where they went for the Thrash execute. That was 2 rounds ago or so. I want to see them focus a little bit more on control there, as it would help when the hit comes down on short, but this round for Oxygen, crucial elements is that they've got 4 ultimates to play with. You can go for a big retake if necessary.
Mata cheating his way down A short. Poison Orb blooms, and he is in there. My God, he's getting so much space for absolutely free. Again, the potential to leave him embedded here until he unearths something. Absolutely on the table. Are Oxygen going to re-clear this to any degree? Have to think so.
It seems like Oxygen missed a timing window where they don't think Mata could have crossed because neither player is picking this up at all. They're just so unaware. Somehow Mata found the perfect timing.
That is absolutely absurd.
That is ridiculous. You could see seconds before that, neither player was paying any mind to lamps. They just clearly missed a window there.
One enemy remaining.
Verno falls here, and Vic's already on the wraparound. Things are going from bad to worse now for Oxygen. It's just Mitch. And he's got nothing, not a thing to do.
Oh, it must have been just but a second that those 2 A-site anchors' eyes were averted away from short. that they didn't think it was possible someone could have made that walk up, and Mata just hit that timing to an absolute perfection. Just lots of steam, an absolutely free round. Mitch on the run, money dire for Oxygen.
It's weird. Money is weird. Mitch at least going to be able to maintain this weapon in the next round, but MXS really starting to pick up speed here, and they're loving it. Their economy is absolutely rock solid. For the defenders, though, Spectre mixed in here. Okay, Stinger instead, Guardian. They got some ultimates to work with, and they can deny that wingman plant, so perhaps they don't fight as aggressively for race short here. Maybe they can afford to try and play to some of these weapons, but it's dire.
Yeah, we could see the Brimstone drop a tactical nuke on the poor little wingman if he's planting.
Hydrogen bomb coughing baby level.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that tragic imagery. You always hate to see that one happen.
You get desensitized. You don't see it enough times, man. Nothing phases you.
And we see that double clear from the dog and Thrash, which we saw on the first half. This time, though, there's not going to be an execute off of the back of it. It's just going to be all of that noise and pressure put, the space taken into this big A execute.
Thrash makes his second appearance. Oh, really? Orbital strike here. Okay. Scuba actually goes for it now. Hoping to find something. Redux does at least get rid of Vic. Really thought he'd wait on that a little bit, but MXS have not been shifted from A short, and they're actually waiting on the angle. Veto full Scuba tries to take a timing, but Flyer is waiting for him. MXS is backside comfortably. The Dizzy got him in there easy. Now he'll have to take a double face. Falls to the Guardian of Redux. There might be something here for Oxygen. Showstopper available. Paint shells are going to be there as well, and Redux is going for it. Here's the wind-up. Oh my goodness. Brock going to send him packing. Bad to worse again for Oxygen.
Enemy remaining.
Flyer has the off angle and Dapper capitulates. It's just Mitch now with it all to do. Good for one. But that post plant setup is in play. Mosh pit surely. Poison orb as well. Everything to fight through, and Mitch can't see a target. It's another SaD save for the Sky.
Things were looking so good for Oxygen, man, but it crumbled in that 5 seconds post Redux getting that kill where things slowed down. You could just see the Oxygen side getting antsy, but really for no reason. There were Seekers popped from Mitch that were going all the way behind in market that were about to crunch the Moist Shopify players who were stuck in short, and they just got overly eager and were facing some angles fighting when they didn't really need to. I think they could have played that just a tad bit more passively and let Moist Shopify actually have to get into the site there before facing. At the very least, though, they've got a decent enough buy in this round, and they've gone for this aggressive shower control, which I very much like to see.
Oxygen here. Despite that aggressive posturing, the smoke obscures a lot of what Scuba would otherwise have seen, but he needs to get in a good spot to make value out of the Stinger. He's going to have absolutely nothing, though, as it's a big group up towards B by MXS. And here's that hookah clear, customary now. Dizzy's going to send him onto the side. They'll probably just ignore this wall and go for it. Yep, here it comes. Orbital strike. Dapper! Get him out! He escapes somehow. Brock going to remain inside Hookah here, but Flyer looking for that left side swing. Poison orb up. Here comes that util, but Flyer doesn't quite find Mitch. Traded by Vic, sitting in Octagon, who finds a second. That is big. MXS not fully committed to beat here. They can sit back, let Wingman do all the work, and Marta's good for 2. And it's just Scuba, so far away from the action. MXS are asking all the right questions, and Oxygen don't even know what subject it is.
The flank from Mata pushing all the way through elbow during that hit. So nice, the timing on that he finds. But the utility that came down on site was just a tsunami. Those players that had to huddle into the container, try and, let that giant wave pass. There was no waiting it out. They were forced out into the open, crunched into the corner. I mean, speaking of crunched,
forget about
my man Scuba is getting hunted down by everybody. It's a wrap. It was such a good exec for Moist Shopify.
What a brutal second half we've seen here. MXS stringing them together 2 and then 3. Despite uncharacteristically, it seems, losing the pistol. 1 out of 6. Oh, you take that. And now,
It's
of course,
the
money
curse.
for Oxygen is just, it's horrendous. Not a lot to write home about. No big ultimates online. Yes, they got a full cohort of util. That's it.
It's the pistol curse, I told you. They finally win one, and look at what happens.
Okay.
Spike down A.
Veto in trouble. Eventually brought down with great little aggressive pop again. That's where Oxygen have been finding success so far. Martyr and Flyer both fall, and Vic might have to satisfy himself with an exit or so in the 1 versus 4. There's a lot to do.
Oxygen throwing in that little mix of aggression again. I mean, frankly, 2 of the best rounds they've had now on defense are the ones where they were proactive. Going for this TP crunch. The other round where they pushed down short, that's where they found success.
Molly.
These rounds where they're allowing Moist Shopify to take that space too easily, get a giant execute in. We've seen just how potent these executes are for Moist Shopify. They can't be allowed to set up in the way that they have on all these previous rounds for them.
Vic basically max money at the start of this round, so not bothered about this one going awry. When it looked like Oxygen have tried to take too much map control in order to wrest the gun away from him, they
30
probably realized
seconds left.
the risk is not worth the reward. Juice not worth the squeeze here with just how little money Oxygen themselves have. So we can enjoy a nice 20-second stalemate.
Vic, you know, maybe he'll hunt a little bit. Wouldn't hurt to do some economic damage, though.
10 seconds
You know.
left.
He can
At
afford
this
to.
juncture, you can just live so his team has more time to discuss what they want to do next round, you know?
Well, they probably want to
Just
talk about
slow things down.
these aggressive pops, right, from Oxygen. See if there's like a protocol adjustment in the early rounds. They might inoculate themselves from just randomly having sort of two or so players picked off without being able to trade it adequately. They have, that showstopper is online. Verno close to a thrash though, so if they can play for an orb, I mean, seems like a big risk, right? Trying to, pop into showers and take control of that. So we'll see if that dictates Oxygen's defensive setup at all.
Yeah, and we'll see if Moist Shopify slow down at all here. Try and bait out the aggression if there is some to be baited out, from a safe kind of distance. Let Oxygen expose their plans and then go back in and retake that space when it's actually safe. They're gonna pop aggressively into showers with the Seekers and the Dizzy. Oh my god, what a combo, what a rocket from Mata. That is a picture-perfect team play. Oh my god, that is disgusting. Verno backside now with it all to do. Mitch is trying to post up as well. The Wingman is gonna go down with a spike.
Mata doesn't see that. But again, they have a pretty decent buffer in this round, and now Flyer is free to clean it on up. Only light armor here for Dapper. And he'll have to make his way out from vents, of which already that mosh pit has made it a harder trip. Crispy stuff. Dapper doubling his kills, I think, for the entire map with that singular kill. But you have 18 HP. You're trying to keep your team in the series, let alone the map. And you're dead. Doesn't get tickled at least by the molly. That's a good start. But MXS have been mixing it up so varied, so hard to keep under the thumb. Dapper has to go wild, tripling his frags. Now for the map. Rourke with a shoulder pick now. He knows that Dapper's not on the spike. Dapper's here to salvage, save some face perhaps. The double face is going to be enough. And Onishima, the newest addition for MXS, cleans it up. And they have finally broken the trend of their struggles against Oxygen Esports. A 2-1 victory for the series.
Listen, it's only right that Goderus finishes the map off with the kill. It's only right. That was the big story coming into this game. People were confused at this roster change, bringing him in after the Ludwig Tarek Invitational with only about, a little over a month until Challengers started. After playing with Thief for so long, Odorous was their coach. He hadn't played in a serious match in a year. And here he is playing really well, especially that first map. He was going crazy. And after that, he just consistently was having those impact moments that you want. And he had them in spades. An impressive debut. And of course, more impressive than just him is the fact that with him, the team was able to finally overcome Oxygen. Their sixth time facing off in however many months of the offseason. And they have finally, you know, begun to even up the score a little bit. Now it's 4-2 for Oxygen in matches.
I mean, that's it. Sierra couldn't have asked for a better way to start off challenges now with a rewriting of history. The script now gets flipped and it's MXS, the top dog out of the gates.
6 times the charm, right? That's hey, they beat him when it matters most too, right? I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be the last time they face off in challengers, but being able to start the season off right when there's so much to be playing for with just challengers in general. Great looks coming out from, I gotta say, both of the teams. This was honestly such a treat of a series through and through. I feel like we had so many questions heading into this series all, Uber, and I feel like I actually got quite a lot of them answered. We got to see Odorous, we got to see how he's slotting in, we got to see Dapper, how he's doing, we got to see these teams step up, how they're bouncing back and forth. This was a really full series.
Yeah, look, not the most flattering last map for Dapper there, but he obviously had his moments. And, you know, we saw in the break, right, we got to interview, you know, Oxygen, sort of what he brings to the team, a lot of those intangibles as well. But I do think they're probably hoping that he can, you know, find more than one frag in sort of regulation time. It's just a little bit of a tough one for him constantly. Quite a few timing moments. Also, Brook suffering that same kind of curse here. But on moments where we got to see MXS probably scale into the back of that A site, they found a lot of value. I will say, some of the defensive retakes from both sides have been really good, especially on A, having to work with like no info, having like come to flash and double face through like Viper walls and all these brim smokes. Really impressed in both teams' protocols here. It was quite a grind, but Oxygen couldn't quite pick up in the second half like they had over the course of the rest of the series.
It's tough getting past Mata, honestly, because it was called out that how that that hold, that take at that back A, that would just be so instrumental to the series. And Mata was at beast, Wyatt. Honestly, I can't just forget Lotus. Lotus never happened. Mata was just alive the last 2 maps, especially there on Bide, which was just so nice.
Yeah, found his confidence on Split for sure. After Lotus was tough, and then Split was just immaculate out the gate. I think he started Split and Bind. He had a crazy start on both. It was like 8-2 at some point on Split, yeah, and then on Bind like 11-2 or something along those lines. Where both were just really hot starts. And once you're feeling that as a duelist, like you can really carry that momentum through the rest of the game, continuing to play with the level of confidence that you need as a team, your duelists to be playing with as well, frankly, to make everything work. But overall, truly, that was a great series from both teams. Both showed a lot of promise. And, you know, to the Dapper point on the last map, I mean, that's just clearly like an outlier map for him. You know, that's like if you go back and look at the last 50, like that is just an outlier map from him. So it's really not anything that I would take too seriously, to be honest.
We said the same of Marta right after Lotus. Like, I don't think at any point that really shook our belief in, you know, him being able to have a big impact on the series in the coming maps, and he did exactly that. So what we see a lot from individual players, yeah, having an off map here and there, especially when you got a player like Vic on your team, you're allowed to do that. You have 4 other people that can step in and have impact where you might struggle to on occasion.
And we'll get to see so much more from all these players down the line. That series is, of course, done, but we still have a little bit more, as we will have an interview with Flya after this post-series highlight, so don't go far.
One enemy. Remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Attacker.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
fantastic series coming out. Oxygen Esports going up against Moist Shopify. They've met many times in the off season, but finally it was Moist Shopify's time to shine, taking the 2-1 win and getting their challenger season off to a fantastic start. And to chat a little bit more about it, I have IGL Flya on the line. Honestly, fantastic game overall. You've played them. This is now the 6th time you've gone up against Oxygen Esports. This is the first time getting the round win when it really counts. What was the difference this time around?
Wait, can you hear me? Hello? We're good?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry, can you ask the question again? I didn't hear you last time, so good.
You're all good. You're all good. This is the 6th time that you faced off against Oxygen Esports. Always been close matches, but this is the first time MXS getting that win. What was different this time around?
Well, throughout the offseason, we were not good at, I'd say, a couple maps, and, you know, we just had time to get better at maps. I mean, we have a way bigger pool now, so we can match them up like, very well, and obviously maps they're comfortable on. And they also, playing against them, they've played the same past 3 months now, it seems, because this match and when we played in January was the exact same the way they play. So, I think we just been practicing harder or more.
Just leveling up, just building out things as well. There was a change coming to the squad as well. We saw Odorous joining the squad here, which is a move that I don't think we really expected. So I'd love to hear the thoughts on this roster change heading into Challengers.
It's more so like internal team stuff, but with Chad, him coming in, the strength's getting him. He's extremely good at calming. He took over my old role of being like the main lurker, which I think is good for me in terms of being with the pack and calling. And he has a lot of upside to, you know, being on our team. And he also frags out, like you could just see. Like everyone's been hating on him, but he just played insane. Yeah.
Who was that in the background? I have to know.
That was Mata.
Oh goodness. I mean, Mata definitely posted about Odorous and got shot up in that first map, but I have to say there was a couple pieces on the team. You're talking about, though, that Odorous kind of taking your old role of lurking. I know, though, as well, you were tweeting about the fact that, hey, you've always seen eye to eye with Chad in this coach role, that he's really impressed you just with his playing and stuff. I would love to know, too, with him now joining the squad with you IGLing, do you share that role at all? Is it all you? Does he do some mid-rounding?
I'd say it's mostly me. I think everyone on our team has a really good voice of just, like, when it needs to be said, they know how to make a call and speak for themselves and, like, play with their team. But most of, like, almost 95% of the overarching things that we do are my calls. But like I said, like, if someone has their ult, or we're going to a retake and someone's in a better spot than I am, or we have util, like, big thing, like, everyone knows how to do it. But I'm still, like, the main IGL, yeah.
Okay, and I'll talk a little bit about Mata too, because we got to see the first map wasn't necessarily too great for Mata, but the next 2 maps absolutely unlocked. So how does the squad do you help enable your duelist to be able to pop off like that?
Well, I'd say most of it is him. He's the best duelist in Challengers, hands down. Like, no other person is in contention for that spot at all. And I think we're just good at supporting him. I think me and Brock are great initiators on most maps. We're good at, you know, making people stun, flash, everything, but he does all of it. All the entering, pathing, his own ult plays, he makes everything for himself. So I think he's extremely self-sufficient, really good attitude. He's just, like I said, like, best player I've played with, so it's all him.
Wow. That is some high praise. Best duelist in Challengers, and your team lucky enough to have him. How do you feel like MXS's chances are just in Challengers this season? Because there is some really talented teams out there. You have M80 and TSM on the horizon too.
Oh yeah, everyone in Challengers is good. This Challengers is going to have way more talent and teams that can actually, like, show up than last Challengers, but we fare up, you know, just as good as anybody else. I think we have an insanely good chance at ascending. So I think, like I said, though, I think pretty much every other team that's here is good. So it's going to be way harder than last season was.
Well, it's definitely exciting to watch. That series was absolutely amazing. Flya, thank you so much for chatting with me. Enjoy the rest of the night with your team, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. As for us, that was just our first series of the day, first series of Challengers, and it was an absolute banger. And of course, more on the horizon. We're going to have SaD Esports and Winthrop University after this break. minutes. All right, is there anything that we want to pull going ahead of the series?
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America Stage 1. Sierra, Uber, and Wyatt here. First series definitely went the distance. Already dark outside, I'm not gonna lie. We'll have to see if our second series can be living up to that same potential. We have Winthrop University going up against SaD Esports. Uber, these were our first two qualifying teams, too, to go through our open qualifiers to make it. So this is exciting to see what they got.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, right? You know, like at the start of February that we saw these two teams go head to head. Plenty of time to have made a bunch of changes here, but neither had to go through the grueling process of doing another open qualifier, both getting through, of course, in that first one. I mean, you can't talk about either of these teams without talking about Bob. She is really the epicenter, I think, of a lot of what SaD are able to provide. Some incredible players on this roster as well. Skarn, obviously on the Duelist, Darkest, incredible initiator. This roster's looking really good. And last time, like, it was a very close second map, but that first map between SaD and Winthrop was not tight at all here. So SaD, of course, boasting some names you might remember, like Gucci, for example, from a crew. They're going to hope to have a much stronger performance here because their group is brutal. That Group B features M80, TSM, Turtle Troop, and even the Glazers. So it's going to be very competitive.
Yeah, and at that, SaD with a team that beat Winthrop in that, or rather, it was Winthrop. They beat to qualify in that first open qualifier, and then Winthrop went down in the lower bracket. Yada, yada, yada. They made it as well. But this is going to be a rematch from that qualifying game for SaD, where they displayed some serious dark horse potential in my mind. They're one of my go-to teams that I'm going to be watching this season as one that can get some upset wins, actually have a pretty good run, and people won't expect it because the names on this team are not well known outside of Bob when she took a little break from the challengers scene, went over to GC, won a couple championships. All right, time to come back and just own in challengers again, and has been going crazy with SaD. But the roster is rounded out with some other players as well that people don't really know too much about, but will definitely be on their radar with this team competing in challengers this year.
I am definitely excited to see Bob competing again, because there is a little bit of a break from GC, but I'm excited to see that this roster that she's on been making this distance, especially to what we've gotten to see from Bob in the past. Very, very proven player. I mean, the past, even just we've gotten to see Cloud9 White. Before that, there was Onyx, and still just putting up these consistent numbers, Uber. I think that this is such an exciting player to watch, and I'm so excited we get to see more of her.
Yeah, she's super nasty. She was part of that initial very ambitious project by Sonics to bring an Oceanic team over to NA to try and have them qualify for some big stuff. I think they all ended up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of it. But Bob, the sole remaining Australian from that project, and obviously as time went on, that sort of shuffled up and changed. So she's very experienced on this team. She, generally we see her on the initiator. We're really taking over games just in that sort of raw individual level. A lot of clutch potential. And again, with a really solid core around her, we've seen this team find great success, forcing Winthrop to have to qualify through the lower bracket, which they did, manage to beat Thinking Men, who also feature in challenges here. So there'll be no slouches. But this is definitely a matchup of teams that has the potential to be quite, even. Just like the game we saw beforehand. You might be strapping yourselves in for a long one. The map pool, we'll get to it, looks pretty different to what we saw from these two first time around.
Exciting.
Since joining the team, I thought this was kind of insane. SaD, since joining, referring to Bob, since joining SaD, they have lost one game, and they won 20 since Bob joined, which is mental. That is just, they're just running over the tier 2, tier 3 competition with a crazy consistency. And all the while, I mean, not to just be sitting here throwing numbers at you, but to just show how much of a contributing factor to that consistent success Bob is. She's currently going positive in 75% of their maps played. That is outrageous. Like, for comparison, last year in VCT, Crashies, also on a team that's getting a lot of wins, also one of the top initiators, just gets like 58% of the maps are going positive. Like, that is... So what I'm saying is Bob is better than Crashies, but also what I'm saying is, but also what I'm saying is that's just, an example to show just how outrageous that level of consistency from a player is. I mean, especially just on that initiator role, like every game putting up numbers, just so wild.
Bob is definitely someone to be watching. I cannot wait for that. But we need to talk about Winthrop University as well, because coming into this Challenger season, they are the first ever collegiate team to be qualifying for Challengers, which is definitely a really exciting thing to be talking about. A lot at first, and this is definitely a team too. Yes, we say first collegiate team, Uber, but when we're looking at the players on this team, these are names that we have seen around in tier 2, tier 3 spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, seeing them come together now, I mean, we talked about, Gucci going way back to Accrue and multiple sort of mixed teams prior to that, right? Something that really caught my eye over their qualifying games was Nasi, who's also been around for quite some time sort of within the scene. This is a team that, like, is definitely going to be earning some respect. I mean, let's not forget, like, Jerk was featured on like a bunch of different teams like Renegades, that reformed roster. There was a trial for Gen G, very much, around the scene and in the picture. Nasi, specifically had this disgusting ace in their last match up against SaD on Breeze. Really, really impressive individual level here. So these are all players that can deliver, can perform. And what better time to do that than on your debut here in Challengers? You've got a lot to prove as the first collegiate team to do so. But again, world's your oyster if you can start with a great result here.
100%. I think someone with a lot to prove too is Gucci coming into this, because when we're looking at Winthrop, Gucci was benched going into this and then brought onto that starting roster again. So I feel like that's going to be even more of a drive here to make sure that this Challenger's debut coming out from not only the team, but himself here, Wyatt, can definitely be an explosive one.
For my money, I would say that Gucci's the best player on this Winthrop University roster, has proved to be a quality player for a long time over those rosters that Mitch has mentioned. The last time these teams went up against each other, some serious impact was dragging at some points. It felt like Winthrop to keeping a game close to actually potentially be beating SaD on one of their maps during their qualifiers, right? So just absolutely looking to him as one of the guys on the team that actually, I think it's not even a question, definitely has the most competitive experience in challengers and some of the more top NA plays. Really going to be the just the standout for them in a lot of different regards, and really fragging experience, all of the above.
And we talked about the fact these two teams did face off against each other in the last qualifiers, but heading into our map picks and bans for the series, we're not necessarily going to see repeats from that series, which I'm actually really excited about. See a little bit of a fresh start from both of these teams, as yeah, we're going to be starting once we roll over into our map selection. Of course, we're going to be starting with kind of I say a favorite out there, Uber. I'll give the spoiler. We're going to be kicking it off on Icebox.
Yeah, great to see Icebox back. I think it's also some of the bans are actually really interesting and kind of indicate to me that there might be a lot of scrim history with these two rosters, because if you look at previous data, there's no reason for SaD to ban Breeze. They clapped Winthrop on that particular map at 13-5, like not remotely close. So there might have been something sort of brewing in the old scrims that sort of indicated this. Their split game was also very, very close here. So you're right. We get Icebox straight up. Lotus also picked by SaD, and then Ascent is what is going to be left over. Leads me to believe we should be expecting a different flavor if you want to go off of the last time these two teams played, which is in fairness over a month ago. Right? That was that first Challengers qualifier. So it's been a minute, and obviously we've seen some changes within the game. It really does mean that to a great degree for us as pundits, it's a fresh start.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a crazy map pool. I mean, Icebox is going to be fun on account of SaD's comp there is ridiculous if they run what they've been running, which is like a Reyna Gecko deadlock comp. It's maxed out silliness. So if they continue to run that, I'm all for it. Lotus, they've been sick on this year. They've just never lost it. They have 9 wins. That's it. So you have to be favoring them there, given already, frankly, heading into this series, they're already the on-paper favorite, right? Yeah. Can't really debate that.
Healthily.
But Lotus, you have to imagine that's going to be going their way. Icebox, though, is going to be wild. And I'm here for that. I'm ready to hopefully enjoy them running this crazy-ass composition.
Do we think we're gonna get the crazy comp? Because it has been a little bit. You never know, but I'd be here for, what was it, Reyna, Gecko, all this fun stuff.
Deadlock?
Yeah, I'd be down.
It's Reyna, Gecko, Deadlock, Jet, and Viper, and they've been running it all this year. They haven't played it since the qualifier, though, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
but I'm praying on it.
It's been a minute, right? I mean, again, if you've been watching Champions, you have seen like Deadlock find success on this particular map, like Georgimo playing it for Evil Geniuses, right? And there was like a whole bunch of hubbub around that because there were a few teams that were trying it out, testing it out, and then Jorg busted out in a very important kickoff game. And we see Reyna, right? We often see her like really used to try and pressure that A side on attack and make use of that Leah. Comes up in Europe a fair bit. We do also sort of see it mixed in here and there. All of that together, though, that is what is interesting to me. I'm really expecting to see so many of those off the wall picks. I mean, what Gecko provides, we saw so much of it on Bind previously, right? Being able to recycle those flashes, especially if you're like, playing like B-Long, for example, and want to see what the attackers are doing. You can also recycle it pretty comfortably from pipes on the A site. So there's a lot of options. I think Gecko's really powerful on this map. You can get a lot of value there. So do we get all 3? I don't know. I hope so.
It would be fun. I'm really, really hoping. But hey, Wyatt, I'm gonna throw you a hardball question right out the gate here. Going back to something you said, talking about SaD being the favorites in this. What do Winthrop have to do in this first map to convince you that maybe it's not quite as clear cut as that?
This is more of a thing for the entire series, to be honest. But I think the biggest drawback from watching Winthrop previously is that on defense, in particular, their players are extremely antsy. If they don't know what's going on, they tend to just peek individually way too much. They go for way too many info peaks at bad times, sometimes just re-peaking angles, the same angles to take fights. They just like struggle, it feels like, to slow down and let the game come to them. It's like in those tense moments, they play in an anxious manner. So I'm looking for them to really clean that aspect of their gameplay up. I think that was the biggest detriment when they lost to SaD last time.
And I think SaD were aware of that tendency because they exploited it really heavily in that game, especially the Breeze map. If you have a chance to go back and watch it, SaD posts like 3 or 4 players in mid on attack, on Breeze, and wait. And they invariably get a pick or 2, and then they can obviously make an informed decision and sort of rotate off that. So that's like a little tendency. It's pretty easy to eliminate, especially the coach is really going to clamp down on that kind of stuff. And it's just a matter of having really well-drilled protocols. So keep an eye out for that. That will be a difference maker. If it's still an issue for Winthrop, it will be exploited over and over again.
All right, okay. So the biggest thing to look out for going into this, that I'm excited because it has been a month since we have seen them play. And when we're looking at some of these teams that we have here in challenges as well, I mean, we've gotten to see quite a few of these players play before in these different teams. But Wyatt now coming together and playing at probably what is going to be one of the highest levels of competition for a lot of them, I feel like this is the time to really like start getting serious, get rid of those bad tendencies, and to really just try and level up that game. And it's kind of make or break.
Yeah, definitely. There's no better time to show it than against a team that, you know, beat you to qualify, and now you have a chance to get a little bit of vengeance. That's, you know, that seems pretty good to me. Yeah, I definitely have hopes for this team in regard to, you can clearly see that their players have talent. I mean, despite in that game, I think SaD being significantly better with the actual macro of the game, they were still able to hang with them because there is legitimate talent on the team. For me, it's 100% about the team play to actually, you know, maybe be able to take a map off SaD or maybe even win a series. I think that's going to be a tough ask at this point, honestly. I'm pretty high up on this SaD roster. I think even Bob aside, Darkus is a player that I've had my eyes on for a super long time. When they were playing with a Moon Raccoons roster a while ago, they've got serious potential, and watching the SaD games, it's kind of that duo of Bob and Darkus that is really going to take over a game. And their duelist Skarn as well has had some really standout performances. And then if, you know, you kind of have that trifecta online where Skarn's entering into a site, and then you have Darkus sometimes on the initiator, sometimes on a different role, but 100% Bob on the initiator is like that trading follow-up that with the consistency they have. Like, I really think this team has something brewing, and it's just a matter of it kind of coming to fruition throughout this season. But I really think they could be an underdog contender when we're looking down the line for the entirety of Challengers this year.
We talked about looking out for some of the drafts or the sort of agent selections here for SaD. Still seen some weird ones from Winthrop as well. We saw like a Rainer pick on Breeze from Moobs, which was really curious, as opposed to taking a KO.
I hope they don't play that again.
Yeah, it was like,
but
it was,
yeah.
It was very sussy because, again, like KO obviously provides you like a strong flash and like a great info. Like these scan agents are really important on these like bigger maps, right? Where you try and want to make an informed decision about swinging these very wide angles. The Renner, it didn't pay off. They forewent the KO for that sort of pick. So it could be a matter of comfort because when we went around to split, like it was much more reasonable, much more standard comp from them. So it might just be a blip. A map like Icebox, like we already talked about, does give you opportunities to make some of those, like stranger choices. If we see the deadlock, that'd be a lot of fun. It's very, very good at obviously shutting down like those fast hits, or especially as teams on attack try to scale into yellow on that B side very quickly. That's where we saw, you know, Jorgamo, for example, really shut people down with a lot of that deadlock utils. So, yeah, I am very ready to see Asian select. If you can't tell, Wyatt's getting a lot of questions because we're buying time here. So, still waiting to get a few of the players into the game.
You're not supposed to
we're buying time.
Tell them that's the secret, Uber. What are you doing, man?
12 years of this, I'm not pretending it's not Phil anymore. Like I've done my dash. You know what I mean? I deserve like a discount at the local supermarket for how many times I've had to fill without telling people that I'm filling. Seriously.
Cat's out of the bag. Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for players, I think, finishing up in the washroom and whatnot.
Yeah,
but
every time I look over at the Discord and see our producer typing, I'm like, oh, hold on, is it gonna happen? I start getting excited, and no, never mind.
All right, well, I lost my desk, but no, as we're getting prepared for the game, we'll let you two have a quick speaking break ahead of this match because hopefully it's gonna be a good one. So we'll be back real quick.
Welcome back to week 1, day 1 of our Valorant NA challenges. That's right, we are about to jump into our second match of the day. Bit of a delay. Thanks for sticking with us through that. It's going to be SaD Esports taking on Winthrop University, a match we've already seen play out about a month ago, and why we are tantalizingly close to Asian Select.
And it's oh so tantalizing because SaD play the silliest composition on Icebox, and I want to see it. And honestly, I don't know, it's silly at face value, but I think it has some legs. I'm gonna be honest, and they're playing it, and also Winthrop are playing some crazy stuff. Where this is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for. Listen, the Moobs Arena, when I saw it on Breeze, when these two teams played for a qualifying spot in Challengers, in the tournament we're watching right now, was not a fan of the Moobs Arena. But it's a lot better in Icebox than it is Breeze. This SaD comp, though, Mitch, this is what I'm talking about. The double duelist Reyna Jet with the Deadlock and the Gecko. I have seen, listen, there's a lot of flash combos going on with Gecko, right? Like you throw out the Dizzy, you throw out a whatever flash. So you throw out the Dizzy, you throw out a Leer to try and blind someone cool. They have way too many targets to shoot at. They're going to get blinded. You're going to get that kill. That's easy, straightforward combo that we're going to be seeing a lot here. But honestly, I've been liking Deadlock, the little... Now listen, I never thought I'd be commentating a Deadlock. I don't know what her abilities are called. But you know that little grenade, the crouch grenade? That just, you know...
like the Gravnet grenade?
Is that the Grav... Yeah. Ah, the Gravnet. Yeah. All right, that's why they pay this guy.
But no one used ability names anyway, bro. The crouch grenade is good.
But the Gravnet in combo with the mollies is super nice. And honestly, just seeing Jawjamo use the Gravnet with EG, who are using Deadlock on this map, finding nice timings to catch players out was pretty sick. And there's just a lot of common post plant positions on this map where that Gravnet finds value, like back yellow when you're on a B plant. It's sick there. So listen, I'm here for this. I like what I'm seeing, Mitch.
All right, let's strap ourselves in for this one. Winthrop University, their opener, the first collegiate team ever to make their way into challenges, takes on SaD. It'll be Icebox to kick us off here. Very different story in terms of maps than what we saw last time around, and it is the wackiest comp you're going to see on this side of the Pecos. That's right. We're going to have the Gecko, the Reyna for both sides. This is a throwback and a half. And of course, Coburg will be on that Deadlock. Stick around for this one, folks. It's bound to get a little spicy.
And here we go. Immediately, the Gravnet Molly combo to try to catch someone that would go for that ult orb. No one is, however, but they're going to be able to get the space off the back of it. They have this KJ set up to deal with, but they should be getting the site for relative free. It is this flank, though, that is the crucial point of this map. Or round, rather.
Here. One is good. How about two? Nope, Moob's able to trade that one out here. And again, the attack is SaD, able to get straight up onto the side here. So many players biased towards that mid wrap here for Winthrop. Gonna have to try and activate them somehow. Jerk's done a good job here from mid. Shots in towards screens, and they've got what they wanted. 3 versus 3 in the post plant now, and here's the flank now getting revealed. Gucci's done well to cross. A little bit of a risky moment to make that happen. But Bob deals with them. That's that Rafters presence down. Gonna be Zoe, moves and infiltrator working well. And there's a transfer of shot there, but Moves just staying alive at 2. Winthrop get that defuse.
Moves staying alive barely as well because of that earlier orb they collected, getting up to 140 HP. Reyna kind of busted on pistols, to be totally honest. That is definitely where she thrives. I liked the call from SaD to flip the map, though. After realizing that there were 3 players flanking, they plant, you know, on the opposite side of the site and actually take space on the defender's side of the map. Good decision, but genuinely, that overheal for Moves paying dividends. A nice retake.
So far, it's working out. For SaD, again, they do get that plant at the very least here. We can see the buy there straight away, an outlaw for infiltrator. Gucci going to be on that long angle towards B, often left on an island here with that A retake wall left in his wake. Skarn's going to start to peek here. Gucci probably has very limited information about this, but Jerk is obviously drifting, playing over towards kitchen, so will be available. And the curry spot being sat in by Zoe here until later in the round.
Poison's off.
Someone's always got to man the curry spot. Love that he has an iconic part of a map named after him. deserves it for all the good work he did shooting flankers from spawn. It's nice little tap from Gucci. Should be able to clean more up, but doesn't. All right. Well done from Skarn to deal a little bit of damage. We'll see if they can make anything more of it. Maybe Zoe will go on a late flank through mid. That does look to be the case.
The setup here. We've got the deadlock wall, make it a little bit hard to push past the site and press in yellow. Boobs are able to find one. That's the grab net deployed here.
Blocking sight.
Infiltrator wants to move up. The Lear could be an issue. They're going to get to the right side of yellow at the very least.
One enemy remaining.
Boobs with a second. Nicely done by Winthrop in the post plant there. Obviously that initial trade, but SaD couldn't really scale towards Snowman at all. They had to play back behind that deadlock wall.
No utility to work off of or anything. I mean, listen, they're just happy to have gotten the spike down on a save round like that, get some decent cash going into the next. They're going to be able to get all of those heavy armors. Actually, -1. Skarn is going to sell and opt for other utility. So Outlaw lethal to Skarn if they happen to meet somewhere on the map. It looks like SaD, though, we're just going to gather up for big A execute here. The grab net in hand, that same early round utility we saw previously to try to catch someone on the orb, and doesn't look like it'll catch anyone this time either.
No escape.
Grab net off the rip as well. Again, just to try and punish that early orb play. We've got 2 coming down tube, 1 in mid. That's going to be nasty, I think, to take contact first, but Coburg's waiting for it. That's a big one. No curry spot required. Coburg has the presence of mind to go for that, but Infiltrator still a full arm on target, but Coburg was lit after that first engagement. Skarn doesn't push up too far, really enough for a wingman plant that seems to satisfy SaD. And slowly Winthrop drift back up mid towards screens.
Flank fight here again. Moves pressing Zoe. Great timing. And now that Thrash is going to be popped. Force everyone back sight just a little bit further back. Jerk is actually going to get stunned by that as well. This is just pure delay as Darkus now in the backside. He plays it all for this team. Arena on Icebox. He flexes all around. Initiators, smokes players. Nice adjustment.
Come on.
He's just so clean. I'm telling you, this guy has some serious potential. I really think he's someone we might see in the partnerships one day.
That was really nice. I mean, obviously having to dismiss there was concerned about a refrag overtaking the heal, but then gets another kill at 10 HP with that Guardian. SaD chalk up a pretty important round, and not for too great a loss of weapons either. Great for them to start to build up a base. Infiltrator trades up into an operator for this round.
It's a nice job on that flank watch from Coburg there. Dealing with this operator can be a little bit tough with this composition, though. They don't have a ton in the way of pushing players off deep angles, right? Maybe if the Dizzy can catch, it's all right. You know, Lears from Reyna, definitely not the best at taking care of long-range ops. They just simply won't even reach, so could be a bit of a difficulty if the economy keeps up to the extent that they can keep an op in play for multiple rounds here.
Contacting the site where Infiltrator is set up would be extremely inadvisable here for SaD. Infiltrator has gained a large amount of information, but doesn't know the full story. Dark is still picked off, though. Spike being held there over towards Belt. But Bob, she's taking her time. After losing that player, no opportunity to refrag it against the Jet, of course. And all the Winthrop. I mean, in the past, they've really wanted to push down mid. Now they're really folding back. They've given up so much of the map, but with a player advantage, they feel with confidence for any retake scenario.
This has been a round of individuality from SaD, really just trying to take things slow, contact around the map, but not expecting the operator, the ultimate punish for a contact type round. They are going to get the spike down, though, and they're going to try to take some aggressive positioning off that. I really like this decision. Bob with a great first kill. Coburg and Zoe, they were splitting in kitchen there. Whiff onto Bob. The Molly's going to come down for further delay. This is so winnable now.
You've shut the operator off that angle entirely. That was the one opportunity that Infiltrator had to make their way through. She's trying to clear out that barrier mesh, but it's not a one-person job. Bob with the off angle now. The threat is just too great for Winthrop to accept. Unreal that they're going to save in this kind of situation after being 5 versus 3 earlier in the round. Zoe, that's audacious indeed. Gucci take it down, and all of a sudden, the House of Cards, that economy Winthrop's been building, takes a massive hit.
The operator is off the field. What a recovery from SaD. It was Bob winning that duel, but really, that decision from SaD to go for aggressive positioning after the plant was the linchpin of the success there. That double crossfire in kitchen to get the second kill as well. And at that point, you could just see Winthrop. They're like, how the hell do we even deal with these positions that they're in right now? They didn't have an answer. And it's ever harder to do when you're trying to retake with an op. Good decision from SaD. I love how they played it.
You need amazing re-clear protocols because you chose to give up so much of the map. No other way about it. Great shot from Skarner. What an opener. Nasi sat right the heck down. It's a bit of a weird buy here for Winthrop. Jerk at least with a Vandal in hand.
Here.
It's the tailwind from Infiltrator. Not much for them to work with. They're trying to save up for another big gun. And they'll be brought to heal too.
Easy plant going to be coming in here, and what should be an easy cleanup. Yet again, Winthrop, they have all of these players flanking. Always the pressure on Zoe. Zoe, a name that people are definitely not going to be too familiar with on this from this match. They've been very solid, actually picking up the IGL role for SaD. This is their first time on, you know, a top team, a team contending in challengers. So we'll have to see just how good they are. They've certainly been doing a good job as far as the IGLing is concerned, though, with this team.
Absolutely. I mean, especially how SaD have been dealing with some kind of weird positioning from Winthrop, right? 4 players down mid on defense. I don't know who wrote the book on that one. Jerk able to get some consolation here. One more and they say, okay, job done. We take that lockdown into the next round, and SaD have posted 3 on the trot.
And at this point, Jerk is going to carry that Vandal over into the next round. Infiltrator is going to be going for the glass cannon operator.
My God.
That is a pretty big risk to take. Honestly, maybe should have just not bought that sharp in the previous round and made sure they had enough for a little bit more, but we'll see what they can do. The op in the last round, it was tough, but I do think the op is a good counter for the comp that SaD have. I mean, he just has to hit more shots with it than he did on the previous.
Again, yeah, I mean, Infiltrator doesn't often post up on the A side on top of that little server box, right? Which is a frustrating position if you're contacting. Okay. Leah gets some value there. That's going to force Zoe off that angle harder to be more aggressive on that flank watch. Here it is up on top of screens. Skarn goes. A little bit of damage from the turret, but yeah, it's pretty obvious. The cat's out of the bag here. Infiltrator wants to try and get in there, but the grab mesh is going to make it a little bit hard. Takes a ton of damage. That's going to be cloud bursted now. Annihilation popped. No one enveloped by the cocoon just yet, and Winthrop have that player advantage heading into the post plant.
A lot on Darkest right now. Great pick. Tries to get a little bit of info and gonna back out of there as the lockdown comes in. A lot of time has already been wasted though. And that spike, it's not planted in the greatest spot. 1 molly left for Zoe, which is about to come out right now. Oh, actually, sorry, it is up top. I couldn't tell. It's actually planted in the perfect spot. I thought it was planted lower. No, that's actually the greatest plant spot it could possibly be in. Infiltrator going to capitalize on one. Oh, great dismiss. Allows an opportunity for Zoe to peek. Darkest is definitely him, but also just a great setup from SaD. My mistake, they had it in a perfect spot and it made it look easy.
Really lightly held site by the defenders though, right? You can scale into the site to that degree. You have the ability to send your jet over the top of screens and get someone into nest and have that like virtually unassailable post-plant position. Here's Darkest though, like you talked about. Yeah, a little bit of him right now, no doubt about it. Great Empress round, of course, to take 4 away, but that was going to be a tough one. You mentioned Winthrop lost a lot of time. That lockdown came down, but late in the spike countdown.
Those aggressive positions taken from SaD as well. Skarn was in so deep. It's tough to make that kind of position work. The amount of pressure that's coming onto you from multiple angles there, from the heaven doorway, from the main doorway, but they were able to play off of him pretty nicely. So far things looking quite good for SaD. Winthrop haven't really had a response to this A hit outside of attempting to go for the big flank all the way through the attacker's spawn, right? But that hasn't really netted anything positive for them yet because their post plants from SaD have just been really immaculate on this A side. I'd like to see them actually just fight for A at this point. They're giving it up way too easily. Yeah, they've got to fight it. They have a Reyna as well. Just you got to fight it and try to get a kill, dismiss out of there, get a kill, dash out of there if you're Infiltrator.
I've got to know. I can see where Moobs is posted up. Surely there's no push for the orb here. Util is going to make that pretty hard. Moves takes very little damage for that exchange here. So now we're fighting for the site. This is what we wanted to see from Winthrop. Infiltrated with the knives, trying to push up. Scarno has a few of their own. Oh my! Moves absolutely crushed there at the back of the site. And here comes Thrash. It doesn't get any easier here for Winthrop. Bob finds very little, but that opens up the orb for Zoe. And now they're going to be making that approach once more. Scarn into the back of the site here. Checks rafters, checks screens. Finds Infiltrator with that knife. A lot of value off the jet here. And again, Winthrop completely pushed aside. Where do you go from here? Scarn's taken a ton of damage, has to back away, but there's a Viper's Pit wouldn't even be needed in this round after that orb pickup. Winthrop have to figure it out. They're running out of time.
Yeah, they're running out of time, and they've already run out of hope, if we're being honest. This is a tough round for them. Of course, they did start with a bit of a lower buy, but I wish... You know, I like the idea. I like that Infiltrator went for something aggressive, but there wasn't really any piece of utility to set him up for that swing. He just went for the early peak, and then, you know, after that, Scarn just gets that updraft. Great kill. They have the superior weaponry, but I like the idea from Winthrop. It just needed an extra little layer, you know, of like a recon coming through with a Lear, something along those lines, right? For Infiltrator to like have a serious chance of getting a kill that isn't just totally reliant on hitting a crazy shot jumping around the corner. But I like the aggression. They got to play forward like this.
Infiltrator's ahead of the util. Gonna back into it though, as they don't feel comfortable on that angle. The grav net would have been a bit of a problem if that had come down. Moves again, wants to take space. Seen this the first couple of rounds. This time pays off though. Dismiss right away as Coburg is plucked out of their position in mid.
Once again, though, Winthrop are just going to give up A. And so far, their retakes haven't been quality enough to justify this approach to the site. Though a 5v4 is certainly a time to do this. This is the right thing to do. They have a Hunter's Fury to deny the plant if they so wish, though I would prefer they don't do it at this point, as no one can actually get in off of it.
Planted.
And they don't. But they have it for the post plan now. If Gucci gets in, he can put down the Viper's Pit to counter Zoe's. We'll have to see. This is a good opportunity to get around on the board, though.
Like you mentioned, the Viper's Pit susceptible to the Hunter's Fury. Scarn playing outside of it here. Aldrin going to spot them out. No tailwind available, so the old-fashioned way, they reposition under rafters. Dark is going to have multiple angles to cover here, and Moves finds their second for the round. Here's that Hunter's Fury. Infiltrator goes in. Nasty just looking to clear the pit if possible here, but Zoe's going to be there with the shorty. Alarm bot's going to make that a little trickier. Infiltrator happen to take so much damage from the snake bite. And the plant, it's interrupted! Zoe able to find through. The wingman getting in the way is huge, and now it's Bob. Vinasi! And the ladder wins it out, but can't get the defuse. SaD get it done, and it looked like that could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that is brutal for Winthrop on that round. That's one they really should have been taking. They did everything right. They just took a little bit too much time to do it. There was 4 or 5 seconds of setup before you saw Moves drop in, get that kill on Darkest before Infiltrator dropped down, and it was that time wasted that ended up being the crucial time lost at the very end. That was really tough to see from them. Down to a really bad buy after that.
Now they're really fighting again for A, of course, as they're on this weaker buy. Infiltrator able to get into Nest, but Bob has the perfect angle to remedy that. And this is pulling the rotation, of course, from the B player. Gucci is hot-footing it to try and get to A.
Trying to take a fight as Moves. I mean, you got to do what you can on Reyna when you got a Sheriff, right? You just go for a shot, get a kill, try to get out. At the end of the day, they are getting hard gun diffed. And this is shades of the series they last played against each other in the qualifier, where SaD just went out to a strong early lead and took Winthrop a long time to get their heads back in the game.
Yeah, there's a bit of a puggy feel to some of these retakes here, Wyatt. I hesitate to use the term often, but Winthrop not able to put it together. You kind of mentioned, right, it does take some fairly sophisticated util combos from the defenders to restake their claim to some of that space they're choosing to give up on A. But if you are playing off-site, you need to be pretty crispy on those retakes, and not what we're seeing early in the round.
Infiltrator has picked up that operator yet again. What is the setup going to be here from Winthrop? They just made a decision as to what it would be quite late into the round, or into the setup time. I'm going to tell you that right now. And we're going to see this standard open here. Actually, a slightly different variation of it from SaD. That Molly going without the deadlock utility and all of that.
Oh yeah!
But a similar situation nonetheless, where we have the entirety of SaD getting into A. The site is just given up yet again. It's a 2024 retake simulator.
Koberg obviously wants to assume a pretty strong anti-flank position here. I'd say this is one. Operator in hand. No connection there, though. That one looked like a whizzed between the legs of moves. We'll head straight up mid. Again, that barrier mesh is going to be in the way, make it very hard to wrap around. It's going to take some time for Gucci to get through it. And moves opting out a win out there is absolutely devastating. Winthrop are struggling, floundering here. Zoe ready to make that peek over towards rafters as Nasty needs information. But the recon gives absolutely nothing. Darkest and Empress here. Not a time you want to face that Reyna head-to-head. Eventually, though, that anti-flank has been taken down. Gucci got in, but then got traded instantly. 2 players left for Winthrop, and they know it ain't worth it. Their eco round, they got no guns out of the hands of SaD, and they're not willing to lose theirs now. Not with this kind of money.
Oh, the SaD player is going to be on the hunt here, and regardless of if they get any kills or not, the economy is still going to be so tough for Winthrop next round. They'll have a couple of these saved, hero rifles that maybe they can do something with. It's the SaD aggression, though, that is causing so much delay in Winthrop. Those deep positions that they're getting on A site, it's taking a long time for Winthrop to feel comfortable to actually go for the full set retake, because they have to re-clear these close-up little corners that are right next to, like the heaven door and the main door, because Skarn and Darkest are just going to be playing right up there as the Reyna and Jet, no fear.
And the League's not giving you a ton of information like a Dizzy will. So it's hard to clear every single bloody angle. They can at least get some of that info with Nasty if, there's a decent recon dart, but quite often SaD are tucking in on the site, making it impossible to read where they're trying to play from in that post-plant scenario. Here's another variation from SaD. They are waiting for that aggressive push down mid, and the flank is not going to come. And there it is. You mentioned this at the start of the game. Eventually they get antsy. They push up. They try and take some sort of... It didn't look like a tradable fight there at all from moves.
It didn't look like one, but it really should have been. That seems like some kind of miscommunication there, right? That they're going for that forward play, yet no one is really there to swing off moves. And I believe there were 2 players there, so you can have one watching belt and the other to swing. I'd have to see it again to know for sure, but regardless, SaD kind of just baits Winthrop into over peaking, and I don't think the aggression that deep is necessarily the answer for Winthrop on all these rounds. Sometimes they just need to dig their heels into the site a little bit more, and I think that could pay dividends.
30 seconds.
Okay, plant interrupted. Wingman tragically killed in the line of duty.
Barrier deployed.
Here's the barrier mesh. The shutdown screens. Nasty is already in on the side, but that doesn't last for long. Gucci has to peer in from the other side of the wall. God. That wedged in between the 2 corners of it. That's brutal.
That is so brutal. I mean, Winthrop just have no answer for this A hit from SaD, and they're just going to do it again. Why not? I mean, why not at this point? It has just been the perfect hit every single time. I mean, listen, it's well drilled, as you can see.
Look, I mean, you don't have like you're not playing with a brim here, a la G2, right? So scaling into the back of the B side is a bit risky. You can use the wall for that, but might as well just go for A. Those knives getting thrown away. And we do have an Empress online here, Darkest. Going to try and set up his move, says, don't come to my site.
Rare moment where they're going to be going over to B. They felt that presence last time. They decided to kind of cut noise, wait it out, bait in the aggression. This time, they're just going to head straight over to B, and we're going to have a 5-on-5 full retake here. No serious ults online for either team. That barrier is going to go down and just be oh so annoying yet again. And there goes
no Viper wall for the post plant here for the defenders, so they will be peeking some contact. The sonic sensors set up all over B, so if you try and push on towards yellow, you're going to get absolutely done. You're going to get world starred the moment you make a peep.
I'm so convinced it's gonna happen.
Grabnet being loaded up here. Cloudburst of the Leer. Darkest able to find one. Okay, Shock Dart getting some value there for Nasi. 3 players left to work with for SaD, and it's all starting to fall apart as Winthrop just contact on a yellow. Hello, Winthrop. Where have you been all half? Now it's Zoe in the 1v3, but we have a defuse underway. Zoe, though, is able to find it with the post plant set up. The snakebite got value, but eventually Winthrop. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Winthrop.
No!
What? It's brutality, Mitch.
Switching sides.
Brutality. Finally, for a moment, there was just a glimmer of hope. Dashed away.
That's heartbreaking.
Stolen out of my hands.
That's one you feel in your bones on a cold day. That's the one your descendants feel. My God.
The reaction to the moment I realized that there wasn't enough time. Oh God, that's a flattener. This has just been a cakewalk for SaD. They look so good right now. This team, I'm telling you, this team is a serious dark horse in challengers this year. There is some real upcoming talent here.
Oof. Think there on Zoe. Have to think twice about picking up in that fashion again. It is the deadlock solo B play, right? We have the barrier mesh thrown up on a pistol round. It's just messed up. Really hard to get through that. Darkest not able to get more than just the one here. Infiltrator living to their namesake now is that defensive wall's thrown up to buy a little bit of time. Time for Bob to make a foray down mid, get into a backstab position for that post plant.
It doesn't need to push aggressively right now by any means. Can just chill. Yeah, she spotted the beanie atop Jerk's head. Here's the drop down as well.
Did she catch the
timing? I'm aware of this timing. Yeah, I mean, she might have. Regardless, nice kill from Skarn. Dashes away to double face with her teammate. And now Bob on the flank pounces at the perfect moment. Cleaned up by Coburg. SaD are just responding to these situations in the exact manner that you should. It was perfectly played. They ensnared that entire A effort and waited for the exact right moment to actually pounce on it. They're just playing to perfection right now, and Winthrop don't have an answer to this. At this point, listen, you laugh it off, you head into Lotus with a new, a fresh mind. You eat some bananas in the downtime, a Red Bull or two, you come into the next map, reset the mental. This one, just, you gotta laugh it off. That's all you can do, Mitch.
Find a way to make something happen here, Winthrop. Forcing for the rest of the game. There's no other option. Darkest.
Oh my God. It's just filthy. It's vile.
And it's all too easy here for SaD. Darkest more than happy to dismiss. Back through the wall. The damage is done. 3 players left. Nasi does have that Vandal. Bit to work with here. Bob also with an Outlaw. Yeah, not a whole lot of respect being off with here, and why would it be? Nasi the next to fall. Boobs is tucked, but just for how long? Viper Water come up to try and give him a chance to get out, but Wingman has spotted them. We're in a post plant at the very least here. But a couple stingers to work with and not much else means that the clock is ticking for Winthrop. They got to take some close fights here, but it's all but impossible.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. Quick clean up, quick and dirty. Here for a good time, not a long time.
Darkest with the Outlaw just feasting a bountiful harvest on the A site. I mean, it's just brutality. I don't know if I can't watch this anymore. My poor innocent eyes can't witness this anymore.
Catch him outside the farm shop doing the gritty, living his best life.
God, 19-7 on the Reyna. Just gonna, I mean, listen, you won the last round. It's not like they can afford heavy armor. Just keep clicking away with that Outlaw. Keep stat padding for VLR.
Empress up here. No need to really make any further investments weapon-wise. Winthrop are on the precipice here of being humbled in this first map of the best of 3. That is a bit egregious, Bob. I mean, come on. They are humans. Have some humanity.
Oh no. Oh no. Forced to crouch. Oh no. No. As I'm telling you, the grab nets are so annoying. They're genuinely good. I swear. I'm a deadlock sympathizer. I don't know what to tell you.
It's funny watching people try and walk in it. It's crouch walking out. All right. SaD pugging it here.
Like my TDM game.
Yes.
This looks like me on Piazza. I don't know what's going on right now.
That was through smoke, I'm pretty sure. Coburg, disgusting. Illegal. Now the A side has a little sonic sensor on there. Gucci not going to trip it. There will be moves tucked in pretty close by. Guardians for both remaining Winthrop players. And now SaD look to try and pick this one apart. Can they get it done with 2 outlaws? It's a big ask. Gucci has this angle held and Zoe has no way of clearing this. Come on! Oh. Okay. Gucci left alive. There's that at least. Snakebite here to slow Coburg down a little bit more. But the taste of 2 frags, the stat padding's too tantalizing. It's too hard to resist. He's going for it. There it is. 2 bullets in the ghost.
Time
One more than perhaps is needed here.
So low.
Give it a tickle.
Just a tap.
There won't be a defuse here either way.
Almost stat padded. It was all about the stats at the end of the day.
Extremely unserious Valorant.
That was one of the Valorant rounds of all time for sure. That was absolutely one of them.
Oh, buddy. Winthrop get themselves a round back. At least able to buy after it to some degree. 3 light shields, though, not great. That was Gucci finding that key kill after some of those wallbang shots actually did connect from Coburg, I think, from top mid. But hey, we move past that. Darkest with another Empress available here. That's definitely going to be something to give pause.
Listen, they broke their economy. If there were ever a time for a comeback, now is the time. This is when it begins. Oh, no.
After that, it's okay.
No. That's
Some
fine.
say 4 is as good as 5 in many situations.
They still have the gun advantage. It's all good. Nah, I mean, listen, again, you just gotta have fun with it. We reset for Lotus. That's what I'm saying if I'm the Winthrop coach right now.
It's gone. Valorant on one screen, DoorDash on the other. Looking at the wrong one at the wrong time. It happens. Moves here's gotten deep though. Okay. Getting up in the kitchen, biding his time. A little bit awkward here with Coburg picking that corner. And with the crouch grenade. The follow up. Yeah, it's there. That is
so
dirty.
Annoying. They are so goddamn annoying. Oh my god, that's my worst nightmare. That right there. That's why I wake up in cold sweats just thinking about getting grav netted.
30 seconds.
Everyone has their demons to battle Wyatt, all right? Here's the plant now. Just on the other side. Oh, Bob stands and delivers. Spike not planted, just interrupted. Darkest has a Leah here, but a 1v2 to unravel. Against proper weapons, mind you. And a Viper's Pit. There's a lot going on here. No. Darkest has found it. Is it dismiss instead, though, of course, healing up from that decay. Time will be an issue, and Infiltrator is giving this plenty of room. No way of re-establishing that Viper wall here, so it will be a hard face. Leah will give Darkest the window to reposition here. And instead of giving it a tickle, Infiltrator just swings it. Nicely done. Okay, 2 in a row here for Winthrop. Starting to build back as best they can.
Not a bad start. Listen, even if sometimes, you know, when you're having like a great ranked game, you're just farming the other team. And then around the time where you're about to win, people start getting silly because it's like, of course we won. And then, you end up dropping 7 rounds and you still win, but you're annoyed
you're kind of mad
had to do that.
Yeah,
you're kind of frustrated. I feel like that's the territory that we're heading into on this map right now. If I had to make a prediction.
Infiltrator pops knives. Good way to keep the money afloat here in Scum. Will eventually catch Jerk and gets a ton of info. That's the spike that went rolling. Infiltrator, though, is able to deal with that presence on B, but Darkest was waiting there as well. Infiltrator maybe not expecting another player, but that's 2. Not only the clutch in the prior round, but 2 important kills here to pave the way for Winthrop to make it on a B. A Viper wall's probably not long for this world here. Bob would love to play from this position if possible, and Scan a little short on bullets and then dismiss away for moves.
Finding that pick, now safely planting in the 3-on-2.
Planted.
2 players back yellow. This drone is really nice. Oh, great kill from Bob. That drone onto Zoe certainly could have been a punish. Now into the 2-on-2. A couple shock darts for Nasi as well.
Just the wingman here.
Last
Empress
player
time.
standing.
Orb thrown up. Wingman trying to get on in there. Will be shut down. It's going to be moves falling and Thrash. That could be an issue. Nasi able to intercept it though. Steps up and Zoe steps ahead of the poison orb. And that'll do it, everybody. SaD, get that defuse after opening the door for Winthrop for albeit just a moment to take the map away.
Just a moment. No more funny business, Mitch. They decided to stop having a couple silly rounds, win the game, and I respect that. I mean, listen, SaD just showed up in the fashion that I thought they'd be really good, but they kind of exceeded my expectations, if I'm being honest. They were sick on that map, and that comp was very fun to watch. And then, obviously, if you're Winthrop, just throw it out the window. Who cares? Bad map, it happens. Laugh it off, shrug it off. You know, get your Red Bulls, have a couple bananas, come back for map 2, give it all there. Can't really do much more than that, right? I mean, SaD just showed out.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot to talk about. I think about Winthrop's tendencies defensively. We'll delve into that a little bit on the other side of the break, though. Stick around again. This is our second and final series of the day. SaD, make a strong statement. A dominant showing on Icebox here. Let's see what our second map has in store for us if Winthrop can show a little bit more of that prowess. Don't go too far more. Valorant challenges. NA. Coming right at you.
Who?
You go.
Who is that,
Where's
Mitch?
Sierra?
Who is that? Who's talking?
No, I'm getting what's going on. Let the lady work. Hello?
Crazy. Mitch, are you going to host or am I going to host?
I mean, it's me and you, Wyatt. It's me and you, brother. We're sticking with it. So we just heard from Sierra there who wanted to bring us in. But again, we're moving through this game pretty quickly, as apparently are SaD. That's not a particularly close matchup there on Icebox.
No.
Again, Winthrop really wanted to play off the side a ton, especially on A on defense. And SaD were more than happy to take that space, tuck in on the site, and make it really, really hard to shift them.
Yeah, absolutely. SaD were just... They were getting the site for free, but then they were pushing so deep into the back site with their Reyna and Jet that it was just wasting so much time from Winthrop to have to clear all of those really close angles that you typically don't have to worry about. Like, you know, the attacking Reyna being in lower screens. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about that on every retake.
Whoa.
But whoa!
She's back.
Are we all
up?
casting? What's happening? We have a triple cast for the next game?
We're getting a little silly goofy with it today. It's all good. Just like SaD there for a little bit, you know? But
and they did.
We're keeping it fun for the end of the day. But sorry. What were you in the middle of saying? I
don't
so
know.
rudely interrupted you there.
No, it was unserious anyway.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It's all good. But I think like the conversation that's worth having is probably like maybe some fundamentals that, you know, unfortunately Winthrop aren't quite able to get lined up on Icebox, right? This is map dependent.
Yeah.
You know, like you have protocols for maps and for different situations. Theirs don't really play out here. This is like, so much of this footage is of them, you know, some rounds trying to fight aggressively on A. That doesn't work. Like that deadlock Gecko util that sort of denies the orb, it kind of puts them off of playing that heavily towards the side. So they play off of it, which is fine. But again, trying to get back in is hard. They don't have a lot of info outside of like the Sova dart. And if you tuck the site, you can hide away from that pretty easily. Then they've just got to kind of push it dry and hope to win out their, you know, duels maybe behind a Lear or something like that. That's a lot to ask of that team.
Even Wyatt, you were talking about the fact that Winthrop, they get a little antsy sometimes, and even just showcase in that when we're talking about the fundamentals and all of this, we got to see that SaD just kind of sat back and waited outside that A. Winthrop, they lost quite a few rounds in a row, and then they get a little antsy. So things that I would definitely love to see cleaned up from them going on forward, but definitely glad to see how SaD has been wrapping up. Definitely this is a team that we're excited to see, and I think a very strong victory like that to start things off on not their map pick is definitely indicative of starting challengers off strong.
Yeah, for sure. The hopes I have for this team are quite high, and so far they've kind of met and exceeded expectations a little bit at the same time. This was such a dominant performance, but I am looking at this team to be one of the dark horses this year. I mean, I feel like I've already said that a number of times, but it's with good reason. The trio on this team of Bob, Skarn, and Darkest is really sick. I rate all three of those players super highly, and I'm very interested in seeing what Zoe has to offer for this team as time goes on as an IGLing on the best team that they've ever played on. So that'll be interesting to follow as time goes on, how much, you know, they can progress. But I mean, what more can really be said about this map, right? I mean, Darkest was just going absolutely crazy, running around, doing whatever he wanted.
Skarn also having a great time. 6-1, first kill, first death. And conversely, like Infiltrator is not able to find these first picks, right? Again, we kind of talked about like it's maybe a little flashlight, the setup, you know, especially with the Lear not being sort of very long range for SaD. And so you can like try and post a jet up inside these sites and take contact and get out, you know, with a free kill. But Infiltrator, rarely the economy gets there. Infiltrator seem to prefer to like try and hold mid and then sort of push down that on a couple of occasions there. So maybe not getting the most out of that jet presence that they were sort of hoping for. Despite that, like still a very respectable scoreline for Infiltrator. And like when those knives came out, that was where we started to see Winthrop get going a little bit more. Just something to sort of try and set your jet up for a bit more success. But yeah, seeing both Reynas here, MVPs is it's a scary time. It's a scary time. But again, Darkest very, very potent, especially once they had control of that A site.
Well, even just from Winthrop in general, you're talking about setting Jet up, setting Infiltrator up for success. I just like the team set each other up for success. Even when they got antsy and pushed out through the A main, it was kind of like, okay, one gets peaked the other doesn't quite peak and they let their teammate die and they kind of go. So I would like to see kind of, and maybe we'll get to see it as Challenger goes on, them kind of play together just a little bit more, but we have to see them looking forward in the series. That was just our first map, Wyatt. We still have Lotus, but I definitely think this one is a scary one when you're looking at Winthrop University. If you're a fan of Winthrop University, because contrasting the histories of these two teams on this map in recent times is very different.
Winthrop have had a tough time on Lotus this year, for sure. Since the beginning of the year, yeah, they played it 7 times. They've lost on it 4 of those 7 times. It's been mixed results, to say the least. And, you know, on the opposite end, SaD have had far more success. So if you're just kind of looking at that, even just on paper going into this and what's happened so far, obviously this is going to be quite the uphill battle.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for them here, Uber.
I just feel like this is also the kind of map that really requires quite a degree of coordination, especially on any A hit, whether you're attacking or defending. That was something that we saw happen a hell of a lot in our first series, right? You need to use a lot of util as attackers to sort of break some of those like far forward defensive setups there. Sometimes like the combos with the Raze Fade, for example, like a lot of those early flashes for Omens. So if Winthrop want to actually take some map control, they've got to be on point with their util, and their clearing protocols need to work because they will invariably give parts of the map up in order to group together to pressure these extremities. And if they want to retake those, they're going to be able to do it without losing players left, right, and center.
Well, I mean, when we're looking at that A hold that SaD had, it was just immeasurable. They were able to get the site. It was really tough for Winthrop to get back into that. But B, we got to see on that 12th round, they finally make that play for B. And even if they didn't have time on the defuse, Wyatt, we did get to see, in my opinion, a pretty decently coordinated Winthrop collapsing onto that site. They didn't quite have the time in the end. The round wasn't won. I think at that point, the scoreline was really hard to come back from anyways. But I feel like that you get to see, hey, there is these coordinated team hits. They can have these retakes. So can we see a bit more of that going forward?
Yeah, for sure. I think those moments where the plague that was striking over those moments was one of indecision. If they just did all of that just a little bit faster. There was another retake on A, the one where they were coming back in, where they had a Hunter's Fury and there were 2 Viper pits down. They had the perfect retake set up. Everything worked perfectly, but the spike went off again. There were 2 moments of that, which is just, again, I mean, you can't get a clear sign of a team knows what to do. They executed the things correctly, but it just wasn't fast enough. And so they need that decisiveness in their play when we're heading on to Lotus.
I get to see some right ideas, but to see if they can execute them on a strong map for SaD, we'll have to see. But our agent select is ready, so I'm going to send you 2 off.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, let's jump into that again. Lotus is a map, like Wyatt, you kind of pointed out, a little bit of a weaker point here comparatively for Winthrop. They are going to go with that fade look, though, and SaD are pretty well documented here as to, you know, sticking with this fairly straightforward composition that features that sky. So, again, definitely favoring SaD in a matchup like this. Winthrop still have a lot to prove.
Me personally, I am a fade enjoyer. On paper, I do like this Winthrop composition more at this point, but it's not, you know, the difference is not that incredible. They're like, oh my god, Winthrop are going to win 13-3. They have a fade. But I do prefer this composition. I think the fade allows for some better synergies with the Raze when you're fighting towards A. I think the Haunt has a ton of incredible... there's a lot of really good Haunt lineups that get you a lot of value on this map as well. All that elevation that you can place it on. And I just don't think that Sky offers a ton on this map with the flashes and a lot of the site executes. But all that being said, again, it's not the most major difference in the world. What we're actually looking for from Winthrop is, first off, mentality reset. Second off, some decisiveness in their team decision making. Those are really the key 2 things that I'm looking for here from Winthrop to start bringing things back.
There's no fluke that Winthrop are here as part of challenges this year. The qualification victory over Thinkerman is what sent them into this league in the first place, and they did it in that first open qualifier. Now that they're going up against a team that's being heralded by many as a huge dark horse, and they're being put to the test in the biggest possible way. We're starting on the attacking side here, so we're going to get a good chance to see how things shake out. Previous map, we saw Winthrop able to win the pistol and convert that into a second round. That's when SaD really started to take the game over. As you Viper wall over towards A. A little bit more to the left than some of the standard lurk walls we're seeing. Most of them grouped up on the C side.
Winthrop going to be going for this early mound control, leaving Gucci to just stave off any flanking aggression. KJ turret to watch the B push out. And they're just going to creep up silently, go for this full execute with the utility that they've got. The double satchel in. Probably going to be a TP across as well, I imagine. But the site is fully given up, as is often the case on C site. Retaking it is not all too difficult compared to the others on this map.
Absolutely. Plenty of retake util available to SaD here. At least one gets spotted out now. Infiltrator got smashed, I think, just through the box down to 8. C's attempted there. SaD able to step rear of it. And that is a beautiful paranoia. They're going to have to follow up on that one, no doubt about it. 3 versus 3 now. Zoe's going to be right there. And Skarn is able to wrap in from the side. Just Jerk. In the 1v2, expect a double face here, but Jerk's able to turn it into separate 1v1. Zoe, though, won't be denied. SaD complete the retake and take the pistol.
It was a good effort from Winthrop. I like that they pushed all the way deep into halls there. We're facing close. That was a really nice paranoia from Zoe, though, on that retake to allow the rest of those SaD players to swing in, take that halls fight. But it was the right decision made. They just didn't end up winning out enough of the duels, which it's a pistol round, and at the end of the day, there's not a lot of utility. There's a lot of shooting pistols at each other. They made the right decision, so it's not the worst start for Winthrop, but, you know, it's all right. It happens.
No shields here for Winthrop, so a pretty good use case for the Marshal that was being considered by SaD. Vandal already snapped up here by Zoe. And that's that offensive one way to try and force off the angle, but Koberg's still able to get away with moves. That is big. Gonna slow things right on up here after the orb is taken by Winthrop.
I mean, that is just, he just jiggle tapped through the one way, sent out a little prayer before doing it, and it was answered. And he gets a one tap headshot. That's so silly. That is ridiculous. Things not looking too different from Icebox so far, but we're only 2 rounds in, and it's an anti-eco. And so what I'm going to not do, Mitch, is get ahead of myself.
Okay, that's fair. To be fair, it was Winthrop who won out the pistol and actually able to make something happen here. But again, no armor to speak of now. It's being avoided in its entirety, so no one's forcing light shields in the third.
Anyone have any
So Winthrop probably priced into just accepting their fate there. And a bonus here coming up for SaD that features Guardian and a Vandal is that one-way play, not from Koberg early, which was nothing short of utterly audacious. SaD, they're finding some comfort here. Let's see how they roll into the third.
Attacking operator glass cannon for the Raze infiltrator.
This is not the first time we've seen it in the series.
That is pretty crazy. It's the first time we're seeing it on an attacking Raze. We saw it on Jet on defense, which
that's fair.
Makes more sense. Not that this doesn't make sense. It's just that it's a crazy risk to be taking on this anti-eco, or sorry, not anti-eco, misspoke, anti-bonus. But, you know, regardless, it is a bold, bold move.
Yeah, it's aggressive. And therefore, Winthrop really trying to get a little bit of information here. Koberg is absolutely not priced into providing. Sadly, with only but a sheriff for the time being. He might be the option here. That's a scary thought against this sort of Stinger Spectre look that could find some value as well with an operator, but that's the plan.
Infiltrator trying to pick up the angle off that exchange of utility. The fade moves, just trying to set him up. Now gonna fall off. Utility popped on the C site. Well done getting that out. They can get a pretty free entry in now. Just Koberg to deal with. Shut down immediately. All right, well done getting the utility out and getting this site pretty much unscathed. Dark is trying to hang around, shut down immediately. All right, clean stuff from Winthrop right now.
Plenty of respect being offered there, and Koberg with the itchy trigger finger on both those nanoswarms, throwing them up instantly. Skarn, they're going to find one step from back in spawn, even as the poison orb came up. And they're going to be happy to let this one breathe a little bit more. Oh, okay, spotted by the Haunt there. That is pretty big. Zoe now can't really get in with any degree of Stealth. TP to the side though, but Bob will be caught on the corner jerk with 3 in the round. And that's that for Zoe. They're the one that brought the Vandal in the round. They're hoping to take it out too.
Gonna back on out of there. Winthrop, all right. That's what I like to see. That was a great round played from them. It was a really good round. Gonna be able to actually buy some armor around that off next round too, so I can stop sweating every time they're on Infiltrator's POV, and I feel like you're not to die to a molly. Get that man a heavy armor stat.
Again, didn't expose Infiltrator to any like dangerous scenarios that might force the parting of that operator, right? They hold like a passive angle at B, and they sort of see him sitting back towards Mound there. So Winthrop play their win condition there and make sure that they offer the appropriate degree of, you know, respect to SaD in drawing out that util and then hitting hard.
I'm gonna go for the C play. Let Infiltrator take contact here. Hold the angle. We saw Coburg peeking that last time, and he does again, but it's the smoke that's gonna push Infiltrator off of it and allow Coburg to take all of that space.
Snakebite as well to make it impossible to push past the one-way. Denies that C-long push. Somebody sees a bit of action. It's Infiltrator though. All that happened to take the angle, but loses out. Skarner's going to be there. Oh dear. Gucci's been able to recover the operator at the least, and Coburg's been able to scale up a little bit here at Mound. Good for more than one, though. That's the question. No, just a trade.
There's not a position you often see someone in, that little crouched off angle at the door. Certainly good for catching at least one Prowler to try and gain some space to get into B here, but they're going to walk into a double face. Bob and Skarn trying to swing. Well done, shutting that down. Now it's just Jerk all alone.
Very low.
Zoe watching that flank as well. It is wraps.
Yep, that's that. You can wash your hands of that one. Winthrop eventually lose that operator. They took a big risk to bring into the game in that third round. Jerk at least comes out of it with a lockdown here, but that's pretty rough. Denied C entirely. There was no way they were getting in there, and then losing the operator on A, it all crumbled from there.
That operator going to get cycled on over to the SaD side as well. I think it was Darkest that picked it up. Yeah, that is such a cheeky angle. You really don't see that one get taken at all.
Always good for one, but yeah, getting more than that seems unlikely.
All right, fast A pressure going to come in.
Clever.
TP over to the rubble side from the attacking Omen Nazi. Just trying to take the space. Being hotly contested, but eventually Winthrop are going to take it. The SaD players forced back into the A site positions, just trying to keep control of Tree. All right, and now Winthrop, they have a little bit of breathing room. They can leave Nazi there. They're going to go to another part of the map, apply pressure elsewhere. They're going to have to deal with these SaD players outside C potentially, though.
Yeah, that scale up on C could prove to be disastrous. Yeah, I'm going to see Skarn just rotate back around, set up on B. Lockdown, so they're not going to get too deep, that's for sure. Have a player in heaven. Player from Link. Door open here by Darkest with an operator to the hand. That's scary. Infiltrator's ready for it though. Great shot. Shuts the Viper down, and in we go. Infiltrator looking to scale up into upper. Waiting on the other side of that smoke though will be Coburg. Another fight to win out for Infiltrator, but so far in the round, so good. Here's the plant.
Look at Nazi as well. Still has been lurking this entire time over on A. Could get a really well-timed backstab or just catch off Zoe on this rotate before the retake fully comes in. Oh my god, Zoe is so ready for this. What a shot from Nazi as the rest of the retake is actually coming into the site. Skarn opens things up with the showstopper. Coburg with the swings. Oh my god, he almost ripped Nazi's head off full blind. Just runs out of bullets, not able to do it the second time either, but Bob with the swings, so reliable, so consistent. It's those situations where Bob just thrives in the post plants where you need someone to step up, get the crucial kills. Ever reliable. Well done from SaD.
Little pause in the defuse to allow time for the operator to be recovered. I think that was the second round in a row where Zoe takes a weird off angle. First it was on like that C long rise. They're trying to scale up into it. Like, that spot is, that's great. Coburg though being able to find two here. That is pivotal. Forced away by the paranoia, but got away with their life. 4-1 here as a SaD start to pile them up. This is a dodgy buy, to say the very least, for Winthrop. They are running on fumes.
Gonna try to explode out of A here. See if Infiltrator can close the distance with this Stinger if things get scrappy in a close-up fight, which they certainly may. No, I regret saying that at all. They are forced all the way out of A by that utility. Those raisinades.
Well, you can't play retake before the spike comes down. Winthrop eventually has to wager something. Coburg forced off that angle, though. Prowler's also going to ensure it. Bob, stalwart and staunch. Gonna be there with Skarn. That double up in Hobbit yields 2 kills, and Zoe elsewhere is able to find a spray down on Nasi. That Spike is on the wrong side of the Viper wall and moves is trembling, but able to find purchase. Headshot with the Sheriff. Darkest can't really play too far forward of this position. Bob gets info, knows that a Stinger player is pushed up on her spot. So she'll back up for now.
And it'll allow them to at least get this plant down. Infiltrators recover that rifle. Gets the lockdown out of them. You can't be mad even if you lose this round if you're Winthrop. They've done some serious damage on, you know, the other parts of the game that aren't the scoreboard, and you'll take them.
Infiltrator definitely expecting someone to wrap towards us, but the timing's not there. Bob just a little delayed. Has Infiltrator turned around? This can only go one way. That's south. Bob cleans it up, and there will be the defuse and 5th round on the board for SaD.
All good. Honestly, if I'm on the Winthrop side, we got a couple kills. We get the spike down, get a little, you know, pocket a little cash. We get the KJ.
How did you say it earlier, Wyatt? You said kind of owned, but all good.
Yeah, basically, it's that. I'm not asking for much more than that. Listen, I'm not a greedy guy. I'm not trying to win every single eco round. If I can get an eco round where I get all those nice little perks, I'm cool with that. Now we don't have to deal with the lockdown on this one when we have some serious ults to take a site. We don't have to worry about the lockdown retake. Love that for us if I'm Winthrop.
This screams a potential fast hit here from Winthrop, but SaD are ready for it. Poison Orb drop close. It's hard to track that raise. Infiltrator with the dodges and weaves and the rocket to follow it up. That's 2 easy ones as SaD serve themselves up here at C long. And with Darkest falling, the floodgates are open. And it's on the C site.
I don't want to see them get this off and give it to Infiltrator. I'm going to tell you that. This guy is he's way better doing this. Just like, get this man satcheling in with a rifle in his hands. Let him crack these sites open. He's going in now that
Infiltrator's in his element. He has no shields right now.
That is his thing, for sure. God, Skarn's trying to see if a little bit of damage can get dealt since Winthrop's economy is still,
I mean,
you know, it's in shambles, but it should be all Skarn and Bob can get out of the round at this point.
Yeah, the wrap is kind of cooked from Bob. There's obviously alarm bot turret there to spot this out. Maybe some kills on the exit as Money's in an okay place for SaD. I'm not sure Bob would like to part so cheaply with her weapon. She'll have an opportunity to decide in a moment.
Oh, Bob on for the ace here. Just about a chance to fight everybody in the server. Oh, does Bob dare flash through this?
Walks into it, sees the alarm bot. Oh, the audacity.
Oh, the alarm bot. That's brutal. That is brutal. That was really nice from Winthrop, though. I want to see Infiltrator keep the satchels in this man's hand, not the operator. Let him get in there, go deep with the rifle, give him that setup again. That was nice. That's what I want to see. And they've retained the Fade ultimate as well. They could have used in that round. Didn't need to because they got the early picks. And it's a great site exec piece for this one coming up. We're getting something cooking here at the Winthrop University.
I will say, SaD did opt to take contact with 3 players on C-Long. So, again, I really thought, like, having a look at the ultimates, they probably should have expected a faster hit, right? Paranoia and Showstopper might indicate a bit of a higher pace play. Seems that SaD thought they could get ahead of it. But, well, definitely didn't go that way, especially when they dragged the operator out there in the open. So, they're not getting that one back, that's for sure, but still pretty smooth sailing defensively here. We get more setups like that from Infiltrator and co, though. The fortunes of Winthrop stand to be reversed.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm starting to believe just a little bit. I'm seeing some good rounds here on Lotus, and they're converting me into a little bit of a believer. Just a little bit. Gonna see now as they
isolate and exterminate.
try and explode here out into a rubble. You're going to have that haunt going in. Viper poison orb to cross. They're just going to explode out of the orb, actually. TPing forward. Fast. Confident rubble take. Oh my god, the Odin.
You've got to push these. You've got to run up. Nicely done and great adaptation there. Here's the... Is that phase ult? And in we go. Infiltrator satchels into that plant position. Obviously, the Viper playing from above is going to be a problem if Darker stops to drop down and take the fight, and so they do. They'll get seized for the time being. But that pit will give them some degree of safety as Coburg attempts to spray through it. Finds not a whole lot. Narcy, this guy knows there's another player there. We've avoided detection so far. Surely this is cooked, and it is. Now we have ourselves a 3 versus 2. Tough retake scenario for SaD to navigate, and Gucci's waiting for Darkus to show around the corner. And a paltry 3 points of HP for Coburg to play with means we're pulling the plug.
This is what I like to see. The Winthrop University masterclass. It was a great push onto A. That tree, the tree take after they opened the door, exploding in there. Again, infiltrator. This guy going in first. He is getting entries. Keep the op away from this man. Let him do his entry thing with the rifles here. He is looking nice.
Yeah, drastically better. Could have gone the other way very quickly. SaD obviously had that Odin posted up on tree. I'm surprised there wasn't a lot of like, look, I guess without a fade, like it's kind of hard to light people, right? That's what we kind of saw Carmine Corp do to Fnatic on a couple of occasions over at Madrid there, right? Just really, you know, make it deterministic. Just aim at the outlines of people and find those easy spam kills through tree. Odin taken away, just the singular vandal here for Coburg.
And they have broken the economy of SaD. I believe for the first time. They're starting to gain the momentum. I can feel it in the air, so long as they don't all get rolled by sheriffs right now trying to walk into A1. And things aren't looking the best. Oh no, we are overheating just a little bit. Everyone is overheating, Mitch. Everyone in the server is overheating right now on A. And it's settled down. And now Winthrop are 2-on-1. All they need to do is stick together, trade this out, and things will be fine.
You sound like you're pleading with them, frankly. Coburg here, no armor.
You noticed.
So, yeah, really dragged out those valves. Very Australian of you. Jerkin moves here. 4 X's on the map right in front of them. You can see where the fight was taken by SaD.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And that showstopper play could have gone either way. That was hard contact taken by the defenders and to some degree unraveled by Operator. Money is not exactly... Well, it's not bad, actually. Gucci and Narcy are doing all right, so... Kind of round you can afford to let a couple guns fall by the wayside and get one round closer to equalization. The question for Coburg is the juice worth the squeeze?
Hold on, that sent me just a little bit. All right.
Heard that before.
Yeah, just didn't expect that one to get thrown out in the Winthrop SaD.
Oh,
it's a 2v1
Stick around, brother. There's more where that came from.
All right, Coburg is gonna drop down, and I'm just not feeling it on this clutch. I hate to say it. I'm not smelling it in the air right now.
Yeah, on far too much here to expose Coburg. And there's really no need to peek. Jerk eventually makes that happen though. And that'll be 4 on the board here for Winthrop. Really nice couple of rounds, and now the economy is absolutely cactus. Buy up in this round, of course, the previous one though, that was necessitated. But just the pistol. I mean, the fact that they managed to get as much done, SaD, as they could with these sheriffs is a bit concerning. But again, eventually, Winthrop can convert.
It was definitely haphazard from Winthrop. Rushed, forced, trying to get into rubble when they could have backed off a little bit, chilled. It all worked out in the end. They're going to go for this rubble fight again. TP across is nice. And look at this, spilling out together. Skarn and Bob were going for the most aggressive of A take, and it got absolutely shut down. Again, now that things are starting to cook here on the Winthrop side, it's Infiltrator leading the charge. He's getting so many first bloods.
And this is great. Again, just bounce off the extremities. Find success. 2 picks over it. A long and... Wait, you give up some of Infiltrator's health for that? I think you take that trade every day of the week. It's an open side here. No util in advance. No real reason why Winthrop shouldn't be able to convert to equalize the game.
Not at all, and not when that's the case. Not when that's the case. What are you? What? That's an investigate the PC moment. That's a does he have a secret hardware on his mouse moment? Like that's crazy. This guy's starting to feel.
Is that Destroyer 2009? Hello?
This guy is there's something heating up. I don't know. I'm feeling something in the air now, Mitch. All of a sudden we got a game.
Oh my goodness. Again, SaD still not wanting to offer any respect to Winthrop, and I think that's fine. You need to make them have it. You need to make them prove to you that they can handle this sort of pressure on the extremities. Now, they got it. 2 more rounds left in the half here, and a round where SaD have rather little to work with. They'd hate to see this one get out of hand, to drop a map and have to run it back on the third. It's going to turn into a long day for them. And us just quietly, but that's, I digress. SaD really looking to try and clean it up a little bit towards the end of the round. They maybe don't have to be so aggressive on those extremities, right? Mix it up and maybe play with the conditioning here.
I don't love how they've been playing A. I think they're getting far too aggressive. And in that early A fight, if your Raze Sky is going up against a Raze Fade, you're typically just going to come out on the short end of that. I think the Fade just excels far more in A, getting that early haunt out. It's just significantly better. But regardless, doesn't look like there's going to be much of an A fight here anyhow. I mean, that was SaD did want to make an adjustment by stacking up here, getting the Viper involved with the flash, with the satchel, all of that. But Winthrop, they don't care. They're just going to let him take it and work into B off the back of the Prowler in the hall.
Few stingers though, orbiting this B site. I don't hate the cancel here over towards C. SaD getting dragged all around the map now. Boombot going to go do some reconnaissance.
My ultimate is
It's going to slow things up a little bit. Kovac here trying to buy that time, and it does force a cut here from Winthrop.
Look at that reclear from SaD, actually, all the way down B. We're getting triggered. Skarn could be in trouble here. Able to get one. That flash is nice. Allows him the opportunity to take a second fight and get that win. Still though. Yeah, the lockdown is going to come through. The weapons are bad for the side of SaD. Cobra going down. And now the site should be Winthrop's with relative ease. They're going to have to deal with this pit after the lockdown is expended though.
Darkus has to plunge back into it pretty quickly to keep it active. Ooh, jerk, all right. Kicking like a Bronco, that Vandal. And now slowly Darkus wants to make their way back in. Not a terrible round for a Viper Spear, but Nasi adjusts over to the right-hand side and catches Bob as she tries to get in. This is much better from Winthrop. Yeah, it's an anti-eco, fair enough. But still, their confidence, it's brimming right now. And Darkus obviously had stepped out of the pit here, trying to mix it up. I like it, but it's not nearly enough as Winthrop post their 6th.
This is just an entirely different team. They are alive. You can feel, you can feel more than just a pulse now with Winthrop. They started getting a couple rounds. All right, cool. But at this point now, they're playing a great game, and they're going to go back to this early A fight. We're going to see how it pans out this time with SaD having made that post timeout adjustment of starting with 4 players here, having the Viper and the Omen involved, getting that early molly down, which is going to cause a vulnerability if someone tries to run through it. But look, Winthrop, they're just going to wait it out.
There.
Last round, Gucci was there. He heard all that noise. He heard the push forward. They were going to get all that utility expended from the SaD side, and now they're going to explode out of the door. So much pressure now onto these 2 SaD players. Really well executed. Skarn's down. Zoe caught up top. My Winthrop, Mitch. This is my Winthrop.
You had him all the time. Can't take that away from you, mate. The one believer. White River, everybody. Again, they burst forward. SaD still up to double face it out in the open. They're so reluctant to give rubble up at all. Winthrop... just walk in there, snatch up every item in their pantry, and then they're off to the next house. Santa would never.
It's just the dash back to C yet again. And listen, SaD are going to go for it because it's the last round of the half, but it is more than dire. That adjustment from Winthrop, though, they brought out something on this round that they hadn't opted to do on any of the previous. They just totally weighed out all of the utility, cut the noise, explode out of that A main door with the raise ult. Great planning, great execution. The adjustment off the info that they gathered from last round of what SaD were doing in A to even concoct that entire plan. I love it, Mitch.
This is practically seismic levels of bat chesting, Wyatt. I'm going to be honest. SaD, though, still want to make something happen here. Hey, 2's good. 3 might have been even better. Darkest, though, now in the 1 versus 1, and Gucci on that operator. Does he have the information? Darkest makes it respectable. Beautiful 3K clutch. SaD to bring it back, and Wyatt visibly drooping, his posture reverting to that of a Neanderthal now as his shoulders round and his bottom lip juts out.
Switching sides.
All of that batting for what? For what? The state of my chest right now after all that batting, only to get absolutely
I hear
flattened.
You're looking for the opposite of bat right now. You can't find it. It's killing you. Oh, buddy. Yeah, tough one.
Now, oh, man. This is what it means to be SaD Esports, Mitch. This right here, what I'm feeling in this moment. Now, listen, that's okay. I'll let Darkest take it. I'm a Darkest fan. He can have that one.
I mean, that aside, pretty ridiculous the way they managed to break back into that sort of 2v4 retake. Pivotal moment here. Fortunately, comes at the end of the half, so Winthrop have a chance to take a breath. Bounce back now. Coburg may have had more than one ghost. Doesn't matter. You ain't hearing nothing anymore.
Infiltrator. Another first kill for the tally. Door open. Look at the double swing now as well. So clean from Winthrop. Little bit of team play. Infiltrator heating up. Things are looking good.
The door is on open now. What does Darkest find here? The spike obviously lagging behind significantly. It's Bob. Takes a glancing blow from Moobs. Just a warning shot. Yeah, now the consideration. Does she double back with this and leave Darkest embedded? Surely not. Upstairs goes Darkest. We hold a close angle here and wait for the cavalry.
Making good noise. Bob coming through tree now. Molly going to go down to deny the rush onto her while she's planting, but the nade is going to do the job. Nearly down to 20 HP. You think Darkest is clutching this one again?
You don't win these.
She clutched the last round.
Darkest going to be double-faced here. Hang about. That's not right. That's wrong. Surely not. Darkest, get out. 2 versus 1 now, and Jerk has to salvage this situation. It's a disaster. Flash around the corner. Jerk needs to make a play towards this, but oh my goodness, hit with the Trailblazer and Jerk in the doldrums. Still going to win it out though, and now Bob has it all to do. 20 HP. Can they connect? She is her. Ridiculous retake there from SaD in a crucial pistol.
We know what we're doing.
That's disgusting.
Trust each other and we'll be fine.
How the hell? I was joking. I was making a little joke like, oh yeah, you think he'll win this one too? Haha, so funny because this one's impossible to win. Hilarious joke, everybody. And then he just gets 3 headshots with the classic and brings it back, and Bob clutches the 1v1. Okay.
Who's bad chesting now, baby?
Oh my God.
That is unreal. Oh man, what a momentum killer too. 2v5. Yikes.
Dropped.
And just after a clutch on the last round, they've been clutched back to back in brutal fashion. Now just a whole bunch of classics. At least they're stacking the right site. Allow me to give a glimmer of hope as they stack the correct site with all their classics.
Oh, buddy. All right, Paranoia to play off here at the very least. Moves can definitely swing that. Trailblazer, not a factor. Moves does take a chunk of damage though. Nick up the hit. SaD doesn't want to give Winthrop any time to recover. Oh, do they? Okay, quick cancel. Now probe towards B, perhaps. The rotations are already underway.
That is going to draw just enough attention off the site to make things a bit smoother of an experience here for SaD. But with that molly delay, it's given time for the rotate right back, actually.
And no nasties there. TP from Zoe up to that box. Ooh, a little bit awkward here. Zoe takes 1, 2. That's enough. And there it is. SaD convert off that absolutely criminal pistol round. Get themselves back out in the lead, albeit only by a nose.
I'm still a little shaken by that pistol, but I'm bringing it back. I'm refocusing. I'm recentering my chakra, and I'm ready to watch the second half of Valorant.
Close the third, fourth, and fifth eye. Let's get them. Let's get them. Let's behave.
We're back to 2 eyes, and I'm going to use them both to analyze this round, in fact. All is well. As, what do we got here? SaD, they're going to go for that early C pressure. Little flash over top. That one way down. Claim that space as Darkest on the opposite end. Watches for any A aggression.
Can SaD make the most of this bonus here? Even some economic damage would be acceptable. Darkest not getting ahead of themselves this time around. Again, Winthrop really don't want to fight too hard for it. They do. 4-8 to start the round. So there's a timing window here, and yeah, Jerk is already having to take a more defensive position, worried that someone snuck in through B. They had no way to get info about that. SaD are unaware. Instead, they will peel back themselves and opt for a different angle.
After making all that sound C, look at the state of the Winthrop defenders. They're all over the place. They're going to explode out of main here. A lot of pressure onto Infiltrator. Opportunity for Darkest Nate to keep the other players okay, and now has backup as well from moves. The swing timing is perfect. Infiltrator continues to be the star for Winthrop here, bringing them back into this game.
30 seconds left.
This is a great place to be able to bounce back off of. Coburg only with a ghost. Maybe giving just enough rope to hang themselves here. By Gucci. Nice timing off that from Infiltrator. Bob trying to inch across. She couldn't quite get to a safe position.
Spike planted.
He plant though. There's money there. We're gonna have 3 players grouped up in Hobbit.
1 enemy remaining.
They're going for it. Gucci eventually takes Coburg out of the picture. It would just be Skarn to try and make something happen. So Winthrop happy with that. 4 guns from that buy carried over.
Well done from Infiltrator, and a little bit of backup from moves as well over on that A rubble hold. SaD, we're going for that early C pressure, drag the rotates, go back to A type play, but absolutely shut down as Infiltrator continues to just be the linchpin of Winthrop's success here. Really fantastic showing, turning things around from Icebox.
SaD here, proper buy now after that less than auspicious showing on the bonus. And the showstopper available. Worth noting here. Not too much else particularly impactful. Couple of half armors here, SaD at least. Okay, take contact here coming out of B. Already, Winthrop trying to stake their claim to as much of the map as possible, and Coburg is riddled with bullets from behind the box. Not a great start.
When they scurry away, they can play the rest of this round quite passively. They don't need to do anything on the 5-on-4. They can just play the retake game now. SaD with the pressure on them for the rest of this.
Poison's off.
Darkest sees very little there at Tree. God, Winthrop back to the old roots of playing an ultra retake.
But this time, it's valid.
They have the player advantage.
They have the player advantage, and I love it for them on this one. It's not like Icebox. It's not like Icebox.
This is going to bait the E hit. The B hit, rather. SaD actually, yeah, deemed that to be somewhat viable. Okay, it's just a tickle, actually. Maybe a quick rotate here through Hobbit. Infiltrator. Pop the showstopper. There's got to be something to be had here. Surely, Infiltrator hunting, desperately probing. Zoe able to avoid that one there towards Rubble, and now Infiltrator is in a weird spot. They don't want to cross. This will leave the side open. Darkest, that is a freebie and a half. Moobs gets clipped, a free haircut. And Darkest is starting to hand him out.
Fantastic ad-lib call from SaD to actually go to the ace. Infiltrator wins that duel. All right, that is wild. 4-on-3 in the retake now.
Gun's got to come alive here. This is an important face. What? Okay, Infiltrator wraps around the corner. That is big. It's Bob. It's got to be Bob again. She always seems to have it all to do now, and the position is known. She's no way of getting up that slope. It's going to be a hard push from Infiltrator, and again, Winthrop take no risks. They just send it.
Every single time, it is just Infiltrator. This guy is stepping up so much for the Winthrop side. That ad-lib call from SaD Esports, while mid-plant on B, they get the spike up and pivot to A, where Darkest had gotten all of this space for free, was fantastic. It baited out an ult from Infiltrator that ended up getting no value. It allowed them more time to get the plant down, set up a little bit, and it allowed Darkest, crucially, when I say set up, it allowed Darkest time to get up into A heaven, where he got that early pick as the retake was coming in. So that was all just great from SaD. Great pivot, great call from Zoe. But then at the end of the day, it's back to the old Bren quote, and you know the game is about shooting people, and and Infiltrator shot the most people on that round, winning those 2 1v1s. Just completely flipped the round on its head.
I mean, he's demonstrated a real feel for some of these individual challenges. That challenge outside a tree was, again, as we said, really important, and he just wraps back around the corner, has an off angle there, and finds exactly the timing he was looking for. For SaD, this is going to start to get pretty frustrating, especially after how the first map played out. You're getting unprecedented levels of resistance here from Winthrop, and frankly, sometimes you're struggling to figure it out. And so many of these kills are coming early in the round. SaD finding themselves in player disadvantages off the rip. Those initial contact plays at the extremities are hurting them.
There.
Gonna be some action over on the C side. Haunt gonna go up top. But SaD are just going to play this passively.
It's a change.
Get that ping off the Skybird. Darkest got free space over on A, so they figure, why not? Let's book it on over there, make a fast play through tree, and get into the site.
Happy to see this happen, right? Ping pong off C towards A. When you see that resistance and util deployed. Winthrop sort of still playing around that one way. And not going to get any action over there. Cross to the side, though. Jerk might not have the timing here, and Viper's Pit will be deployed. That's really going to set up some of those stinger players. Coburg didn't make it. Bob, this is a big job for Bob. She'll take one and be done.
It's all about this Viper's Pit now, but with all 3 players stacked up in tree, things are going to get tough. The pit itself, though, will make those stingers a lot more valuable than had they actually had to take fights out in the open.
Okay, showstopper Scud! Gets one. We'll have to be happy with that one now. 2 versus 3 as Winthrop start to make their way in through the tree, but Zoe, oh, he has the dirty angle. Darkest gets caught with util in hand, but Zoe is able to capitalize. The Viper's Pit, though, goes down. Zoe, 3 bullets in the chamber. Jerk looking to half it. He does. And he's able to pick himself back up. An extra bullet in the chamber might have been the difference maker for Zoe. But Jerk clutches it up again, and Winthrop once more find themselves in the lead.
Not the .1 defuse. That is crazy. Winthrop just clawing for every round, but coming out on top yet again. Fighting through the Viper's Pit, having to win a clutch of their own. Oh my god, that defuse couldn't have been any closer. Jerk with such a good clutch. Kind of an unsung hero for Winthrop, honestly. That's certainly not the first time I've seen him pull a clutch off for this roster.
Oh, buddy. Winthrop again want to fight for C-Mount. They might get a bit more resistance this time. Infiltrator past the one way. Can he hear Zoe in the corner? The seize is good.
Yeah, it was a great seize nade. But again, meanwhile, while this was going on, Darkest just walked out of A for free. So that entire time, they knew that they were just going to back off and go to A again, essentially replay last round.
Some KJ util in the way, but the way through tree is basically clear. The lockdown to contend with as well, which means they want to avoid committing fully, and that's kind of what they're doing, right? This double face towards stairs. Can back out of that lockdown range if they have to. There's no way they're going to get rid of... Oh, hey, the paint shells.
Oh,
quite enough.
So close.
They were banking on it too. That's why Bob lingered. That's gonna cost them. Down to just the 4 players in this retake. And now we're gonna be trading it out. Moves wants to make his way out of a bit of gear, and Infiltrator again looking to deliver once more. Trade is good enough. With Zoe now, with just 100 to work with in the 1 versus 2 post. And the double face it again. Winthrop have the fundamentals drilled. And SaD are running out of ideas, options, and cash.
Great double face at the end there. The jump across with the classic for the swing from Gucci. Really nicely done to just close things out there. Infiltrator in the mix as well, just taking those street fights, finding the pick, causing a bit of, you know, not delay, but rather just drawing the attention of those players, keeping it on him. But that lockdown, there was just a calm that it was getting broken because Bob got caught for really no good reason there. So clearly just a miscommunication there that, you know, leaves them down a player in the retake, which sets up the dominoes to all fall.
No doubt about it. They banked on that lockdown, going bye-bye. Gucci is greeted by a flash here early, and the tempo now really getting slowed down. Is SaD. I mean, look at I've passed these last couple of rounds, right? Again, it's been Infiltrator that's stepped up in a huge way. Finding a lot of those clutch engagements, but always SaD seem to be a player down in some of these situations. It's never a pitched battle for them to one thing or another. Whether it's a lockdown that they're counting on getting removed or a random pick here or there.
Got the spike.
They've really got to make use of their numbers and not lose them early. Looks like the trend is towards C and a lot of KJ util lying in wait.
Yeah, SaD throw 1 smoke down over towards A to keep those players preoccupied. Will they go for the actual hit here, which involves Zoe just TPing in, waiting out these mollies, and now the rest of the players are going to be scaling in behind them. Really just having to go for the safe plant here as well. This is going to be a really tough situation for them to win this post plant. Bad guns, no map control, facing down the barrel of a Fade ultimate for the retake. Low percentage chance they take this one.
This Viper Wall is built for this post plant situation here, but a Fade ult could be an issue. Yeah, those grenades coming down on top of you. Not going to get away with that. Infiltrator comes in. Satchel's going to be needing a shot from Coburg, though. They know where these last 2 players are set up. Not again. Surely not again, Coburg. There's more to be done. Coburg with 1. And look how low Nasty is. 5 HP. That's it. But Nasty outfoxes him. God, if you lose that Winthrop, I don't know what to tell you. By the skin of their teeth, they get through. But don't forget that again. That was an eco from SaD.
I think my heart damn near exploded on that last shot. That was the adjustment onto the diffuser was absurd. That should not be happening on any planet in our galaxy that you can win that ace clutch. Jesus Christ. A great effort from Coburg to claw back at what was an incredibly low percentage chance at winning that round post getting the spike down. Man, I'm at a loss for words here after that one. I'm gonna be honest. Time to reset again, reset my mind, realign my chakra again.
It is the eyeball out of sorts after that. At the very least, SaD keep a lid on this burgeoning economy from Winthrop once more. Okay. Luminol in and Zoe sticks it. So once again embedded it on the C site. Last time it was just a normal TP. This time giving in the ultimate to do so. Huge damage being taken by Scarlet on the way through, but the tradies there, Jerk, punished for that. SaD actually entering a post plant with a player advantage. Unheard of.
Yeah, Jerk overfacing there a little bit. Now this lockdown is going to force the defenders back. It's also, crucially, going to allow an opportunity. Whoa, never mind. They're just going to face this. How cheeky is that peek from Infiltrator? And he's just going to satchel out of there to safety? What a player, man. That's so heads up.
5 HP, but that's more than enough. Gucci, though, walking into a held line. That's Bob we're talking about. She clips the shoulder. All right, here it is. Haunt going to be removed now. Zoe posted up on this angle still, and Nasty's going to be brought down. Darkest, nicely done. 5 HP for Infiltrator. Ended up being his undoing. And SaD get one back. Keep some guns. Can't argue with that. That's what they're going to need to do to close this map out. It's gotten well and truly out of hand.
There was a nice delay on placing that lockdown from Coburg. Steady hands there. Could have been inclined to put it down earlier in the round, but was placed truly at the perfect time, which not just allowed for the plant, right, but to get some actual delay going, force those players on Winthrop back because they were in great positions to fight over the spike early on. So that was well done from him. Early rubble fight.
No real resistance from the defenders, though. Winthrop posted way further back than normal. They want to imply that once again this A side is open. But SaD know a little bit better. Pain shells here. SaD, oh, checks the angle, able to make the flick and correction. It's a big moment. Winthrop now again have to get it done with this weird buy. So far they're not so bad. The classic of moves is singing out there in a 2v2.
Spike down.
Okay. SaD paid pretty dearly for this round, but I had that A site, spike to hand and plant. In progress.
Spike planted.
To shut it down. They didn't do anything particularly wrong. They just got shot in the face getting into the site. And again, that's Valorant, baby. Sometimes you get shot, and then sometimes you also die, and that happened. That was just a nice.
Sometimes both happen.
Yeah, sometimes both, as we saw. Nazi with the sheriff there on the site. A good effort, but SaD clawing back into this thing. Winthrop with a real chance to take their first map off of SaD, not just in this series, but just generally, just ever. Yeah, last time they faced off, it was a 2-0 victory for SaD in a situation not unlike this one. First map, SaD victory in blowout fashion. Second map, down to the wire. SaD get the win. This time, Winthrop trying to sway things into their favor, finally take that close map win.
SaD there obviously cost themselves 3 guns, but with a couple of rounds in a row, they're still going to be heading into this round with plenty to work with, and credit to them. They knew they'd be walking into an anti-eco situation and pretty meticulous at clearing some of those corners. See, the buy here is solid. There's really no issues with it. The money is also starting to get there for SaD. Winthrop a couple of half shields.
Placing sentry.
Again, a Viper's Pit to potentially make use of, but we'll have to see what the plan is after that little huddle in the middle of the map.
This is looking like the previous round where they went for that walkout B and found a pick, except to the contrary, SaD are just going to go for an explosion outside of A. Take rubble control immediately, already pressing their advantage into tree here. Huge pressure on Gucci to deliver.
Viper's Pit, they want to force Gucci out of it. They've got no choice but to abscond, so eventually that curtain is coming right on down. The question is, by that point, have Winthrop had enough time to get ready for this? It drops. Winthrop a long way away. Oh, that alarm bot won't be giving any information over with where Coburg is positioned. It'll be a Viper's Pit for the attackers now. Must win round here for Winthrop. Door is open and Darkest is back into the pit itself. Slowly Winthrop looking to encircle this a little bit nasty. That's a huge kill. The Viper is down. So is the pit. The way is clear. 5 versus 4. The numbers favor Winthrop, but Coburg finds a nice timing on that little swing. Infiltrator wants to get up there as well. They'll find the frag, but Gucci falls off screen. Skarm playing close. Swing the smoke timing could be big, but it's always going to be there for Tree. This should get him there. Jerk has to find the 1 versus 2 to take them to 12. It's a big ask. And the angles are too hard to cover. SaD equalize. One of the most pivotal rounds of the match goes in favor of the attackers.
SaD just had so much control of the entire site there. That positioning from Coburg was a really nice getting up into stairs. Even though he was only able to get 1 from that position individually, it was a great setup for a crossfire for the players from site for him to have been there. And that's what it really came down to. SaD, despite losing their Viper to RNG spam through tree, just had great crossfires set up, really good team play.
Satchel out.
Now Winthrop at the great risk of ceding that all-important 4th round to SaD. Heading into the 23rd.
I've got your trail.
No big ultimates to work with. Seekers here making an appearance. Okay, Infiltrator. What a close angle. There's value there, that's for sure. Skarn again, stymied somewhat by the Prowler. Another one as well. They've got to make use of this showstopper and get nothing for it. That Vandal was recovered, Wyatt.
I'm looking at the nade in Skarn's hands. If that thing is thrown back sight, there is a double, potentially Triple kill coming up.
They're waiting for Winthrop to get antsy.
Yeah, they are. They're just pausing right now and waiting for Winthrop to show themselves here.
Oh, dangerous.
About to happen. The timing, though. The timing, Zoe had a smoke in hand.
This might get away from them. It's going to be a quick cancel and move over to the B side now. 40 seconds left in the round, so plenty of time. But look how distributed Winthrop are across the map. Jerk can come in from that C side. Bob and Coburg have got to make it happen here. Otherwise, they will allow Winthrop truly back into the game.
One enemy remaining.
Perfect cross from Jerk. Bob shot in the back of the head. I'm not even going to joke about it. I'm not going to say a thing, Mitch. Coburg in a clutch. Almost made magic happen on the previous.
1v3 going to be forced back by the Nana Swarm. Coburg got it. That gets cleared up. How can you get info about the situation here? Haunt cleared 7 bullets to hand. That's it. 7 bullets. That's not enough. Not nearly. Coburg forced to push out and swing, and a thrifty for Winthrop to bring them to 12. This map is legitimately mental. Winthrop threatening to take us to a decider map. Huh?
The timing on that tree push was critical, and Zoe with the smoke in hand, but also being watched by Skarn, just kind of messes up those first couple shots, sprayed down by this stinger. Vandals recovered. I mean, that just simply shouldn't be happening the majority of the time. You know that your Raze is going to get the kills there with the Vandal, but this is that one of few where you end up winning that duel and everything goes your way. And you couldn't have asked for it at a better time if you're the Winthrop team.
And now they got some really key ultimates online as well. That is a big deal. SaD here already got into tree though. Really hard, fast A hit.
Initiated.
A Jerk getting ready now. Plant gonna come down, trying to time it up to make it awkward. Can you clear it this time?
Lockdown destroyed.
Yes, you can. Nicely done. Fade ult. So we're gonna back up here. Prowler follows the ultimate in. Darkus with not a lot to see or do. That poison orb gonna be obscuring stairs for the time being, and SaD is still up to 5. He's there, locked down. Nasi straight on in, wasting no time on Winthrop here, and Darkus gonna play through from the smoke. That's one. Can there be another? Jerk traded out though. Bob has the crossfire, and now it gets a little tougher for Winthrop. Moves, trying to make some moves on that high ground, but eventually gets caught out. Infiltrator though, up close and personal. Nothing subtle about it. And now Coburg again's got a clutch, but that spike is going off. More likely than not. Not even a half for it. And SaD are taking this to overtime. And after the map we've seen, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Switching sides.
It deserves it. Time just got so low there because, again, that late lockdown place, Coburg has really stepped up in that second half. Not someone we've pointed a lot of attention to. Had that incredible clutch attempt, but has had a few crucial timings with these lockdowns that have paid off. Couldn't be, I mean, there couldn't be any more of a payoff. Both of them were round winning, right? That one, again, cleaning up those kills towards the end. Really starting to heat up for the SaD Esports side. And now we've actually got a serious neck-and-neck game. Both teams are playing really well at the moment. SaD, they are set up for what they were doing late in their defensive half, having these 4 players over towards the A side to get early rubble control.
Here we go. Winthrop hoping to come onto the challenger scene with an absolute bang after being more of a whimper in that first map. Coburg already drifting over a little earlier. Some of that killjoy utility is already present, including that alarm bot, so there will be early warning here. Prowler finds very little. Alarm bot does not detonate. His infiltrator clears it. So we're starting to get into the site now for Winthrop.
We are going to be in a full retake situation. The question for me is, how are Winthrop going to position themselves? They've got the safe plant. Are they going to fight for any more space? Because, frankly, I reckon they're going to need it. And it looks like they want to towards Waterfall. They are posting up here, trying to play around that seas.
We've seen SaD retake this with 2 pistols. Can they do it with 5 rifles? In we go. Smoke there over towards C-Long. That Viper wall as well coming up with the defenders, creating a bit of a concave to work into. But look at this, back and forth.
One enemy
moves, holds his ground though. It's just Bob again. And that fade ultimate came up awfully quick. Winthrop threatening to close it out here, taking us to 13.
Switching
Moves
sides.
has really stepped up in
Match
some of these
point.
crucial moments for me as well. They're specifically finding those kills, just cross-firing on the site. Had that forward position, though, tucked in the corner by the spike. The rest of the Winthrop team had given up most of the space, so it was Moves really taking point here. And absolutely succeeded. Enough kills to get that ultimate online. Really impressive start. Winthrop on the cusp of beating SaD on a map for the first time.
Taking us to quite a banger of an opener day for challenges. Skarn, though, going to get the better of Moves. Winthrop off to try and take some sort of mound control, but Infiltrator's always good for a trade. Nasty there, though, gets caught. This is falling apart. Winthrop try and ride the momentum of the last couple of rounds forward. It leaves them with 2 players at an FDC site, for now at least.
Overdoing it just a bit there. You could see Nasi, they just wanted to help. They just wanted to come through the door and assist their teammates, but at that point, it was a little bit too late, but a little bit of mistiming because Infiltrator was satcheling out of there, which left Nasi alone. It was just a few little timing errors that spell quick disaster on this round for Winthrop. Unless Gucci pulls off the absolute miracle of a lifetime, but I would hazard a guess we're going to run it back here in OT at least one more time.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. Winthrop there hoping to make a gambit and have it pay off for them. Gucci has no reason not to try. And try he will, but it is quickly stifled by SaD. We're going to run this back one more time. Strap yourselves in, folks. Feels like we're far from done.
SaD with another opportunity here on defense where they have been struggling quite a bit, honestly. They've tried to make a couple different adjustments towards A, namely the main one being they're stacking 4 players there. But you could see on that last round on defense, they were scared to leave A because of that round at the beginning, earlier just in the game. I like picking up the op here, by the way. I like this a lot. Even though it's glass cannon, whatever. Hold the line. It'll allow them to feel comfortable with rotating their other players off there if Winthrop aren't actually going to.
This could be a huge payoff for Bob. Even the 1-3B would be significant. Skarn already maybe expecting something slower, something towards B. Okay, Bob's going to be smoked off this angle, but not entirely. It looks like, yeah, the B switch. Skarn knows it. Paranoia, though, comes in. Some time will be bought by those paint shells, though. Skarn's going to double up here with Darkest. They're going to have a crack at it. Boombot tells them everything they need to know. This is where it gets a little scarier. The Viper was going to come down eventually, but there's Darkest. It's 1. Nasi, great little half peek. The jiggle's good, but Skar's still able to find the kill. 3 versus 3. Bob's going to find a way in and find a way to have value with nothing but this operator to hand. No armor. Don't forget that.
Zoe going to be facing down 2 players here in the link. Coburg just trying to find a timing to walk back in. Going to get that first. Second out from Gucci. Can he trade it out?
How?
Oh my God, he can. I mean, that's ridiculous.
So we saw the shoulder. Gucci just had the movement. Coburg now down onto the side. Gucci going to have another one. Surely no. Just Jerk. Jerk v Coburg, but the ladder is low as heck. Coburg gives it a tickle. Not going to be able to win it out on Winthrop again. Take us to another match point. Can they close it out? This one's turning into another marathon.
Switching sides.
I like the idea of picking up the op for Bob, but they still had, you know, just a lot of players towards A because Winthrop were just showing that nice presence there. And it's so easy to just, the A to B pivot is such freelo. It is such an easy way into that site. Keeps players on A, and B is just, you know, it's 3 feet away in that link. It's just so close. It's right there. So tantalizing. Why wouldn't we go and plant there? It's so easy to get in. And they get that spike down after that, and really that last little fight there you saw with Gucci winning that fight against Zoe, that was the pivotal kill to keep things rolling for Winthrop University. Really well done from them. SaD backs against the wall in the same situation as the first OT.
Absolutely. The gamble, that operator gamble from Bob, unfortunately, she never has a chance to make use of it and then has to play a retake with no armor. That's the risk you take doing that in overtime. Definitely an opportunity for Winthrop to discuss how they stave SaD off once more. Or do we run it back again? Once more into the breach, folks. Winthrop University poised to take their first map of challenges in their first game of challenges.
SaD are going to go for that fast A control, leaving Coburg to watch for any early push C. Just get that information while the turret watches B. A now taken as this B walkout is going to happen from Winthrop. Turret broken. It's going to have alarm bells ringing for the SaD side now. Is Coburg going to have to pick that back up. The brunt of the team, though, they're going to be going through Churi into A, trying to get this spike down.
Ooze was tucked, but Coburg has the adaptation. Another A hit now as Darkest plants it. My goodness. Here we are again. An A retake. And Winthrop University are short-handed.
Satchel out.
We're just waiting for this utility to hit the go button. Infiltrator double satcheling in. Nice blind onto Darkest. Traded out immediately, though.
Skarn backs away in a tree as he would. Bob has to know Gucci's close, sees the gun barrel, but isn't fast enough, and Nasi finds the double. This is happening. Coburg again forced to try and clutch. But Winthrop University spam the smoke down and seal the deal. That is absolutely ridiculous. We're far from done here, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Defenders win.
Don't go anywhere. We got more games to play. Oh, you're not leaving this room. You're not leaving this room.
Jesus
You're not allowed to leave
Christ,
this room.
Throwing things at me. Oh my God. All right, I won't leave. God, I'll cast the last map with you. All right, Mitch.
Oh.
You just relax.
My God.
Yeah, that was... I am definitely... Listen, I'm not entirely surprised, given that... Okay, hold on. Let me reframe. I'm not entirely surprised that we at the very least got a close map, considering it's exactly what happened the last two times these teams played, right? SaD blew them out the first map, close map, second one. But it's not just the Winthrop winning, but it's the fashion in which they did. Team looks totally revitalized. They were working together in such a more confident manner than they were in any capacity on Icebox. They just looked like they had this ease playing off of each other, and a lot of that was spurred on by Infiltrator just having a crazy performance, stepped up massively. I never want to see the AWP in this guy's hands again. He's so good at rifling. He was getting so many first kills. I mean, I'll check the stats on that before we start the next map.
Yeah.
But I felt like he had 1 million of them, especially early on in the game. Like, yeah, get the AWP away from that guy. Let him rifle. Holy Christ.
Credit to him.
I
can't believe it.
Big credit.
We have some collecting to do over here now, as that was an overtime game to even up the series at one apiece. As Winthrop University show there's a little bit more than meets the eye about this roster. So don't go too far. Our second and last match, our final map of said match is coming up after the break.
everything to start off our first day of challengers, that's for sure. We got another 3-map series on our hand. We had a double overtime, and honestly, this was a series that, based off of that first map here, Uber, I don't think any of us expected it to go to a map 3.
No. Again, to recap everyone, they're playing off the side of Icebox. Winthrop looks scared or uncertain, and they don't have good sort of clearing protocols at all. We get over to Lotus, and it's a different story. They come alive. It's a very competitive first half, but they drop like 5 out of 6 in the first rounds, and they bounce back in the biggest of ways. Man, I gotta say, Nasty, someone I called out at the start of the show. Someone who has had a huge impact. They had a great map in general, but Infiltrator is getting a lot of love from us, and for a good reason.
Yeah, that man stepped it up a lot. And I keep saying it, but listen, I was trying to be kind of polite about it, Mitch. I'm going to be totally honest, but I don't know why they were giving him the opposite punch on attack. It was a little bit, it was, you know, again, it was risky. They were going for a risky maneuver, but guys, let's do the low risk thing where we win, which is to give our sick rifling entryer a rifle and just send him at the other team with satchels of utility. And he's going to get some kills. He's going to deliver. That's exactly what he did. And I mean, that's it. That's all I got to say on that, on the Infiltrator point. But the guy's nasty, and he proved it.
It honestly really, really was. And I feel like at certain points, too, like, there was a lot of step up. Like, the heroics that were coming out from Winthrop right when they needed it was absolutely incredible. SaD was definitely not short of their own, mind you, but I felt like there were heroics that kept them in it, because it honestly looked like at one point a map that could have been done a little bit sooner by Winthrop, which is honestly, again, crazy to say after that icebox that we had seen. But we were breaking down a couple of the different things that we got to see heading into this map too. Their retakes, so much better. Their team coordination, so much better. Still a little antsy, but they're a lot more patient this time around. Like, this is a Winthrop to be excited about.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, we wouldn't even have had overtime if a couple of rounds SaD won that had absolutely no business winning. Just the most insane
100%.
clutches from a couple of individuals or you know, single players. So that, I mean, well, that speaks very highly of SaD here. Winthrop, of course, you know, really laid a very solid foundation, and they followed through. It's been a long day for both these teams. It's been a long series, to be sure. But we head to Ascent now, where they've got to put it all out there and really try and make their statement, get themselves their first win in challenges. We're talking about SaD being a dark horse team in challenges, right? One that's really not getting respected enough. Maybe it could really rise up. And Winthrop, all of a sudden, is matching them step for step.
Yeah, it's exciting, honestly. I feel like that's the best way to say it. It's been a long day, but if this is the fight that Winthrop's going to be putting up, it is a fight that I want to see brought out through the 3 maps. And again, we have to focus a little bit more on Infiltrator, because looking at this map, I mean, why you're talking about the op, you're talking about the maybe not the biggest fan, but I agree. When we got to see the rifle, we got to see some of the sick, typical Raze gameplay come out from Infiltrator. He really did step up and pave the way for Winthrop to be able to take this.
Yeah, had 7 first kills on that map, which were super impactful. And frankly, it's not just that they were like, it was the time that they were happening, which was early on in the game, where it was like, oh my God, all right, well, SaD, they come out winning the pistol. They continue to win. There's the first round where he gets the op, I think, and they lose. It's like, oh my God, here we go again. And then he started turning things around for the team immediately. As soon as he got the rifle in his hands, started pushing up aggressively, double satcheling into the SaD team, going for the aggressive opening duels, and he was winning them. And that was, it's not just the performance, it's when he had the performance, which was to actually turn things around when it looked like, you know, we were on for like, you know, Titanic 2 on Lotus, basically, the recreate the sinking ship from Icebox, right?
I mean,
that's an image right there. Hey, okay.
They you know, let's not forget, like, Winthrop won both, SaD rather won both pistols on that map. So Winthrop already fighting back from a deficit in either half. They get back into the game really, really quickly. They turn that first gun round in the second half into like 5 rounds in a row. So like, this is the team that, I mean, they're a different team from map 1. Like, it's completely different. Their tendencies and also the exploitability that they displayed on Icebox is completely absent here. I'm curious to see, I mean, we're talking about a map Ascent that most teams are really well drilled on. Like, I wouldn't expect to see like a Icebox-esque performance from this team. They would have had a lot of reps on a map like Ascent if it's not their permaban. So I mean, expect to see them sort of go from strength to strength. And our expectations of them are greatly heightened after they're showing on Lotus.
You have to completely flip your expectations when you're looking at something going into Ascent, because Winthrop have looked good on it, so have SaD, but I'm curious then with SaD, because now I feel like their expectations of Winthrop have to be flipped a little bit too, coming out of that map. So, like, where do you go from there? Because it was definitely, Wyatt, a situation where SaD, it was as close as it was because there was some mad heroics going on from the players when they needed the most.
Yeah, heading into Ascent, I'm looking at Bob. We're going back to the pre-game Bob narrative, but it's the Sova playground. Every Sova can't wait to get Ascent in the pool. You know, just you get your little Odin, you go sit outside of B main, you fire off a recon, you have a silly little time just holding down mouse 1. Every Sova loves to do it. Every Sova gets to just farm away on this map. So I'm looking to Bob to have the star performance here that'll, you know, on map 3, bring SaD over the finish line, get them their first win in Challengers here, get them another win over Winthrop.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of point that out. Yeah, I do think, sorry, Sierra, that like having like your star player on Sova on a map like Ascent is a huge boon to you. You know, and we sort of obviously Nasi, obviously we see playing Cypher sometimes, but we saw the Omen, the Sova also from Nasi. They fill a lot of these roles. Very curious to see how that matchup's going to come out, because I'd be shocked if we saw compositions that deviate very much from the very standard look on Ascent here. So we're going to be looking at fundamentals and how well drilled these executes are.
Especially too when you're talking about, yet again, you're looking to Bob. I mean, Bob is definitely someone who can be stepping up when you're looking at this Sova on Ascent. Bob Sova is absolutely terrifying. Like, terrifying on any agent, don't get me wrong, but when you're specifically looking at that Sova, could be such a dangerous thing, and it's going to be something that Winthrop has to be prepared for, to be going up against a team that is also going to be looking dang good when we look at Ascent. And Winthrop too, looking back at their comp, I don't necessarily think it was the most aggressive of things, Wyatt, so I'm also then curious as to how that's going to be going with the team, because I felt like they looked really good when they had that firepower.
We'll see if they do it, but previously on Ascent, they've actually been running a Sage, which, like, you know, hey, do we need to make Ascent any more defensive-sided? I guess so. So if they do end up running that comp, if they start on defense, they could run away with the game at this point, honestly. If they win that pistol round, carry on the momentum and the confidence in each other specifically that they had on Lotus, because they were so much better at swinging with each other and being decisive in that way. And if that continues on and they get a good side start, I think, you know, we could be looking at a potential Winthrop upset.
Well, they're starting on defense here, so this might work out well for Winthrop fans here.
And it may. I would never want to start on attack on Ascent against a Sage on defense. That's so weird. I'm having a problem with my internet as I disconnect from the ranked lobby kind of moment. I mean, I'm not playing against that.
I'm having a real issue with my inclination to reconnect to this game, actually. It's just not present. That's crazy.
No internet issues. Do not jinx it. We have a game ahead of us. We have our agent select ready, so let's keep this all clean. Let's have some fun, and let's head on over to our third map.
All right. I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. We are past the Twilight Zone, so I will not be responsible for anything I say from this point onward. It has been an absolutely wild day. Here's your hero select here. Agent select rather. God help me. We're going to get that out of my system in no good time. No Sage here.
They didn't do it. And if there were ever a time to do it, you guys are starting on defense and you didn't bring out the Sage that you run in 2024?
They're a different team. They've changed. You know,
I guess so.
They have come out of that chrysalis after the first map here, and they're looking like an absolutely different machine. So again, we get our standard compositions on this particular map. Nasi back on the Omen here after a pretty strong showing in the previous one, and the Jets. We're going to be looking at them very closely. Infiltrator so far has only showed us that raise over the course of this series. So I'm very curious to see how that shift goes. He looks very comfortable playing some audacious, aggressive style, but more often than not, Wyatt, as you pointed out, it was not with the operator. It was with a rifle. Here on Ascent, you're going to be priced into picking that up every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely be seeing some opping here. And I'm not mad at that at all. Jet on the defense, on Ascent, you got to op a little bit. You have to. you know, instill the fear of God in the attacking side that they could be walking into an op angle at any point in time, right? Even if you don't have it, it's just about making them believe that you could have it. The way that changes how you have to approach every single angle, how you have to clear things more thoroughly, right? So just getting it once in a while will make a difference in that regard. But I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out. Again, for me, eyes are really going to be on Bob, the Sova star for SaD Esports. That's just been a consistent beast for this team. Again, since joining the SaD team, since Bob has joined the SaD team, they have lost 1 game and won 20, which is just outrageous. You know, including the Challengers qualifiers, other tier 2 tournaments, right? I mean, that is just a crazy run that they've been on. And Winthrop, they're on the verge of potentially dealing them that second loss.
Absolutely. Someone forgot they charged their mouse, by the way. That's how long the game has been. That's probably because Gucci's been charging something else. He's been making extensive use of over the course of this series. I get it. Everyone's got their vices. No worries. Winthrop. We're gonna have a moment here for that to be sorted out. My God,
I'm about to get that device out too. At this rate, I'm about to
give me maximum strength out here, fam. Get me through.
Oh my God,
Darkest. I'm surprised. Only 2 water bottles after how long this map has been. There's got to be a Giga one off camera because I'll be wanting to hydrate as much as humanly possible. This is big. Both these teams sort of, with their debut in challenges now, both of them coming through that first open qualifier. Winthrop, the underdog going into this match, it's easy to say that. They didn't show us much against SaD, really, outside of a fairly close split game. But that Lotus, that was something we're not going to forget in a long while. It was pretty incredible moments on either side. And if SaD didn't have these individuals able to create these ridiculous moments, or these 2v5s, if you will, it wouldn't have been remotely close. We would have ended up here on Ascent either way. But it's the great equalizer, Wyatt. It's time to test the mettle of these 2 teams on a map that everyone should be mighty familiar with at this point.
All too familiar with, some may say. Some may say I'm way too familiar with this map. Can I get familiar with something new, please? Riot.
Familiarity breeds contempt. We all know that's how it goes.
Honestly, going into an Ascent Agent Select now, though, I have stronger hopes that we will see something different. Though I have to say, so far today, in all of these maps that we've cast here, Mitch, this being the 6th of the day, we've really just been seeing some standard stuff outside of, like standard as in like the late 2023 kind of comps.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot different, you know.
Outside
like
of
we saw the
Icebox.
Gecko unbind, and yeah, Icebox was a bit crazy, but you know, we've been seeing some silliness on Ascent recently, but not here. Back to the old reliable. You're getting that one way in A main. You know it, you love it. There's a flash coming over top. There's a recon back A site. I've seen this story before. I've seen it oh so many times. But SaD, they're just getting absolutely stymied here at the choke. Cannot get past.
Bit of a gutless push here in A main. Flash timings were just good. Having to push through that one way. Winthrop now, the rest of the players on the map have no reason to actually leave the locations they're currently occupying. So 3 players now from Winthrop thinking about mid a little more. Leave the 1 to watch the cross and play 5-player retake here on A. It's a very reasonable approach. As though that is a smoke towards that tree entrance to try and keep Winthrop back behind that, but they get spotted out by a 0 point here. So SaD haven't been able to really imply anything by cutting noise. They know they're still there.
Zoe was hoping to find a straggler somewhere to take a fight with over in mid, maybe get that opening pick. Winthrop are fine just allowing them into this site, though. It's going to be a 5-on-3 retake.
30 seconds left.
With this time being wasted, they might be able to do something as the spike is going down.
Yeah. They even have a flash wire. Talk about living the high life.
Things are
One enemy remaining.
Contact face. Yeah, just shut down. Oh,
Not again.
The turret? The turret? Surely not.
We didn't see that, Gucci. Don't worry about it. Kill feed will refresh itself pretty quickly. Kobeck knows there's a lot of action up above him. But does he know it's to the extent of 3 individuals? Here's the drop down, and the shock dart will claim the round. Moves with some style points to clean it up, and Winthrop with just the start they were looking for. SaD not looking themselves, not looking icebox SaD remotely.
My inventions.
I appreciate, though the pace was in fact glacial. I liked the idea from SaD. They were amid that noise cut trying to just find a pick, trying to even the odds in some way. It ended up with them walking into a patient stack of players, but respect the idea and the effort there. At least going to get the spike down. So we have a little bit of tech pause. Are we charging mice? What's going on here, huh?
We're getting player cam sorted out. Yeah. Just gonna need to see Gucci hit it a couple more times, you know what I mean? Get that man on center stage. Got the bone structure for it anyway.
Turret out.
SaD here, very B-biased on this approach. Running into Killjoy util, though, can very quickly derail this particular approach.
And of course, they're going to be dealing with that Sova as well. This early shock darts. Recons to light you up while you're trying to take a B main, getting spammed by Odins and Ares and Sheriffs and Guardians and all types of nonsense. That is the Ascent experience, baby. I love it.
Tentative. Probing, though, at least open up a bit of A main here. Moves trying to reassume that lane position in just a moment, given they have the stronger weapon. They'll do it from behind the Aldrome, but the hitters coming in pretty quickly. They are lit. 0 point here by the looks of things. Flash actually was coming out, affecting moves, but he's able to find just the one. 3v3. We are in and over this site. SaD get the post plant. They get a sting in a hand. Spectre. Okay. Things are looking up.
Some labored kills there from the defenders. Darkus is trying to take a little forward position, catch someone off with the Spectre, but forced to back off because of the paranoia. And now circling from both sides of the retake are Winthrop. Oh my god, Scar and backside with the Sheriff. Has the dash activated as well. Gonna get that first shot off a second as well. Going awry from both players, but the Spectre just has a few too many bullets to be expended versus the Sheriff when you're whiffing a few of them. Nasi gonna bring things back to reality, just barely.
Heavy shields for Nasi, so it's a big ask. You need one shot right in the dome to make that happen there. So still keeping things a little bit quiet on the econ side. You see how this sort of played out. Skarner, but to find two beautiful headshots, just couldn't convert when it mattered. That was the last bullet level action there. It could have gone either way, make no mistake. Infiltrator carries the Guardian into the bonus. The rest of Winthrop, though, a little strapped.
Yeah, those struggles from the 2 site anchors on B, the lost weaponry and how that spiraled out of control has ruined their economy. Oh my god.
Take those. Absolutely. So this often happens so many times at Lotus as well. SaD, like in a gun round in arguably like a stronger position, they just lose a player early to some of these exchanges that happen across the map. They have to play in a short-handed fashion. At least they will get a post-plant scenario. A lot of that util was held. They know they had so much info about, you know, Winthrop stacking that A side. They didn't have to spend too much to get here.
I like how SaD are playing this right now, though. You could see that deep KO flash came in from Darkus for Coburg to peak spawn, trying to even the odds a little bit. Taking gun advantage fight with a flash. Zoe able to get that first, has to TP away. Gucci's trying to capitalize. Oh my god, things are getting scrappy here on the attack side spawn. Zoe's about to get pinched from all sides. If they can even get one more, that would be great, but that's a tough ask, all things considered. The only real benefit to all of that was time. Yeah, exactly.
Been a long time on that roundabout trip there, and Gucci's not coming out of pinch with them from market. Up flash for Darkus, swing is there, spotted 2 players, but Jerk's good with the pistol shot. Moves has already gotten themselves on to the side, and where is SaD? They're playing off of it. It's halved already. Another turret kill. Coburg getting taken down. This is absolute madness. And Winthrop break on the Thrifty. What a horrendous start for SaD.
I am the status of my flabber is just it's gasted, Mitch. I don't know what have I seen there. That was just chaotic at the end. They had the positioning from SaD was all over the place, man. all over the place. It felt like they thought the round was won, essentially. Like they thought it was a wrap, and they were just so far away from the site.
Something precipitated 3 players going into CT. I'm not sure what it was. We'll get back to it maybe if we have time. But for now, SaD got some serious explaining to do, and they're going to allow their weapons to do it for them. Gucci and Narcy grouped up here. If they have the timing. Ooh, not ideal. Darkus for 2. Both Keddies just quietly. Yeah, sacrifices a paltry 145 HP. That you take that any day of the week. This time it's SaD with that player advantage now. Bob also set up to stop any backstabs. She can post up in wine, which will clear it for now. Decent position. Thrifties back and forth seem to be on the menu.
Positions are looking good right now for SaD. This would get them back in the game off that confusing round on the previous Skarn close-up playing switch. 2 players going to try to explode out there through the jet smoke. Really nice to get that first. Darkest weak trying to swing for his teammates and does so. These crossfire setups are nice. Rifle's going to be saved, and SaD are back in it. Winthrop they got a round handed to them on a silver platter on the previous, and they just spilled the spaghetti everywhere. That is a tragedy of 2 rounds back to back, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, pretty fascinating in the way that, I mean, like I'm looking at a Petri dish, not a game of Valorant, but SaD have like the pretty good post-plant positions, but they have to succeed with stingers and with sheriffs at pretty long range. So Darkest, those 2 kills to open it up, that is absolutely critical. Infiltrator's got an operator again, Wyatt.
That he does, and he's nowhere near the action. A-site is going to be taken for free here. Hunter's Fury actually going to be coming in as well from Bob. Going to be able to get a tag and a kill off of that. Smokes down. Good luck retaking.
Nice double hit with a 0 point there on the players of Tree.
No, this is
Cloudburst.
over.
Yeah,
this is
you're
over.
not getting back in this.
Get ready to save. It's time to save, everybody. You're not getting this retake off. Seriously.
Yeah, give me that. Give me that. Big 4-gun save.
I mean, you're definitely not retaking now. Run, everybody. Bob is on the flank. We're going to get caught, surely. Yeah, caught by Gucci.
Yeah, Winthrop are going to be feeling like they got away with murder. They're getting out of this round with 4 guns to hand after just how well constructed that hit was from SaD. SaD, though, felt like they really needed this.
Right here.
Enough, clearly, to spend the way they did. And even investing that lockdown. It's going to get chomped up here by moves. I know there's an Odin now at large.
Listen, if you've got a chance to get a round on Ascent, you snatch it up no matter what the cost is when you're on Ascent attack. Using that lockdown there, 5v4, lock things up. I mean, it literally is a win the round for free button. When you're in that 5-on-4 and you just killed the Omen with your Sova ult, actually that ultimate just gets converted to you win the round. It's no longer a lockdown. And they pressed the you win the round button and they did it. And I respect them for that.
Get them where you can, because I tell you what, they've been hard to predict up until this point. Okay, 0 point sees nothing is SaD obviously just stagger their approach a little bit here. There's still information being gained via Infiltrator here. No Tiles presence really for SaD for the time being, and here's the slow walk to A main. Back to business.
It's smelling like Icebox here, Mitch. They're getting this A site for free quite consistently, being able to play these post plants. Winthrop playing for retakes. They've got Coburg on that late lurk. Cause some delay. Spam through the door, but Dark is going to be okay. Actually going to slip into that smoke as well. Cheeky forward positioning. We'll see if he can spot an impact kill. Yeah, really nice from Infiltrator.
Dangerous.
Oh my God, this is scrappy. This is scrappy, and Bob is cleaning up.
All right, they're going to go for it. Null command pop by Gucci here, spotted. In heaven, has to take the fight, but Gucci, of course, hitting a little bit harder right now. And it's just Zoe. Have to face this on the low ground. Outside of the range, of course, of that lockdown, ostensibly, but can't do more than hold the one angle. And Gucci has that high ground play. Nicely done and well worth the null command investment.
Just sniffed out that late lurk from Coburg, shut him down. It was a bit tough to get those trades out in A main, but they did it nonetheless. And then once they have that positioning, you just have that grip on all of the players in sight. Such an uncomfortable feeling, knowing that at any moment you could be swung from multiple angles, and that was the situation they found themselves in. So well done from Winthrop, just making sure to clear out every little part of the map on that retake just then.
Been labored from SaD. Some of these rounds, of course, getting into this A side for free, but getting picked apart on the retakes. Sometimes it's behind key ultimates, right? Not much you can do about that. Null command makes it a little bit harder for you to break back in. Your loose end player, Coburg, gets caught by Infiltrator, playing well and truly off the site. This is what I kind of mentioned coming into this game. Both these teams, really ironclad approaches. Their protocols are really solid. It's what you expect from two teams on Ascent. So it can feel labored. It can feel very back and forth. But SaD here feel like they need to mix something up. Something is not clicking.
Yeah, I'd like to see SaD on some of these rounds begin to work a little bit towards mid. They've been essentially just throwing everything towards A. I want them to get into mid, make some presence known, break this alarm bot that's being placed there. Try and drag these rotators around just a little bit more, because on that last round, you know, it ended up within essentially the entire map was controlled by Winthrop, right? They were retaking from every single angle.
A lot invested there. 0 point and the one way. Even the molly. No pressure off that though, and not quite the purchase. Zoe able to sidestep that one pretty comfortably. Again, very passive hold out towards tiles here for Coburg, as Infiltrator again will search for that information. Oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. You don't lose the operator necessarily. Jerk might try and step up, and the timing is just a bit awkward for Coburg. Still a 1-for-1 you take, but the rest of SaD is elsewhere.
Look at this from Winthrop. Oh my god.
Sorry?
Caught though, pushed all the way down to mid and just re-peeking the same angle, just feeding kills to Scar and just offering themselves up as a nice little snack for Scar, and he appreciates that. He's gonna take both of those kills.
I wonder if SaD are reading that there's like a regression to those initial Winthrop tendencies of just pushing up on these extremities a little much. I mean, it's fine if you can trade that B push, right, with that move up mid. SaD are kind of ready for Winthrop to try and take that space, and they play it slow, and they punish them.
Yeah, Winthrop were essentially expecting a similar round to the previous, right, where SaD are just leaving Coburg over towards B while the rest of the team is working up A main, and you know, they want to react to that by pushing down the other extremities, pushing out B. They get the trade there. All right, that's fine. Pushing down mid that entire way may have been a little bit extra, but even in there doing that, they just expected SaD to go for another A hit. Excuse me. That is some actual kind of conditioning occurring there. Just based on how many times SaD have just done this 1-4 A hit at this point.
Yep, absolutely. The operator there got spilled. Winthrop, yeah, timeout, probably a decent moment for it. Still have that slim lead, but the money's a little uncomfortable, especially if you're Nasi. When you light shields here for Gucci and moves respectively, so they probably need to say, hey, we just need to cool it down. Can we play it a little bit slower? We can make use of Infiltrator in mid now, maybe more passively without an operator to hand. We perhaps don't need to go so far out of our way to try and catch people on these rotates. If SaD want to play slow, let them.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't need to, you know, when Infiltrator has that line on B, he doesn't really need to be pushing out and clearing all of those deep angles. He can just stay posted up in B main, and that's more than fine, you know, and then they can focus some of their efforts elsewhere. I do like the proactivity, though, that they're going to be fighting for the extremities and taking that space. You do need to be doing that. They just overplayed their hand a bit on that last.
So pace change here, almost certainly. Infiltrator has knives up, so the money's not too big an issue. Maybe even... Okay, we see a slight retooling of weaponry now. They are going to keep it lean, Winthrop. Sort of eat crow as They hand a couple over to SaD in succession.
Get out of my way.
What is going on here? They're going to pop the knives and walk into B main. They've got quite the stack towards B. Recon goes off in mid from the attackers and doesn't get broken, so not so scared about that area of the map.
They're going for it.
Got
They're
this
going for
crossfire
it.
set up for B, yeah. Again, that's some deep aggression. They're just hoping that it's going to be Coburg again alone, essentially, but at this point, SaD have reacted to that by giving him an ally for a crossfire.
Yeah, they're adapting quicker than Winthrop are. One step ahead, apparently. Still, despite all this, not a whole lot of action at A, and it's going to take a hot minute for B to be cleared here by SaD, because they have to expect the second.
area.
As we saw last round, they might also have heard the classic shots ring out, which will give it away. Skarner's knives out too. Here comes Bob. Doesn't clear the close right corner, but has to expect there's someone sat there as Narcy is edged into the smoke a little bit more. The SaD are out of there.
I am the hunter.
Wow, Bob was actually going to pop off the ult. A little interesting, a little cheeky, perhaps. You could... Now listen, I saw what the plan was there.
Left.
Sometimes the plan doesn't work. They wanted to, I suppose, just keep selling that fake. I think, you know, that's one of those situations where you already made the sale and then you keep selling, you know? How the masterclass gurus are like, you know, you got to know when to stop selling. That was the moment. They needed to stop selling.
So you've upsold and then you started handing them Bugattis for free from the line out the back because you like them so much, you know?
It was too much. We're doing too much, but we got the round. All good.
It's fine. Again, doesn't do much to sell it, but bearing in mind, Winthrop, they go easy that round. They take a half bite. They take a very sort of controlled approach to the round here. And all that to afford an operator for Infiltrator once more. Back on the wild ride, Wyatt.
A main aggression this time from Winthrop. They're going to try and just walk up fast. I don't believe they made any noise at all on this A side. They just walk up, which allows Nasi to get into position here. And Wine.
They're holding it.
They are expecting
the
it. That
timing.
paranoia is huge, but Coburg was holding it. Just the spam was good enough because his crosshair was already placed properly, expecting that position. Gucci does a nice job trying to trade things back, but at the end of the day, they started with a disadvantage. They're going to end with a disadvantage if trades are done properly, which they were in that situation. And Bob gets all this info as well. Just hears them stomping away, going for this A main flank.
Nothing unreasonable about the play from Wine. We see that over and over in many teams. Just doesn't pay off in the end. 3 players there face it down, and the spray, I think, through the flash, yields that kill. We doubled up an A main. We've got a bit of time to work with, and of course, we have a recon. And the turret for KJ to deploy, but time's starting to dwindle a little bit more now. Turret thrown up, and we're out of there. Winthrop want to hold on to these guns. They already had to take a save in the previous round, and that can't have been fun. I'll try and bring these back in next round.
I'm not going to say that things have absolutely spiraled out of control, but 5 rounds already for SaD on attack ascent. Things are looking good at this point. Yeah, 5 is more than enough rounds to take a win if you're starting ascent attack. So at this point, they're kind of feeling cushy. Like they can just, you know, they don't need to have all this weight and pressure for the rest of this half, right? It's really on Winthrop, who are feeling massive pressure at this point to have to bring things back to around 7 or so.
To get a bit spicy at the start of the round, Winthrop have definitely adapted to not giving A up and forcing themselves into a retake. Now the group is 3. SaD play back behind all of this, and yet they're still going to come.
Yeah,
it's not a one-way either.
Going to come through from Gucci.
This has got to tell you so much. This smoke placement is pretty indicative. So they might choose to push it. And maybe they missed the one way as well. I want to leave that option open, but I really doubt it. Here we go. 4 versus 2. SaD allow Winthrop to crash upon them like waves on a rock. And the result is much the same. Seeing shades of Icebox, seeing shades of their last Breeze game in the qualifiers now as SaD allow them to come and gobble them up.
And sadly, we're right back to saving for Winthrop. That is tough, but it's what you must do. Time to swallow your pride and run on over to that B side.
Hey,
because
no
you
better
need
time.
those guns for the next.
There's no better time to learn the budget than in college, Wyatt. Figure it out early.
So true. I wish I learned that.
Yep, me too, brother.
If you saw the state of my credit score, I wish I learned that one. No, that is tough. That is tough for Winthrop. And yeah, I'm not going to speculate too aggressively as to what they were trying to do at the beginning of the round. I mean, you were right. It's either they missed the one way or they intended on doing that. And if it was their intention, it was a little obvious, you guys. That was not the most shocking of surprises for the SaD team. Who just were staring at that smoke, waiting for them to pop out.
Benefit of the doubt. They flashed themselves out of the smoke. It's hard to innovate on a map like this, right? It's all, but, you know, I get it. They just kind of have the entire firing squad looking at them, basically waiting. So a little bit tough there again. Winthrop try to change up the pace, try to have a little bit of an aggressive pop elsewhere on the map. They're going to try that over at B this time, and Gucci probably going to get embedded somehow towards A main with this judge. I feel pretty bad when he realizes SaD have no interest of going that way.
On a serious point, when this Winthrop team is having troubles on defense, both on Ascent and Icebox previous, it seems like they really only have two gears that they try to shift into, which is really passive playing for retakes or way too overly aggressive. Like they're struggling to find this middle ground where they're just effectively taking map control and working off of that to be steadfast in holding other positions around the map, where, you know, like you take some of B main, hey, you stack a little bit heavier towards the other side and you hold those, you hold those areas with some confidence. It's either we're pushing all the way out or we're staying all the way back. And those are really where the struggles have come from here, on Ascent defensively and on Icebox defensively on the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the same, yeah, you're right. The same tendency to give up the side as opposed to somewhere in the middle where you really sort of fight for control. You have anchored players and you are able to interrupt and execute as it happens to some degree. This doesn't really seem to be there for Winthrop, so it's not cheesy. They often find themselves trying to do something to get ahead of the side hits or let them happen. SaD seemed quite happy playing either of those styles of game, as we saw in the round a couple rounds ago with that big push out of A main. But hey, guns to hand once more for Winthrop. That's something. 0 won't spot anything about this A aggression.
That is tough for Infiltrator. That blind. And the operator as well from the TP'd on the box position from Zoe. Very rare Omen op position that actually nets a kill. That's pretty sick. Tough times for Infiltrator down in mid. Nasi wants to pick that position back up though in the 4v5, regain some control here a little bit deeper in the map.
Honest Fury here for moves. Not a whole lot to write home about there.
You should run.
Still rather little information. Now you know what's happening. Over to B, and you've given up that side entirely. So once again, Winthrop priced themselves into the retake game, and they've already used their Hunter's Fury before that happens.
And Nasi has the TP, but no opportunity to use it to get into the back of sight, which, you know, you will see an Omen do quite often. That was not the situation for it, however. 5-on-4 retake, the only thing that's really in the favor of Winthrop is that SaD have no map control, but Gucci just got down, so things are still looking quite tough here. Oh, wow, the paranoia. That was a bait to get a kill with it, anticipating someone swinging for that res.
Darkest overheating. Going for the push upstairs. That's harebrained at the very least. Zoe, though, completes that kill on Nasi, and looks like it's a 2v1. Moves are going to make it a bit more interesting. 3 bullets left, 70 HP. Time dwindling. Zoe more than happy to play games with it. Moves has to try and challenge. Right clicks won't get you there when your opponent's toting a shorty.
8-4 half for SaD is more than enough for them to take this win. If Winthrop can claw things back from here, that would be an astounding victory and an incredible sign of what's to come for this team, because going down this much, having to go to your Ascent attack with 4, tough. Really, really tough.
There's final moments there. It got interesting. For whatever reason, we see it was Darkest, right? Get aggressive over towards stairs, push up, punish for it. But still, money was never an issue in that half anyway, and hey, it didn't matter in that round. So, second half pistol now. A full group for Winthrop. I love this strat. That's the all go B strat. Big fan.
Love that one. Matter of fact, I call it in ranked all the time.
Okay. Gotta be careful now if you're SaD. Yeah, here comes that util. Forced. Oh, Darkest. Doesn't escape in time. No damage taken here by the attackers. And still, SaD want to play close. They clear the L drone. And is this time for a cancel? Positioning taken up in mid here, but Winthrop are ready for it. And Bob absolutely dominated.
Look at the speed on this rotate right now from Winthrop, but SaD are matching it in spawn. Not going to beat them there, though. They're going to be able to cross through that smoke relatively unscathed. Spike down. SaD could go for something faster while the spike is being planted, and they do. They send in the paranoia, but now they have to deal with that recon. Things are slowed down, and now that there's actual crossfire set up here, positions for Winthrop, this is nearly impossible for SaD to pull off. It would have to be an individual miracle. It is not. Nice, speedy little switch from B to A for Winthrop to get into the site, get that spike down, set up quickly as well. Some nice, decisive play there. That's what I like to see.
Just like SaD already wanted to justify that sort of heavy B main presence by pushing up, getting some info. Winthrop trapped them beautifully. Great way to be starting this map off. Plenty of pistols being picked up by this team just quietly. Winthrop have done that twice now on Ascent. And this is a big opening, a way to fight back in. But like you mentioned, 8 rounds on offense for SaD. That is a massive buffer to sit back upon. Especially if you get the inkling it's time to slow the game down. Put some pressure on the attackers now as Winthrop this time thinking about that A hit the one way, of course, must be respected.
On the other hand, that deep smoke in mid from Gucci, or rather Nasi, sorry, the attacking Omen, gonna create some questions for SaD. Make it seem that Winthrop could be working up mid, could be working up Cat. But they're just taking their time over here at A. They're not rushing things. They don't want to get caught off by any close-up shorties around a corner or a classic right-click from a player that you didn't expect to be so close.
Waiting for freebies at Winthrop. Now down under a minute left. That spike is pretty far removed from the action here. Our drone sees Sweet Fanny Adams. Not a whole lot.
It's going to allow Jerk to get into the site. They're hoping to draw some rotates. They don't really draw any at all as time is dwindling now to 30 seconds. It's Coburg still entrenched here.
No killjoy util thrown
Standing
out.
ahead.
It's all being held still. Coburg has a little bit of it.
Yeah, he certainly might be. He might be able to get 1 or 2 here. They just don't expect it, and he finds the right timing. Though I think that window may now be missed. Certainly missed, in fact. As the spike is going to go down. Seemed like there was some potential for things to go awry. I mean, he does get one on Skarn as well. Hold on, this is paranoia. This is real.
Jerk's in trouble, gets scanned out there, but able to recover in time to bring Skarn down. Looks like shock darts coming in from CT, but down to 2 players are SaD.
One enemy
Bob well and truly out of the sight here, and eventually Zoe has to succumb. Bob will get what you can. And that won't be much to write home about either. Odd round, SaD. Talk about slowing the pace down as much as possible, but they don't seem to be able to capitalize on the fact that they've obscured their positioning all round from Winthrop.
Nice little taps from Bob, dealing some serious damage. That delay is actually going to get... Oh, no, Jerk is actually going to be okay. He's not going to go down. Almost. Almost, but he gets into that corner. Some decent damage done, but... Yeah, Winthrop, they're going to be able to take what was quite an awkward round. They're not out of this game yet. Trying to finally get a win here. A match win over SaD. Their first match here in Challengers. A bit of revenge as well, given that it was SaD who beat them when they qualified for Challengers themselves.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people expected to see Winthrop sort of prove themselves. Bob, she has a reputation. The rest of this roster around her, definitely people expected this team to at least have some impact. Winthrop, though, 0 expectations. Now they're demanding them be made of them too. Mere recon coming out here. Jets in. Kobe going to receive this push, but it's going to be the paranoia that pushes him off, and Gucci takes him down. Bob with some spray. Can't advance past the shock dart yet, and they're going to be forced off the site, SaD. But the timing's good. They come out. They're all set up on lane. It's all too easy, and Bob cuts them down to size. SaD finally get guns in their hands, and they remind us why this map is nasty for attackers.
The speed of that was phenomenal from SaD. Skarn just getting into market, doubled up with Bob. They swing out of the smoke. Darkest, I believe, sent in a really deep KO flash when he was on the rotate in B spawn. And then that paranoia comes in from spawn side as well that catches through Boathouse into lane and the close stairs. They did all of that in just a flash in a matter of seconds. And Bob capitalizes completely. The player that you're looking at when you're on Ascent, when you have a Sova on defense, I mean, you're just, the expectation is that Bob is going to go crazy. Anything less than that, you know, a great performance, like you expect Bob to be going nuts every time you're going to be on Ascent.
Right, Infiltrator. Attacking operator here. Bob offering up absolutely nothing. The crossfire here, Scar.
Right here. A fine
Sort of pick this angle and oh, they never check it. No, nothing. Bob though. With Scar now taken out of the picture, this is much less comfortable. Infiltrator, probably going to push the smoke, right? Yep. As you do. Traded out once more. SaD are holding their ground here, and options are becoming more and more limited for Winthrop. They spend so much time in mid, they made no progress at B either.
That flash over top, though.
Spike down
from
mid.
Darkest deep down mid. Again, these really nice supportive flashes. It allowed Zoe to push back up onto Cat. Get a peek there. Really nice. 2 rounds in a row now, those flashes paying dividends from it.
What are your options now?
30 seconds
Still 30
left.
seconds to play with, which is more than Winthrop have found themselves within a situation like this in the last couple of rounds. It's over to A. That is the correct decision. SaD just have to play retake here, and some of that architecture is getting erected over towards tree.
10 seconds
Zoe's
left.
got the sound, gonna wait for that rotate to come in. All 3 teammates there. A lot of utility as well on that Omen. This knife could get some really good value. Could turn the turret off as well. A small little added bonus. Jerk tries to catch a timing by jumping up and gets absolutely punished by the triple face.
Tough for Nasty. This is such an important round for Winthrop to try and take away, though, and slowly but steady, the dreams of, conquering their recent rivals and getting off to a hot start here in challenges starting to fade a little bit more and take SaD to 10 rounds. And Winthrop, they're in the economic doldrums.
Really just textbook retake from SaD there. They do all of the small little couple things that they needed to do perfectly. They did perfectly, but really that was the moment of the round for me. There was that exchange in mid with players on both sides kind of getting caught, but then Darkest found that trade for Bob, but it was the flash after that that allowed Zoe to go from tree on A side onto catwalk and find a peek to get the kill on Aguchi, got the spike down. That was a crucial moment. Darkest has really been on point as a supportive player, though earlier in the series was able to shine as a fragging player with the Reyna on Icebox, dropped like 21 for 9, something along those lines. Just truly an all-arounder, this guy. Really someone that you should have your eye on this year for challengers. I really think that it's going to be a breakout time in their career.
100%. You know, especially when we've had Darkest and Skarn be able to find so much value on Icebox on that duelist, and the ever-consistent factor of Bob always delivering. SaD is a pretty scary prospect once they get those ducks in a row. Winthrop call a timeout here with very limited weaponry. Consideration might be towards like a fast A or a split if they can sort of smoke out mid and, you know, cut Skarn out of the equation, but there's always a risk associated with that. Here they go. Must win, as the rest of them will be.
Right here.
Deeper recon goes into A, and it actually doesn't get broken in time. That gets so many pings. Now Darkest is posted up on this tight angle. Oh my god, what a shot. And he's just gonna waltz on out of there with this knife out. I mean, even gets a paranoia out as well. Lovely adjustment. I mean, yeah, it's cooked, fried, flambéed, everything. It's in all manners, grilled. I can't think of any more adjectives, but all of those.
You forgot the millennials' favorite, the sous vide. It's put in a bloody Instant Pot, for Christ's sake. The air fryer. Forget about it. People my age love that stuff. They really like air fryers.
Listen,
Don't see
I
it
like
myself,
my
but
air fryer too.
You got an air fryer?
Here.
I do have an air fryer, and it is
What
quite
are you cooking
nice.
up with that air fryer, big boy?
Actually, I got it got it from Sideshow's Sideshow for free when he moved. I got a free air fryer, so huge win for me, to be totally honest.
That's massive.
Take those. But I also did have his free HBO Max account, and he canceled it, so I don't have HBO anymore. It's just messed up.
Man, he's changed, hey. He would never dog the voice
Money
like
and the
that.
fame
He's
changed
changed.
him.
That's crazy, dude. Oh dear. All right, here it is though. This was very lackluster showing. Again, not a lot to work with here. Winthrop calling that timeout. Maybe just trying to play in the next couple of rounds here, because here it is. I'm getting sick of saying it, but it's the big one. We've got to make something happen here.
Are you telling me that this round matters at 11-6?
Yeah, could be a swing around, you know. Oh God, please!
Great push up from Scar, and time to get out of there, and time to go sit in our spawn and file our taxes while we wait to retake.
They're just not breaking the recon here, Wyatt. That's 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's when things like that begin to happen that you can kind of feel the mental slipping a little bit, right? Their heads are not in the game as they once were. I mean, look at this again.
Darkest takes no damage for that peak. What?
They're just double facing. They're owning them. It's on its last legs right here. I feel like you can, again, just not to just repeat myself, but when those little things that are so important aren't happening, that's a telltale sign that mentally they're slipping out of it.
Again, benefit of the doubt, because again, there could have been like a flash combo with that through BMA to try and make it impossible to deal with that. I don't know.
There's 4 guys. Someone.
Sorry, I don't know. The flash is that wide, you know.
I appreciate you trying to shoot some bail, but it's it happens. It happens.
That's backbreaking. Look at his light shields on 4. Better use those ults, or you're gonna take him into next week.
Scanning ahead.
Looks like they're gonna use them for the big A exec, surely. You know, Nasi makes a little bit of noise. Omen TP over there.
I'll be doing it.
Not gonna be Omen TPing anywhere, actually. That's too bad that you got your util turned off.
Yeah. Winthrop getting handed a full helping of unserious soup here. Side of silly sauce. Jerk down to 10. Just losing out. Again, with Bob out of the picture, there's something here Winthrop allowed in on A. But Skarn feeling himself right now. Yeah. Thank you for that. You're not ready for that though, are you? Skarn able to make their way over towards heaven. Get through window. That would have been too much. That would have been a little bit egregious. Gucci down to 62 though. The overload has now expired, and SaD with the player advantage are going to take control of hell. The 7th circle is what Winthrop is experiencing right now. Jerk with nowhere to go. That turret's not going to spot Darkest, but the 0 point's going to be thrown anyway. Hunters, nice by moves. And it's moves versus 2. Here's the defuse who carved it. That's not a bad one. The tickle's just enough.
Another Shocky?
Surely not. Darkest going to go for it. That'll do the job. That'll do the job.
That is the essential Project A moment. Abilities, they don't kill in Project A. That's what I've been told, at least. I'm under the impression that they don't
gunplay.
Kill. It's all about the gunplay. What a kill here with the Vandal into the smoke. Oh, another great shot with the Vandal.
That is amazing.
God.
Good moment there for moves. The bad news, I guess, is so many of those ultimates used by Winthrop, so no chance to really ration them through the next few rounds. Dealing with a lockdown here from SaD to boot. 0 point through mid-seas. Nothing here. We're on under A straight away here. I don't think that's being fought for by Tree. Bob, though, taken down.
Oh my God, Zoe. All right, TP is gonna go off and drag them to safety. They do have the lockdown to attempt a retake here, but Jerk is going to be in prime position for this flank all the way over in B tiles. Gonna have to try and find a little window for this timing as the lockdown comes in. Zoe with a great catch. That nade. Oh my God, I thought that was going to potentially do some big damage.
3 up here for SaD. Skarn, they're going to even up the odds. There's 2 players in wine right now. They have to stay clear, of course, of this lockdown, and this will allow SaD to filter back into the side. Kobo gets ahead of it. No way Nasty was ready for that, and that is the defuse. That is the match. SaD get it done. And they put Winthrop out of their misery after a pretty difficult ascent map. 8 attacking rounds. Yeah, you're feeling comfortable going into the second half. First W after a long day. SaD and Challengers get it done.
Yeah, they skate to that victory as soon as the side swaps. They did the hard work. The real labor was getting 8 on the board on attack, which is an astoundingly good half. And they're going to bring this thing back 2-1, bringing the numbers up for my win rate since Bob joined narrative, which is now 21 wins and 1 loss in matches for SaD since Bob has joined this team, which is just goddamn ridiculous. As I talk over the Bob low light of just ulting out in the open. Ignore that round. Everything else was out.
That was a psyop.
Oh, look at the classic headshots. Look at
Just shooting him. Just killing him.
Ignore that Hunter's Fury.
I mean, this is these 2 consecutive rounds where you get basically full recon value. I mean, Bob, she is loving it. On both occasions, I think like 2 to 4 people get pinged by them. So there's no secrets. You're not hiding anything from SaD. They know exactly where you're coming. This was nice from Moobs. A couple shock darts there to clean things up. But again, it was a short-lived resurgence here. And SaD end up closing it out. We learned a lot, though, I feel like, about ourselves, about Nihility, really.
About ours.
Yeah, about why we're here and where we want to be in the future.
That's deep.
Yeah, no, it is deep. I had a lot of time to ponder my navel, so to speak, Sierra. But we learned a lot about Winthrop as well, what they're capable of delivering. I think, you know, there's sunny skies ahead for this team. It's going to be a tough challenge this year, but they're in it to win it.
Hey, we got to see some really promising signs, which I could not have said after our very first map. So I'm honestly content with this series as a whole. I think this was absolutely fantastic. We got to see SaD Esports and what they're able to offer. I mean, we knew that this should be a pretty good team coming into this. They definitely lived up to that. We saw the potential from Winthrop. Wyatt, I know it's been a long day, but I'm thoroughly satisfied with that series.
Yeah, I would say I'm satisfied as well. Winthrop, they showed that they've got some bite. They weren't just going to roll over and die after 2 maps, which would have been sad. It sounds a little dramatic, but I don't know. After map 1, come on, I'm not the only one who thought it was just going to be a tragic end to that game.
I was like, I've got a dinner reservation at 6. I'm straight chilling. Yeah, forget about that, fam. It's 8:20 now, right away. That's cool, though. I'm good with that. I'm glad to see. I don't know why Lotus is just the map that we just get this legitimately incredible game. It was a very good game with some ridiculous clutch moments from both sides here. And then we, let ourselves down slowly with a middling showing on Ascent from Winthrop.
I mean, I feel like at that point, we set it up before too. SaD Esports is this good team. It's literally, all right, Bob is awesome and has done awesome things for the team. So she's come on. Oh, she's super good on Ascent. Oh, SaD Esports, they kind of just bounced back. They knew what they were doing. So I think it was honestly just even tough there. Like I don't look at that scoreline and be like, oh, wait, this was another icebox coming out from Winthrop. Like, I look at it like, okay, SaD Esports, Wyatt, they kind of just stepped up in that map 3. They were looking to see if Uber could make a, 9 o'clock dinner reservation? Something
just
like
forget
that?
I mean, I pushed it back 3 times. It's
you're done,
it's my own fault, really. If I looked at the runner show, I would have seen like it's Gucci. I said I wanted reps. Your boy trying to get some Valorant casting reps in, so glad to be here with you guys.
You got reps. You definitely got the reps. I'm glad Winthrop kept it close, though, to the extent at least that they did get a map win. That shows some, improvement since last time at least they faced off against SaD. But rather on the opposite side, SaD also, they just still look very good. I'm excited to watch more of them. They're a team to watch for me in Group B. I think they've got some upset potential. There's obviously some really strong teams in that group, but I'm excited to see how they fare, against the Turtle Troops and TSMs of the world.
Well, we're getting our interview set up. Wyatt, I've been sitting on this question for you all broadcast day, and it's never been able to come up. We never had quite the time for it. You keep talking about SaD Esports being this dark horse team, and we keep comparing them to Winthrop. But whereabouts are they, like, when you're looking at the teams we have in Challenger? Are they, like, top 3, top 4? Like, where are they? I want to know.
No, I don't have them top 3 or top 4 straight away right now, but I think they're in the middle of the pack with potential to punch up against the kind of like 4th, 5th teams. I can't imagine them really being in that like top 3 contention right now, but I think they have potential to punch up against the the teams that are just outside of that range, I think they'll be able to hang around there.
Okay, perfect. I had to know before we put a bow tie on this series. We have our post-series highlights we're going to be sending to those, and after that, we're going to have a break. So we'll have our interview after the break, so don't go too far.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One down. One enemy remaining. B. One. Last player. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Standing. One enemy. Ready. Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Well, Challengers is definitely starting off on a great day, a very long day as we get our second series of the day, definitely going the distance. SaD Esports to be taking the win in the end over Winthrop University, and I have IGO Zoe on the line, chat a little bit more about that match. First off, I gotta say congratulations. First match in Challengers won. It definitely did go the distance, though. You've beaten this team before. Did you expect this to go to 3 maps?
Honestly, after the pick bans, I think that we were pretty confident that we're going to be able to 2-0 because we're pretty confident in our Lotus, but you know, we made a lot of minor and major mistakes on Lotus that ended up costing us the game, but we were still confident going into map 3 that we're going to close the series out.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about that Lotus, because I think that surprised all of us knowing that SaD Esports does have a strong Lotus. So what do you think was the difference in that match for them to be able to come out on top in that overtime?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, like, I would say, I mean, we were just making a lot of minor mistakes that we don't normally make. And one of the things that also kind of happened is that recently we actually swapped back to the sky on that map. So we made a recent comp change that maybe shouldn't have gone through, that maybe made it so we were a little bit off of our game than our usual comp and stuff like that. So yeah, a little bit of a different comp, made some mistakes, especially in like the comms. There's a lot of comms missing in the rounds like that opened up gaps for Winthrop to, you know, abuse us on. And yeah, we just lost a lot of important rounds, but we also won a lot of really, really insane rounds, like 5v2s and stuff like that. So ended up being a close map.
There definitely was a lot of clutch factors. It was very entertaining to watch for that.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. And
For
then
sure.
of course, especially you for the IGL, you then lose an overtime on this map that should have been in your favor. How do you then reset your team, get the comms back on point to make sure you can be closing out this series?
Yeah, so like we kind of have this like thing on the team that like each map's like a new clean slate, regardless if we won or lost the last map. You know, like that map doesn't really matter anymore. And we just really hone in on like the current map. Any things that we had problems with on the last map, you know, minor mistakes, whatever, we try to talk about in VOD at a later date, and then we just focus in on what we know to do on the map that we're playing up next, and we try to look at it like it's a clean slate, and that the last map didn't even happen. So in our mind, that map was Ascent was first map of the series.
Good mentality. I like it. And it definitely worked out well for the team. I want to talk a little bit about the team too coming together, because this is one of the newer rosters coming together. I know that you, Coburg, and Skarn were actually looking to pair up originally together and then looking for 2 others. So I want to know why you 3 were so like, yes, let's play as a group, and how you decided on Darkus and Bob to be joining. Yeah,
so like me, Coburg, Skarn, and Darkus have all like kind of played with each other on and off in like, I'd say like the past year. We've just kind of known each other. We played on like a tier 3 team prior to this team, got some time in together. Darkus had some stuff with Collegiate that we couldn't confirm him being on our team very early, but yeah, we had the core of me, Coburg, Skarn. We really like Darkus. We think he's a really solid player, brings a lot to the team. So we ended up picking him up later on. And then, you know, we were just going through the process a month or two out from Challengers, looking for Sova's to possibly trial. And Bob was one of those people on our list. We reached out to her and she was down trial, and everything just seemed to click. Our chemistry was working pretty much right away, and we were playing really well. So we stuck through with it.
I've definitely seen this group of players. This seems really exciting. And last question I have for you is looking ahead at Challengers with this roster. Wyatt was kind of painting this team as like the dark horse team. Do you maybe look at the similar? Where do you view SaD Esports with the Challengers teams that we have out there?
You know, I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to say like exactly where, especially because like a lot of the people in our group, like M80 and TSM, we haven't really had the opportunity to scrim yet and stuff like that. So we don't really have like a gauge on how good they are. We'll obviously see that next week against M80, but yeah, I mean, I think we can compete with any of the teams in this league, honestly. We're pretty confident in our abilities. So yeah, I mean, next couple of weeks, we're just going to continue practicing, continue getting better, and hopefully we can stack up against the other teams and see what we can do going to the mid-season cup.
Well, I'm excited to see you face off against M80, but of course, I'll let you rest for today. It's been a long day. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your night, okay?
Yep, sounds good. Thank you so much. Bye.
As for us, thank you all for tuning in as long as you have. It has definitely been a long day. It's been so much fun, though. But of course, we have to bring our casters on one last time to just put a little bookend on this day. It's been a good day, honestly. I know we said again, it has been a long day, but if we are going to be getting these 3-map series, we're going to be getting these back and forth. I'm so excited about this Challenger season just as a whole.
Yeah, look, we got the matchup we really wanted. I think really excited about Oxygen versus Moist X Shopify to start the day off, right? Feels like it's a tale of table toppers. These two teams ended up in the same group, which really makes for a very spicy open to challenges. And it was really close. I think Moist X Shopify as well, rewriting a lot of the previous narrative by overcoming Oxygen on some key maps and in the series overall, especially, of course, with the big change they made to their roster, bringing Odorous in. So that's a great story. Glad we got to see that. And again, we got maps maximum Valorant today with 2-3 map series. You can't complain about that.
100%. The only complaint I have going into this, which isn't even too much of a complaint, is my predictions are already shot with that first series for the entire week. I put my eggs in the Oxygen Esports basket right away. Completely wrong, but it's okay. It was worth it. It was worth it. But pulling up our standings, of course, this is only week 1. It was only day 1. So for these teams, you can't take too much stock in where everyone is lying on too far here, Wyatt, but I am excited to see how this is going to be shaken up later on, especially when we are looking at powerhouse teams like Moist and Shopify, Oxygen Esports. I think this is going to be a fight for the first place spot in their group. Definitely.
And tomorrow we have the M80 TSM banger, right? I believe. I'm trying to look at the schedule. Yeah, that's going to be sick. TSM just announced their signing of that roster. And M80, the return of Nitro after however many years it's been since he last played, like 3 years at this point, something like that, 2.5 years. That's going to be just pretty goddamn crazy. I'm excited to tune in for that game for sure. I mean, that is must-see TV.
100%. This entire week, I mean, we're kicking off the week strong here at Uber. If every day is going to be like, it's going to be a good time.
Absolutely. I'm hyped to see together we are terrific running back. See what your boy Mummy's been cooking off, you know what I mean? Spent some time out there on the trading floor. He's dealing with NASDAQs. He's dealing with Fortune 500s. Hoping back now to find his own pot of gold at the end of Valorant challenges here. So yeah, good to see them back. Good to see an old name in Valorant return, and hope they still got it.
Well, of course, we want to make sure everyone is rested up for the matches tomorrow, because you're not going to want to miss a single minute. Thank you so much for tuning in. Uber, Wyatt, thanks for crushing it on the casting desk today and on the virtual analyst desk as well. And of course, thank you, production. Make sure to be tuning back in tomorrow for day 2 of Challengers NA. We'll see you then.
One enemy. Down A. One enemy. Success. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Attack. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Defenders win. One enemy remaining. One. Last player. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining.